You can't say the color black without walking on eggshells.
This is what you waited for. I think we're ready to ride.
I say hold up, cock my glizzy, bang bang. I say hold up, cock my glizzy, bang bang.
You're tuned into Foolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you ain't black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
I was reminded when the
Wicked. What up, fools? Today is 4/24/2026. It is 9:52 p.m. Eastern time. Have I been saying 2026? I feel like I've been saying 2025. Have I been saying 2026 every day? I feel like I've done this before. Maybe I'm just having some deja vu, but I feel like I've literally said this numerous times in the past. What's up, H-Log? I spent a good while on my camera today, and I was correct that like if I plug it in without like all of the adapters and everything, that it does work, but it gives like a direct projection of what's on the screen. So I had to get rid of like all the options and everything that are on my camera And one of the problems is that it kept saying that there was no card inserted, and I couldn't get it to get rid of that piece on the screen where it says no card inserted. So I went in and just grabbed an SD card and put it in, and then it said the card isn't formatted. So then I clicked format card, and it said card can't be formatted, which means the card's probably broken. The SD card. So I spent a while trying to get it to work through HDMI, and it does look nice. Like it looks pretty cool, but it's Joe Romero, where you been? Yeah, it looked good. It just I couldn't get that thing off the screen, so it is what it is. Get your lighters, roll that sticky, let's get high. Got that blueberry yum yum, and it's that 5. It's that fire.
Let's come to this. Save your best lines.
Look, I know we're both English, but do you mind if I pray? Sure. Before?
Sure.
Oh, God, help us have a...
I don't know where the truth lies. You're going to basically go through a process which could end up with you going to prison for a long period of time.
I did sleep with a 16-year-old when I was 30.
Here in New York, it would have been a crime.
We are going to find out the truth, and if the truth...
Popping in and out. Work super early shifts these days, so I can't do super degenerate hours. Bro, people having jobs is really ruining my shit. Y'all need to quit with this crap. Like, for real. Why y'all keep having jobs and stuff?
truth is, I am going to prison. My job will be, do not be afraid of that truth.
This Bible, actually, I think it was this one you took into court. What were the relevant passages for you?
Correct. Thank you for asking me.
This is the first interview you've done with any Brit since the allegations. You are slightly hypersensitive to anyone challenging you, because most of the media you do, you don't really get challenged.
Excuse me.
What the fuck?
Amidst the rape allegations, the Shagger of the Year titles do not seem quite as valuable. Some of the shines come off.
You only became a Christian 7 months after the allegations were made public. You worked out that this could give you some kind of cover. You know there are people who think you're basically just a massive grifter.
No, that's what they say about you, actually. Piers,
oh, good.
Calm down and slow down.
It's a serious question.
I want you to calm down and slow down.
Very calm. This sense that you were somehow singled out, targeted deliberately. A lot of people think that's, honestly, bullshit.
I can't actually find the verse that I had that day.
You were an atheist.
And what are you going to be next?
Well, yes. That's what some people...
A Scientologist?
That's what some people think.
Hitler. What do you think about Hitler?
Russell Brand means many things to many people. He's the boisterous comic with a silver tongue and a savage wit. He's the eccentric British movie star with big words and even bigger hair. To some, he's a fearless truth seeker. To others, an oddball conspiracist. But whether he's reviled or revered, and it's usually one or the other, almost everybody finds him fascinating. And in recent years...
If you guys don't remember, when they first came out with the allegations against Russell Brand, let's see if we can find it. When they first came out with the allegations against him, he did this like response video to it where he's saying that this is like the deep state coming after him, this is the Illuminati coming after him, that he's gotten too powerful, that because he's speaking truth to power, they're trying to stop him. And it's like the whole thing, he had like a bunch of like allegations of like sexual impropriety and crap, and he's claiming that they're like just trying to take him down because he's too big and too powerful. They had to stop him. It's so fucking ridiculous. I guess I doubt I'm gonna be able to find it, but But yeah, and then out of nowhere, he became this like hardcore Christian and was getting baptized, and it was really a weird transition that happened very quickly. But he's the whole thing was him just saying that they're coming after him to stop him, that he's gotten too powerful, gotten too big, and because he calls out the establishment and won't do what they tell him to, that this is a type of blackmail, and that all of this will come to, you know, it'll all come to light eventually, and we'll all see. And yeah, it's around this period, but I don't know where it is, but I wish I could find it because it's actually hilarious. It's actually like an insane cope, but only his audience would be stupid enough to actually buy this crap. Like it seems to play right into the bullshit that he spews all the time.
His mutual embrace of MAGA in America has kept people guessing. So too has the very public conversion to Christianity, which forms the subject of his new book. And surrounding it all, of course, are the very grave allegations that he's now fighting, all of which will make for, I'm sure, a very interesting, uncensored interview. Russell Brand joins me now. Russell, good to see you.
It's good to see you too.
It's sort of weird to see you in this context because I first interviewed you in 2006, 20 years ago. We sat and did an uproarious interview for GQ. I'll come to that in a moment. We did another big one for ITV, for my life story show about your whole extraordinary life. We did a big one at CNN here in New York when your divorce from Katy Perry was just coming through. So I feel like I've been around your world, your orbit, and I've seen you at lots of events and things along the way as well. But I don't really know you. Like I know a bit about you, and I know you in a media context. I don't really know you. I wouldn't consider myself to be your friend or somebody that has an intimate knowledge of what you're really like. And one of the more interesting things about you, I would say, is that I don't know.
See, my last message has been deleted. This one, massive day for the unemployed.
Where the truth lies about these allegations. And I don't want to try and find out whether my instincts are one way or another. We can't talk about what's coming in October, the case, for legal reasons. It wouldn't feel right to me anyway to talk about it because you've got to go through the due process. But as we sit here, you're innocent till proven guilty. I believe fundamentally in that principle. You're entitled to due process. And to those who will criticise, as I'm sure some will, the mere fact I'm giving you a platform and interviewing you, I say that this matters, that due process matters, the presumption of innocence until proven guilty matters. And so in the context of that, I'm very happy to talk to you. But given I've known you so long, my first question is just, how are you feeling about the fact that in a few months' time, in a Southeast London courtroom with 12 jurors sitting there, you're going to basically, over a period of about 2 months, go through a process which could end up with you going to prison for a long period of time if you're convicted. It's hard to imagine on a human level a more tumultuous thing to happen to you, not even given what you've been through in your life. So how are you feeling about it?
Tumultuous is a perfect word because it is like a storm. And sometimes I feel like I'm comfortable in the eye of the storm where there can be calm and at least the capacity to observe.
What is he accused of again? Lots of like I think grooming, sexual assault, I believe maybe even date rape. There's a lot. There's a lot. Let's see.
A woman who has accused British comedian and presenter Russel Brand of sexual misconduct has described his response to the allegations as insulting. Mr. Brand posted a video denying any wrongdoing hours before claims of rape and sexual assault were published by British news outlets Channel 4 and the Times newspaper. He also accused the mainstream media of carrying out a coordinated attack on him. We are calling this woman Alice. She spoke to Women's Hour on Radio 4. The show's presenter Emma Barnett told me why Alice chose to speak up.
It's her first interview since she's spoken to the Sunday Times and of the UK and talked about what happened in her relationship when she was 16 and the comedian was originally 30. I mean, he's also a Hollywood actor. People will know him around the world and he's cultivated many fans online. He's strenuously denied all of these allegations, but she hasn't spoken since the response of Russel Brand, where he has issued these denials. And also, she hasn't spoken about the age that she was, really, in a bit more detail. I think she has reflected, as an older woman, on what she thought she was at 16 versus what she is. And here in the UK, it differs around the world. The age of consent, sexual consent, is 16. Now, that was a rule that was made in the 1800s. And she is asking for there to be a review, at least, of that, and talking about how even her mother, who tried to stop this relationship, and this was now she views a grooming situation, she views it, the law has changed since her relationship with Russel Brand, as an element of coercive control. She views it very, very differently, as well as the specific allegation of sexual assault.
Well, let's have a listen to Alice when you ask her if...
He's in that movie with Diddy and Jonah Hill, Get Him to the Greek. Great movie. Great movie. It's so good. I love that movie. I thought there were more allegations than that. Initial response before the publication of initial allegations, Brand posted a video titled "So This Is Happening," where he absolutely refuted the claims, stating that his relationships have always been consensual. April 2025, following charges of rape, indecent assault, and sexual assault, Brand released a video stating, "I was a fool, I was a drug addict, a sex addict, but whatever I was a rapist." But what I never was, and expressing gratitude for the opportunity to defend himself in court. Brand has pleaded not guilty to all charges, including additional charges filed in December of 2025, with a trial scheduled for October of 2026. He has characterized his accusations as a conspiracy involving collusion between big tech, government, legacy media, and the state to silence him. In interviews ahead of the trial, Brand acknowledged that his past sexual behavior was exploitative and selfish due to power differentials, while maintaining that the acts were consensual. Yeah, I don't think if they're exploitative that they can be consensual, but whatever.
And at other times, it feels all-consuming and frightening and pressurizing, like a storm also would be, in almost every conceivable way. I was just thinking, as you did that introduction, I reckon you write your stuff yourself. Do you write the introduction?
I have a writer, actually.
Oh, well, when you sort of the sort of variation that was introduced, like he's revered or reviled, and sometimes I feel like I'm all those things, like a truth teller or silver tongue comic. And wow, I think it's a really good place to begin. One, how are you feeling, and also the principle of the presumption of innocence, because I think we are living in a hazy, fluxy time where people are very uncertain about truth in the broadest possible way. People are very uncertain about information in a way that feels like we're all navigating a quicksand and a new territory.
I'm not uncertain about information. I think that people who have some media literacy are not all that uncertain, but obviously the ones who can't trust anybody in media and think that everything is, some big conspiracy, and they have to find some way to turn everything into a grand plot by, the elites and everybody else that, yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of uncertainty there. I'm sure that's not easy to. You don't ever feel like you really understand, because you don't. You don't really ever understand when you're one of these motherfuckers.
Territory in a new terrain. And what I'm most interested in and what feels resonant to me, and I enjoy and appreciate at least your declaration of a kind of a lack of intimacy. And the reason for the lack of intimacy is I feel that in a way, Piers, because we're both English, we're around the same age, and we've both been in and around media, I sort of see in you this kind of, and don't take it because I'm going to play exactly the same thing to myself, this kind of cockroach power of like moving through these dreadful, dreadful worlds. And somehow here you still are online with your own show, riding the wave of how media is operating now. People don't get to do that if they're a nobody. People don't get to do that if they don't have, I would say, certainly tenacity and strength. But when I was a kid, I used to watch that show like most people did, a lot of people at least, The Word. And I remember you being on there, you were young, man. I bet you was 30. I think it was even when you were still showbiz at Bazaar, which was The Sun there, prior to being the Mirror editor. And I remember my mate at the time, we were like potheads and that, like saying, I like him. He was saying, when we're famous, because we weren't, and he still isn't, God love him though, but why not? Because that's another thing about when you move through many worlds. You see, who are the people that make it? Who are the ones that get churned up? Who are the ones that get elevated? Who are the ones that get destroyed? Who are the ones that get investigated? Who are the ones that don't? Who are the ones where the presumption of innocence is retained? Who are the ones where the presumption of innocence is stripped away? And my mate, he went, I like that, Piers Morgan. And I liked you too. Just as a person on the TV, on The Word, sat behind a panel, probably judging some audacious and absurd thing, because The Word was all about people exposing their genitals and sort of the late night vulgarity. It was also sort of a kind of TV masterpiece, wasn't it, really? Anyway, then I would read The Sun every day. I would read The Sun every day and read your showbiz columns. I kind of really liked that. And then when I sort of saw how you had maneuvered through these worlds, you know, becoming Mirror editor as a very young man, weren't you, in your 30s? And I know that Rupert Murdoch, that Mephistophelian figure, that timeless man, about whom someone once told.
What is happening? I can't believe he's still alive. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Like he was a complete nut for a long time. This is it is surprising that he's still alive. And I suppose, like, truly, like, you know, for people like him, I think that him, like, finding God and whatnot probably is, like, really good for somebody with his sort of personality. But what the fuck is he talking about right now? I don't even remember the question anymore.
Told me, because I go, tell me something unique about Murdoch. Why is he the person he is? And this person goes, he lives like he's never going to die. And if some decision don't go his way, he's patient and he's cool. Oh, the merger's not worked out. It will work out. That's the power that a man can have to, in the case of Rupert Murdoch, one would say, influence significantly the trajectory of a nation, even in matters such as elections or wars. And so, in a sense, Piers, of course, as like Russell Brand from Grey's Essex, some bloke who was a crackhead and a heroin addict who married Katy Perry, who's now really just a married dad of 3, but also deeply fascinated with truth. I am fascinated with truth. And I believe such a thing is possible. I don't believe in the post-structuralism. I don't believe that, no, well, everyone's got their own subjective truth, because I believe in God. Now, so with something like this impending trial, which you've sort of, when we were chatting before, described as the elephant in the room, yeah, it's it's sort of awesome. And I mean that literally. I mean, it induces a terrifying, glorious awe. Because like you, I look at the news the whole time, right? And I'll look at a story like what many people would refer to, and you would refer to, as a genocide in Gaza. And I think, wow, we consume so much information now. I find it hard even to connect with the human beings. Like, I can't take it when I see, and this individual father has lost this individual child. When it gets that close, you know, I can't really even take it. And say a story like this one, because I have a strong instinct, and I'd love to have the conversation I could have with you about how media operates, how media selects, how media deselects, how media targets. But media is not neutral, particularly traditional, conventional media. We're doing this interview in an Associated Press studio. The Associated Press is a sort of a bastion of neutrality with how it's regarded. But if you investigate the inception and funding of the Associated Press, you will discover that it's like all media. It has a telos, an intention, a function. It's there for a reason. And you and me, we've lived in that world. We know things a lot of people don't know. You know stories that if they were printed would blow some of the world's biggest stars out of the water forever. We know that. We live in that world. And beyond celebrity gossip, even though, gosh, to this day people are fascinated and allured by it, important stuff, man, about corruption and the world's most powerful people. We know it, and it's hard to communicate it. Sometimes it's difficult to corroborate it. Sometimes it's imprudent to say it because of personal reasons. You've got to survive in this world. You have survived in this world. Where I am now is I feel like I've been on trial my whole life anyway. The whole thing's been a trial. I'm just some kid from Grays. I've been a heroin addict. I'm the only child of a single mother. The whole thing's a trial. I go to jail. The thing is, I believe in God. I've always believed in God. It is different to believe in Jesus. It is different, and I'm really aware that some people just think it's...
Have you thought about the reality?
Thank you for finally
of
cutting
losing
him
your
off. Holy
liberty?
shit.
Of night one in a cell, and that's going to be your life for a few years. In other words, the worst case scenario, which everybody who faces a criminal trial has to contemplate.
And all of us, all the time,
of course,
every day.
But have you thought about that moment, if that clanking door shuts and you lose your liberty, how you would deal with that?
I will be with God wherever I am, and of course I would prefer to be with God with my wife and my kids. But this is what I have to do. I'm not saying that that's not a difficult image, and a difficult thing to contemplate. Of course it is. But in fact, actually, what I was trying to get to, but I recognise I pirouette some when I start talking, was the hardest thing is knowing that in spite of all the...
It's like listening to Trump, dude. Like, it's just incoherent rambling.
The potential reasons that I'm in this situation, that there are people in this world that feel so aggrieved about their contact with me that they are willing to go through this process. That is a very difficult thing to countenance, and a real challenge, and something that in whatever ways are necessary must be addressed. And it is comforting to think that there could be justice, that there could be. We are going to find out the truth, and we're going to deal with the truth. Because actually, I am not afraid of the truth. And if the truth is I am going to prison, then my job will be, do not be afraid of that truth. That is what you are going to do.
When I interviewed you for GQ, I went and found it yesterday.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my word. Tell me, darling.
Literally 20 years ago. It was March 2006. We met at a trendy bistro near Tottenham Court Road in London. That was the first time I'd ever interviewed you. You were 31 at the time.
Wow.
And I was quite gushing. I said, I assumed I'd find Brand irritating, pointless, and easy target, but I was wrong. He was charming, articulate, outrageous, and very, very funny. We roamed through 2 hours through his extraordinary life, a non-stop orgy of comedy, drugs, bulimia, hookers, four-in-a-bed romps, and celebrity bed notches. And then, for some reason, I asked you halfway through, are you a more successful sexual predator now that you don't drink? And you replied, yes, but I resent the word predator. I like to think of myself as a conduit of natural forces. After all, the most natural thing in the world for people to do is fuck, isn't it? And people want to do it. So all you have to do is remove all the reasons why women don't actually go through with it, like pride and reputation. You just have to unpick the conditions stopping women going straight to bed with you.
That sounds like charm, seduction, game. Do you remember in the era immediately prior to this one? And one would have to accept that Me Too redressed in 2015 when that happened. A dreadful imbalance in male-female power dynamics that is good that there's an ongoing conversation, and that some of the corruption and exploitation in that is being exposed and explored. And what that was there, at 31, man, that was...
Good job in saying that was
being
good.
Famous has been for me. It sounds like you enjoy it more than I do. But for me, it's been like...
There's a double-edged sword for everyone.
I don't know. Like, I mean, there's bits that I really liked, and what that I can hear in that lovely piece of writing is that I was into it, and I forget that now. Like, even talking to you about football can be hard, because I really love West Ham.
He wouldn't exist if it was for Jack Sparrow. He really is like Jack Sparrow, isn't it? I remember, I feel like there was a long time where I was trying to figure out like who he reminded me of, and I think that's probably it. I don't think I ever realized that it was Jack Sparrow that he reminded me of. That's funny.
That's my like. When there was a little boy, when there was a teenager, and then suddenly I'm in with Cameron Brady, and I'm with the Sullivan et al. But now, because like I have a different view of the culture now, Piers, and I'm afraid, like, I regard it as evil in a
I
word.
think fame can be one of the most insidious drugs of all.
Certainly it is, but what is it?
The craving that people have for it, and then actually the cold, hard reality of how it warps a lot of people's values, a lot of the way that they behave.
Yes.
All those things. I see it all the time.
Yes. What does it do to? I mean, and also,
It's like any drug. I think it's like any drug. It's like cocaine. It's like all these things. It is a drug that people crave it and they want more and more of it. And then there's usually at some stage, unless they're incredibly strong, mentally strong, there's normally a tipping point where the reality of big fame hits hard. And the show business is littered with the professional carcasses of people that then couldn't deal with the downside of it.
Maybe if we replace the word drug with stimulant, it becomes clearer to understand that you are stimulated by your own fame, by your own reputation. Now, even a person that's not famous, and obviously most people aren't, except for Warhol's perspicacious and proverbial 15 minutes, which of course has happened now. All of us have the idea that there's an object of ourselves that people are commenting on, a facade, a mask. Obviously the word hypocrite comes from mask wearer. Now, you have an identity in public, I have an identity in public, and what I can hear there, man, and it warms me, is I was being 100% honest. And I'm being 100% honest now. I'm not afraid of the truth. So if justice is real, if telling the truth is how a person's meant to operate, I was telling the truth then. And I can I can feel that. I mean, 31, that sounds like a 19-year-old really, but I was stunted in many ways, like a lot of crackheads and smackheads. You kind of formaldehyde yourself in addiction somewhat. And that's like someone that's, I remember the rush of first becoming famous, of the glory of it. Not only the superficial glory of like going from being poor to not.
And Mantis and I were talking about this the other day, that like it seems as though like people who do drugs, they get stunted in like aging, obviously, like but in their maturity as well. Like they just they get stuck for a while. But it seems as though in aging as well, like it seems like a lot of people who do drugs for like a short period of time and then get off them, they end up just looking younger than other people their age.
Not being poor and going to like, oh, it's embarrassing and difficult to chat up women, to, oh my God, look at this, like but also the sense that a world that had been saying no, you can't, suddenly was saying yes, like yes, you can have a TV show, yes, you can be on the radio, yes, you can have a book, yes, you can, yes, like it was sort of beautiful. There was something about it that was amazing. I mean, creatively, I mean, like that, to be able to do, to have an interview with you and to opine and for someone to care when you've felt very small all your life, like I think a lot of people probably do, because I think this world makes you feel small, indeed makes you feel irrelevant. Just like if I'm not famous, if I'm not important, if I'm not sleeping around or driving this car, I'm sort of really curious about, like, say the thing with you and the lad HS Tiki Toki and Andrew Tate, these sort of new stars that are post the era that you and I are from. I really highly regard their boldness, even in both of the instances just cited. They're bold men. I like that. But they are still advocating for a set of values that clearly I advocated for in a somewhat more camp way, even then. That if you aren't sleeping around with a bunch of women, you ain't worth much. And if I can get one thing across to you today, I want it to be that being in Christ and like being in God, it gives me the strength to recognise, oh yeah, you might have to go to jail, but people go to jail. That's the thing that happens to people in the world, and people go to jail that shouldn't have gone to jail.
What I find most sort of interesting when I read that GQ thing, it was like all the things I said. It was highly entertaining, made me laugh out loud. It did again when I.
Is he on drugs again, or like? What the fuck?
Read it the other day, but obviously you read it with a slightly different context given what's happened to you. You're very like honest, open, brazen, some might say. You admitted you slept with thousands of women, sometimes 2 at a time, 3 at a time. You were very like, this is all a bit of a laugh. And you were taking a lot of drugs through the late 90s, early 2000s. And my question for you is that obviously you're facing these serious charges. Obviously you've been emphatic and consistently emphatic in your denials that you've done anything criminal and that anything was non-consensual, which will be the key determinant of your liberty, actually, whether a jury agrees that this was all consensual. You know, putting aside the morality aspect, and we'll come to that, which is an interesting different discussion, but it's not about crime morality. It's a call of public opinion, perhaps, but it's a different thing. But my question, I think, looking back on it, and the lifestyle that you've talked about very openly now, looking back on that and saying, look, I was out of control, taking all these drugs, sleeping with all these women, whatever, is how can you be sure that your own memory is good, is sound, is reliable, is truthful? Most people who've slept with thousands of women and taken barrel loads of drugs and led this incredibly hedonistic lifestyle, I would think if I interviewed them and asked them to name even what year it was, would struggle to remember. Can you be certain, if you're honest, that your memory is completely sound, accurate? Do you remember half this stuff?
Well, yes, I can be honest.
It's a relevant question, isn't it?
Of course it is. Yes, I can be honest, and I am honest. And I think what's an important distinction is that I was a drug addict prior to becoming famous. So that was a very different rhythm and time. And I think the question was, has it made you a more successful predator? And even then, I objected to the idea of predation as persecutory, but predation is simply an amplification of looking for something with intention. And the reason I wasn't famous when I was still using drugs, Piers, is because when I was a drug addict, I was an unviable economic proposition for potential media partners. The reason that I'm able to remember is something that I think is sort of quite essential, is that I'm telling the truth in that GQ article. Amidst the sort of flamboyance and the evident hedonic is a person that was looking for a lot of attention and approval and love and connection. Now, that doesn't mean that there weren't clumsiness and that there wasn't selfishness and objectification and lots of things that, to your point about there being a moral distinction, flat out wrong. But it's very different than a kind of a bawdy, overbearing, oppressive, controlling. Like, obviously I'm aware of the sort of claims that were made publicly in the documentary, and I'm not sure to which degree what makes part of this so complicated is this all happened subsequent to a documentary, and you know as a journalist that journalists are not held to the same level of, I want to say, integrity as an investigator of a legal matter. That if you're a journalist talking to someone, like even you now, you know how to navigate me into certain positions. If you were talking to someone, or 100 someones, or 500 people saying, look, you slept with Russell Brand, what happened? Well, someone else has told me this. It's quite easy in a non-legal and non-judicial setting to induce, encourage and direct people to look at things in a particular way. And I think once that artefact has been made, I'm certainly not making claims about the criminal judicial system, which I, like you, believe will provide a just outcome. Because ultimately, I think whatever outcome occurs, like as you say, I have to live with that, and will do, obviously. But how does one remember? Yes, it is a long time ago, but firstly, I was never drinking or taking drugs. I think people conflate with some of the films I played drug addicts and drug users and stuff. Frankly, all of the films I made, there wasn't an enormous range at hand there in that film career there. But the reason I remember is because I was there, because I'm present, and because the whole thing was very live and alive. I have a good memory, and particularly, obviously, this is something I've had to reflect on and go.
You were clean from 2002.
December 13th, 2002 is the date I got.
Some of the allegations go back to 99, so there must have been some crossover.
Well, without wanting to get into the specificity of the criminal matter, that's not generally the complexion, and in the variation from that generality, there are other indicators that make it clear that my memory is reliable. The interesting thing, I was listening to your Megyn Kelly interview yesterday, and it's blown up. We're both in New York, and you know it's blown up big in America today. A lot of people commenting about this. Let's play the clip for those who haven't heard it.
In Europe and in the United Kingdom where I'm from, the age of consent is 16, and I did sleep with a 16-year-old when I was 30. But when I was 30, I was a very different person. I was a lot younger, and I was an immature 30-year-old. Consensual sex, actually, with a variety of people, when there is a strong power differential, as there is when you're a famous man that has the ability to attract women that I had at that time, I think involves exploitation.
What's been interesting is the way that's played out, because you were right in what you said. It was perfectly legal for you to have sex with a 16-year-old girl in the UK. That's the law. In America, here in New York, for example, the age of consent is 17. So here it would have been a crime had you done that here. But I looked at every state in America because I thought it was interesting. I saw some people commenting on this on social media. In about 30 states in America, the age of consent is 16, the same as the UK. I'm not even sure most Americans are aware of that. About another dozen states, it's 7.
Are they not? I thought, I don't know, maybe they are. I have no idea. I think maybe he
17
just
and another
found
dozen
out.
or so, it's 18. So there's no uniformity around America, but actually, in the majority of states in America, it's the same as the United Kingdom, and therefore would not be a crime. Now, again, people can take a moral view about it. I think you took a moral view about what you were doing then. Interestingly, the GQ interview happened when you were about that age.
Yeah.
So it was going on then. And you used the word exploitative. Some people I've seen latch onto this and say, well, yeah, so he's, you know, he knows what he's doing is wrong. He knows that that was wrong. What is that line for you between exploiting, as a 30-year-old man, a 16-year-old girl, to the point where it becomes criminal potentially? What is that line for you?
I suppose it's consent, Piers.
Right.
That the age of consent means, in varying ways, in different places, people have a understanding which probably isn't wholly accurate and reliable, that at a certain age, a person is able to make a consensual decision to smoke a cigarette or vote or have sex or gamble, and these things vary according to jurisdiction and type of law. And in the place where I was, both emotionally and spiritually and geographically, that was a legal thing to be doing, but not a morally sound thing to be doing.
I've been struck by a lot of people on the conservative right in America are furious about what they perceive to be a revelation. It wasn't a revelation to me because it's been talked about before and reported widely. Are you taken aback because you've moved here, you live in Florida, you've sort of embraced the MAGA movement to a degree, not completely, but to a degree. You've written a book, How to Become a Christian in 7 Days. And you obviously are a different person now. There's no.
In 7 days? What? How to become a Christian in 7 days? This is the fast track? Like, what? What the fuck? Like, the reason that that's surprising is that it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense to put any sort of time limit on it. Like, but to say like, oh, I'll teach you how to become a Christian in 7 days. 7 days from now, you'll be a Christian. That just doesn't make sense as far as like what Christianity is.
Question of that. But are you taken aback by the reaction to what you said to Megyn Kelly, the fury from a lot of people on the conservative Christian right here?
I'm surprised all the time by stuff, but if people think it's wrong for, I mean, like, I'm a Christian and I'm serious about it. I think that the only safe place to have sex is within marriage. So I agree with them. It's very difficult to. You asked at the beginning of our conversation, what are the challenges? Well, the challenges are a criminal judicial proceeding that's about law and consent, a PR situation that's about people's feelings and sentiments that often cross over, what the compromises and flaws are in a media, judicial and legal system that are plainly somewhat symbiotic and porous. There's a lot of different things happening, but I think the sort of probably the simplest thing for me to focus on is, should I have been doing that? And the answer is, in retrospect, no. And what's a bit difficult is how we all, and I presume you're the same, feel like, well, whatever we did in the past, it's made us the person that we are today. And it's difficult to make that claim when you have to acknowledge that your actions have caused distress.
The girl concerned in that story, we can discuss that because it was from the documentary and it's not part of your legal case. But she dated you for 3 months when she was 16. She described you referring to her as the child, sending cars to collect her from school, coaching her on what to tell her parents, made allegations about the sexual interactions you had, suggesting that you forced yourself in certain ways and so on. But she's not part of the legal case, and let's be clear about that. So there's no suggestion of criminality that's been levelled at you legally.
Wait, she's not? What the fuck? I'm so confused as to what the legal case is then. Knowing if brains works, it's probably immediately made clear that it's preposterous in line with one of the books. Oh wait. Oh, it's I don't know. he would likely talk about how everything is meant to be a quick fix when it's not. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Maybe it's like that's the point, is maybe he's just talking about the fact that like over the course of 7 days he realized like a difference in his life or whatever, but it just like gives his own testimony.
But when you hear that account, what do you feel about the fact you were nearly twice her age, she was only 16, and you're picking her up from school, all that kind of thing? What do you feel about it?
Well, I think some of those details are pretty important and relevant, and how I feel about it is, as I've said, it's not nice to know that my actions have contributed to a person suffering, and there should be there must be justice for that. The context in which those consensual encounters were happening was a sort of merry deluge of constant consensual activity that was very, very difficult to sometimes believe was happening, but one adjusts to those kind of conditions. And I would say Piers, on a personal level, yes, of course that's wrong. It's morally and spiritually wrong. It's legal. It's not a legal issue. But I don't want to try to minimise my actions anyway. I'm fully culpable and absolutely happy, not happy, but willing, of course, to deal with the consequences of my actions. Not so willing to deal with consequences of actions that were not undertaken. I think that's a really important distinction to remind you and your audience of. And also, I suppose, it seems like a deliberate removal of context not to continually cement that famous men that are single have always and typically behaved in this manner. One prays consensually, but one also suspects that there's a responsibility incumbent on people that have that power, whether that power is magnetism or whether that power is fame or whether that power is money or whatever that power is. It's not very easy to live a moral life in a culture that really openly rewarded. We used to look at The Sun when I was being Shagger of the Year. This one I was literally being given awards for it.
No, I mean,
so of course it's really terrible.
I'd actually left The Sun, but The Sun had an award called Shagger of the Year, and you won it a couple of times, I think.
3 times.
And it was, yeah.
Some of the glory's faded.
Right, but it was...
Amidst the rape allegations, the Shagger of the Year titles do not seem quite as valuable, I'll have to confess.
Right, but
some of the shines come off.
Well, the point I would make is, at the time, everyone embraced it as good fun. You were seen as this big shagger, and it was all very funny and entertaining, and nobody at the time was coming forward to say this was rape, sexual assault, or anything else. And that was the context of that time.
Yes.
Now, it obviously, there's a very different thing about it.
Well, I'll ask you something as a journalist. Also, during Me Too, no one came forward. In fact, people came forward subsequent to a very deliberate documentary. And I feel that, therefore, it's difficult to remove the documentary from the chronology because it's sort of an important artifact in there. And will point that out and how difficult that makes it, even our conversation, the idea of a fair trial, an ongoing conversation, because I would say literally precisely the same behaviour that was lauded, consensual, excessive sex, was reframed when it became convenient, appropriate and useful as non-consensual. And now we have a method and means for dealing with a potentially difficult situation. Now, I wouldn't be so grandiose as to suggest that I am the situation. The situation is something that you do know a lot about. Media has changed from centralised media with a degree of centralised control, with rare anomalies, but let's take...
Do they really use the word shag there? I thought that was just like an Austin Powers meme. Is that like a real thing where they use the term shag? Shagga. No, they really say it. Damn, okay. Shag my baby.
The COVID example as primary, if you were working in mainstream media during COVID, you would have a pretty prescriptive approach. Indeed, you had that approach. Subsequent to COVID and amidst the pandemic period, inquiries and questions were made in real time. In fact, I participated significantly in that. And it's a matter of public record that logically AI, who worked for Moderna, Pfizer and the British government, dealt with my content, de-amplifying, commenting on, and indeed the 77th Brigade, a PSYOPs organisation that primarily works in foreign territories with the British military, during the COVID period, worked in the UK to, and this is a direct quote from I think the Times, take down social media influencers. Now, there's an obvious clear distinction between my reckless, lascivious conduct...
Oh my goodness, bro. Is he so for real? Is this a joke, dude? Like, they're coming after it because of COVID and because they said that they wanted to take down social media users. Obviously, they're talking about just like having some level of TOS for misinformation about this shit, but he is so stupid, dude. All of these people, the like conspiracy theorist people, I realize like when I look back at like when I was a conservative, I was never into like conspiracy theories, but I do know that like there were a lot of bad and fallacious ways that I was kind of taught to think about things, but I was never conspiratorial about things. There was never a point where I was like, where I was looking at things in that sort of way. And I even remember having a show a while ago where there was this whole thing about called Obamagate. And I had other people on my show to explain it to me. And I didn't get it. Like, it didn't make sense to me. It felt like there was so much missing where they were saying like, so obviously it sounds like X, Y, and Z. And I kept thinking, is that obvious? I'm so lost. I don't get this at all. Like, this isn't making sense to me. And so I look back at like a lot of the points in my life where I know I was not like very good at assessing information and was not super media literate and wasn't going through all the logical thought processes like an autistic nut job like I do now, but it was never this. It was never this. It was never this, ever. Like, there's never a point in my life where even as like a child I would ever do something like this or believe something like this.
About which I was open and honest, indeed your own words demonstrate that, contemporaneously.
Euro and Trash debated Jimmy Snow and Jovan. I watched a little bit of that. I turned it on for like 2 minutes. Surprised that he actually went and debated somebody for once on their show.
And the obvious retrospective damage that's now done. It's difficult not to imagine that a documentary made in the midst of my own conflict, ongoing conflict with mainstream media, which, to be plain and frank, I regard as akin to evil. What I mean by that is I think it primarily exists not to give people true information, but to maximize people's vulnerability and the ability of powerful interests to exploit and control people.
Can I just, on that point?
Yes, you can, but remember, be careful because of the legal situation.
No,
I just want to land fully that when a country and a country's media treat its own population as a kind of invaded and occupied territory, we should pay attention to that. That there was a military operation took place in this country, the United States, and in our beloved country, the United Kingdom. And there's a reason now, Piers, that people from farmers to the white working class to almost every aspect of British public life is alive and febrile with hostility, anger, and confusion. The systems are breaking down. The systems are breaking down because of the technology. When Breitbart said brilliantly that politics is downstream of culture, perhaps we could have included that technology is very near the top of that stream, not the absolute source. But technology is changing everything.
No, I agree with that. But let me ask you, why would the state, the establishment, why would they come after you particularly? I mean, you were doing a YouTube channel, you were doing your thing, you were having opinions, but a gazillion people were doing that. This sense that you were somehow singled out, targeted deliberately, that all these allegations are only because you, Russell Brand, were saying stuff about a COVID pandemic or whatever. A lot of people think that's honestly bullshit. I was like, come on, Russell, it's not that. And when they hear you I wouldn't say you're dismissing it, but when you say, but when you say,
absolutely, no,
but when people say also,
I also think that's quite reductive, if I may say, the way that you've sort of framed it, because it is not just me. I mean, the idea that there is not a set of powers that manipulate the public conversation in the wake of Charlie Kirk's murder, the annihilation or near annihilation, which he obviously survived.
You mean like Candace Owens?
Of Joe Rogan, the vilification of admittedly controversial figures like Tommy Robinson or Andrew Tate, and I'm not trying to set myself up in a rogues gallery here, but Piers, you've operated in media for long enough and with enough depth and understanding to recognise that there are flavours and ways of handling obstreperous public figures.
Obstreperous.
And I don't think of myself as particularly important. I know that my importance.
That's really my point. My point is, I just don't think that you were I mean, I don't mean this to be remotely derogatory.
No, but I'm not actually...
Because you had a very popular channel and lots of people were watching it. It's not that. It's just, I don't think that your influence in any of those debates would have warranted the establishment going, right, we've got to silence Russell Brand.
Yes, I think you're right, and I think it's that kind of reductivism that stops people having a clear view of how these systems work. And sometimes it's good to take recourse to some of the great American comedians, as Carlin says, where interests converge, no conspiracy is necessary. You know that deep state organisations are nebulous as well as nefarious, that they operate in ways that are difficult to understand, that there is a kind of overall intention. You know that there was a point where mainstream media recognised we're going to have to pivot radically. We're not selling newspapers anymore. People are getting their news from different sources. People are having different conversations. People are starting to not trust en masse. Like, think about this as a good metric.
Yeah, because people are stupid. People are fucking stupid, bro.
Like 20, 30 years ago, when people talk about someone like Alex Jones, and this, let's not talk about me, let's just go with, you know, that I've got a criminal trial, and quite right, and by God's grace, the right outcome will prevail, and whatever that is, then that's God's will. But on the matter of, is there such a thing as controlling the media, and is there collateral damage in when you're controlling a narrative? Did people want a particular style of reporting and particular information to be prevalent?
I don't understand when people say, like, I'm praying that God's will prevail, but also whatever happens, that is God's will. So, okay. So, like, you're just, like, praying for the sky to be blue? Like, what the fuck? You're just praying for something that will be one way or the other? Like, what's the point in praying for something that's going to happen one way or the other? It doesn't make sense.
During the pandemic period, yes. Were voices shut down? Was information controlled? Yes. Do people get de-amplified? Do people get kicked off X the whole time?
I would argue
imagine 30 years ago.
But I would argue a public health crisis of that magnitude globally.
You did argue it, Piers, and one of the main reasons that you remain contentious is because you advocated, you shamed people into getting vaccines, and we now know those vaccines have killed more people
you don't need to hector
than they say. I'm not hectoring you.
Because I'll tell you why. Because unlike most people,
you've repeatedly apologised.
Yes, and I've said, you know what, I believed. Now, hang on, you've raised it, so let me address it, because I've heard what you said about this, and I don't blame you. I mistakenly, with hindsight, accepted the real-time scientific advice, which often changed. And in particular, when they said, if you have the vaccine against COVID, you cannot transmit the virus.
Was a lie.
I thought that was an incredibly powerful thing.
And an untrue thing.
Which meant...
I've still yet to see anybody say this. I have yet to see anybody say this. I don't know, like, I don't know who they are. Anytime I ask, it's always like this YouTuber said it or some shit like that. Like, it's never like a scientific person. I even had somebody who was like initially saying the government was telling us the X, Y, and Z, and then when I asked, like, well, give me an example, they said this person on the news said it, which I didn't even ask them to source, because I don't even give a fuck. Like, if you're claiming that the government is saying this, but the idea that they were ever saying that the vaccine made it untransmittable, I don't know where the fuck they got this shit from, but I never heard anybody say this.
And that, you know, some old person walking around might be infected by some reckless young guy who doesn't want to have the simple jab, and he may kill that person. It turned out that was not true.
So what do you
I became wait, let me finish. I became incredibly censorious of people who wouldn't have the jab for a period of a few months. So, and then when they changed the advice, I felt I had actually, in the initial moment, abrogated my journalistic duty. What I should have done was be more sceptical, be more challenging, and certainly be less censorious and judgmental. Accepting that in a fast-moving health emergency, the advice is likely to change.
Of course.
So I accept all that.
No, you don't actually, because
where we're different.
No, that doesn't mean anything. Like, saying, like, just because it's likely to change, or that it's possible to change things in those moments, like that doesn't mean that you just, like, don't trust the advice in any single moment because you're afraid that it might change in the future. That's absolutely fucking stupid.
Is this: I still believe that the vaccine saved millions
yes,
of lives.
Yes. A lot of people don't. No, I don't.
You don't. I know, but I do.
Good. Okay, that's good. That will be something you'll potentially be adjusting in the future, Piers. And when you
I
do,
don't think so.
you may have another mea culpa to offer to your audience,
Maybe.
because it seems significant to me that that crisis benefited some very powerful interests, granted further governmental powers, instantiated the ability to govern at a global level, revealed just how willing people would be to take a medicine, a concoction, let's call it a little more accurately, it seems like it might be extremely deleterious, causing infertility, miscarriage, myocarditis, and that was something that was undertaken with a degree of complicity, at least.
Do you believe in vaccines generally?
I have the kind of questions that anyone that's paying attention
there was a measles,
media...
a little outbreak of measles recently.
But they knew that myocarditis was possible when they made the fucking vaccine. Get the fuck out of the way, you bitch! You fucking fuck.
Even RFK was giving evidence yesterday and said he absolutely believes in the measles vaccine. In fact, he said, I'm not anti-vax at all. In fact, he said, I support most vaccines.
I'm so glad I didn't get the vaccine. Yeah, you had the men do it for you. That's what we're here for. We're here to take care of the women and children. Everybody say you're welcome to FAD. Everybody say you're welcome to FAD for saving his life.
He had legitimate questions about the COVID vaccine because of the speed at which that was designed.
Yes.
In your case, are you anti all vaccines?
No, I don't.
Or which vaccines do you accept are good?
Calm down and slow
Well,
down.
it's a serious question.
I understand it's a serious question. Of course it is, but I want you to calm down and slow down.
Very calm.
Because, well, then, in which case...
Listening to Russell Brand tell anybody to calm down and slow down. Absolute comedy.
Unyoke yourself from the conditioning of the world you've found yourself in. See when Chomsky, and there's a guy whose reputation's changed, said to Andrew Marr, in response to Andrew Marr's, well, I've not been conditioned by the BBC. They've not told me what questions I can ask and what my perspective should be. And Chomsky said to Andrew Marr, no, what I'm telling you is that if you didn't have the right opinions and the right perspectives, you wouldn't be sitting in that chair. Now, you and I have moved between...
What about the other people? Bro, I have no idea how you're connecting those two things. I literally have that. There's no way to make sense of what you just said.
Between many chairs. We've seen what goes on at the Daily Mirror. We know what happens. We know how people get information. And I know your position on most public things. And I want to talk to you just as a person that survived in this world, man.
On vaccines.
No, look, vaccines. I'm not an expert on vaccines. I don't know anything about vaccines.
Are there any vaccines that you think are good?
It's not something I'm interested in. I don't.
But you're very interested in it. You talked about it a lot.
No, I'm interested in truth. And where truth and vaccines intersect, I'm interested in that. Piers.
So let me.
This is so fucking stupid, bro. Oh my goodness. Yeah, so I'm interested in the fact that the media is not trustworthy. And so if they're not trustworthy, and therefore if they tell us that the vaccine is good, then we should automatically assume the opposite and tell our audience that the opposite is true, because I'm interested in truth.
Hold on. With all of this going on, with all the upcoming trial, with the complexity of contemporary media, with a country in tumult, with crisis and protest and war, you care what the guy from Sarah Marshall and GQ thinks about vaccines. Well, maybe then my opinion is worth paying attention to.
Well, that's my point.
And particularly if you have
my point. Either you think it is important or you don't.
What I think is important is being able to tell the truth and being able to control information. Now, when you worked at The Sun and The Mirror, you'd have had certain obligations and restrictions. There's certain stories that get published and don't get published, certain celebrities that get taken down and others that don't. And now you work in this world. And what my prayer is for you, Piers, is that you recognise, and I don't mean this in an insincere way, because I think that mutually we have an opportunity to participate in something a little grander than standing on the sidelines with our faces in the trough of media money, participating in the exacerbating ignorance of people in the UK.
Okay, so do it. Quit talking about it.
All these controversies is because you are bullish and you are willing to have a conversation. You're willing to have a go, and that's a real great ability.
I'm also willing to admit when I'm wrong.
That's a lovely quality also.
I think everyone should have that.
But
yeah, that's cool
because,
too.
Yes, in response to new information, we should be able to reassess our opinion. Indeed, I didn't used to be a Christian. I'm a Christian now, and sometimes I was astonished that other people aren't Christian, and then I remember remember, or you didn't used to be Christian. You didn't know that God is real. You didn't know that it says in the Bible, be careful, the institutions of power have been captured by dark forces. And what I'd like to say is, say 30 years ago, Alex Jones, David Icke looked at crackpots and wackos, and in many corners of our culture, they're still regarded with that level of derision. And they're on the spectrum, and let's say they're the extreme end of that spectrum. And at the other end, BBC, New York Times. 20 years, 30 years down the line, where do you think the needle is moving? Indeed, where are you moving? You've moved from
I'm not moving to where David Icke and Alex Jones
you
are.
said, like, well, did you report on a recent story that suggests that there might be global paedophile rings? Have you heard the rumours that many people believe that that pandemic had cooperation and planning and even intersects with Bill Gates and Epstein and those rumours? Now, conspiracy theories are by their nature difficult to corroborate because of the ability of real power to mask itself, the necessity of real power to mask itself. And while we sort of sit around in a Punch and Judy show of advocating for Trump or condemning Trump or laughing at Keir Starmer's voice or his former actions when he was at the CPS and what he didn't do about Julian Assange and what he didn't do about other famous and awful cases in our country and how he sped up the courts during those riots. While that's all taking place, we've not got our eye on what's truly happening. That power is migrating across our entire culture. People are caught up in many needless conflicts. Indeed, your show does a brilliant job of hosting conflicting views, where it's really great orators like Dave Smith and the great stories.
I think it's really important to bring people together.
It's nice, mate, but it's a little bit of a circus, and we've
Dave
got to find
Smith
some
is a
conciliation
great
because I
orator.
believe this. I believe that we are, and it's hard for me to talk about this because, I've got enough on my plate, man. I've got enough on my plate with my own personal life, like most people do, do in their own way. But I sense we are at a time of real crisis in the UK. I sense that crisis is not going to be resolved by any reshuffling of the existing participants in our parliamentary dance, and a lot of people feel that way, and that's why there's despondency and despair. And what the pandemic was, what was important about the pandemic, I believe, Piers, was not the how well you can undergird the science behind the vaccines, and obviously that don't look good at all in hindsight, but the way that the media complied and supported that messaging. Of course, with it's a medical crisis, and we have to protect people.
Disagree.
But this is my point. It's like in a medical crisis. No, like 1 second.
Yeah,
because in a medical,
have to ask
1 second. Of course, and we're all looking forward to it enormously.
Of course.
We should all have a little go. Let it run along. In a medical.
Bro, he talks for so fucking long every time. And then as soon as Piers starts talking, he tries interrupting him every fucking time, and Piers has to like fight just to be able to like answer a fucking question. This is so ridiculous, bro. This guy, how is he not on drugs? Like, in what way is he not on drugs? By what definition is he not high right now?
How much of a medical crisis was it indeed, and what was the role in media? If we step back for a moment and watch what happened during that period.
Millions of people died.
Who was vilified? Who was condemned?
There's Iena. There is Iena again. I'm pretty sure this is a streamer. I don't know. I think they're a TikTok group.
What are the excess deaths now? Who's controlling these statistics? That everywhere you look, Piers, there's such astonishing anomalies.
But you accept many millions of people died from COVID, do you?
I'm so uncertain about what happened at that time that I believe that I use it mostly now as a kind of lens to look at how disgusting our culture has become, how appalling, how condemnatory.
But why are you avoiding my question?
Because I have a better one. What's a better one.
What's the better one?
Who believes, even for an instant, that the function of government and media is to protect us and take care of us anymore? Who believes that they would put you in your homes and make you take a medication to preserve human life? I'm not talking about the wonderful staff at NHS hospitals or brilliant doctors or even magnificent scientists. I'm talking about this set of interconnected interests that are sometimes difficult to describe, visible in silhouette, evident in the Epstein files, obvious when wars happen that you don't anticipate happening but somehow seemed inevitable, and clear more than in anything during the COVID period.
Had you been Prime Minister...
I get it.
Had you been Prime Minister when the COVID pandemic broke out, what would you have done?
All right, this is what I would do, is I would immediately...
Just to put it in context, you're seeing in Italy, in Lombardy, you're seeing thousands of people a day dying.
Remember
dying because they lived in big family groups in houses.
Yes.
And it was ripping through them, as it did through our care homes, for example.
I'd pay attention to them hazmat suits in China that suddenly disappeared, and those stories of people dying in the street.
Oh my goodness.
The origin of it is one issue, but
Bro, so he literally like pivots from everything. He's incapable of answering a fucking question and immediately pivots to something different every fucking time. It's so obnoxious.
Once it's broken out, and it's clearly
Not getting
killing
me,
a lot of people
Iena.
very quickly.
Not getting
and
me.
it's going to come to our doorstep.
Oh,
If
get
you was
fucked,
the Prime Minister, what
Aina!
would you do?
Firstly, this. The very office of Prime Minister and executive power to that degree is absurd and corruptible, and it's one of the primary problems that must be addressed. Forms of technocracy, and that means government by some experts, that's what that means, could be really, really helpful in a true democracy. What I believe should have happened, or could have happened, because that's really what you're asking me about the pandemic period, is that we should have remained open to a variety of views, including the views that were deliberately shut down and censored from the get-go from prominent and valid experts like, e.g. Peter McCulloch, Robert Malone, Jay Bhattacharya.
I killed Aina. Get fucked.
Experts out of institutions of great
So what would you
respect
have
and
done
worth. Listen to what they were suggesting, like in the, what was it called? The Barraclough Agreement, the Barraclough Declaration, right at the beginning.
How
those
would you have
guys said-
known which ones to believe?
Well, the fact is that I wouldn't place so much certainty in my own perspective and opinion because, firstly, I believe in God. And so I truly do believe in the values of protecting as many people as possible. I do believe in
But how would
public
you have
good.
done it?
I would have listened to the valid experts. I would have investigated.
But there were many valid experts, as you know,
The valid
saying
experts.
different things.
So, how do you know which ones to trust? I would listen to the valid ones. Oh, well. That explains it.
Do you know another thing to look at? Who's getting paid by whom? Who's worked for Moderna? Who's worked for Pfizer? Who's worked for Logically AI? Who's got these kind of, who has connections to certain financial
Would you
institutions?
have tried to make a vaccine?
What? I don't know, mate, because we're venturing right into sort of territory. Don't ask
You have
me.
a killer virus that's coming. It's killing, obviously, a lot of people very quickly. You have an ability through your
I
own
can give
scientists
you a better
to
answer.
create something that may be an antidote to it.
I can
It might,
give you a
it might
better
not be
answer.
perfect, and there might be a lot of side effects, as there have been with every vaccine in history. Would you, as the leader of the country, have done anything to protect the people from the virus, or would you have just let it do its thing?
In a sense, I have to reject this hypothesis and this condition
never gonna
because
answer
it
a
brings
question.
to the forefront so many things I disagree with. But by answering the question in the way that I want to, I think, tell you a lot. I'm not saying educate you. I'd never be so bold.
Very happy to be educated.
But that's not like my intention, and that's not what I believe is happening.
I would like you to educate me.
This is what I think. I believe in maximum personal sovereignty and freedom. I believe that if you empower individuals and individual communities to the maximum, that you will get, if not better results, at least fair
That
and
won't save them
judicious
from a killer
results.
virus.
Well, as it turns out, there wasn't one.
Well, of course there was.
Okay, I would say this is what I would do. Our best evidence suggests maximum that you will get, if not better results, at least fair
That
and
won't save them
judicious
from a killer
results.
virus.
Well, as it turns out, there wasn't one.
Well, of course there was.
There wasn't even a virus? There was... am I understanding this correctly? It's hard to understand half of what these motherfuckers say, dude. But did he just say that there wasn't a virus?
Okay, I would say this is what I would do. Our best evidence suggests currently that this virus is pretty significant, and some people
I know
believe.
5 people
Why would
personally who
you
died
ask-
from it.
Yeah, well, check out the statistics around people dying from vaccines, Piers, because that's much, much, much more important.
What does that have to do with whether or not there was a fucking virus? Holy shit. This guy is too fucking stupid to exist, bro. He's too stupid. This is actually... He needs to be put in a fucking insane asylum, dude. No virus, Tom, only Jesus, yeah. Jesus exists, the virus does not.
Not least because the people that died from the vaccines were doing what the government told them to do.
Can you think of
And the
any?
people-
Can you think of any vaccine in history where people haven't died from side effects?
Look, Piers,
Do you know any?
I'm curious.
I'm not
now.
saying there weren't legitimate questions.
He's not gonna answer the fucking question, bro. I fucking, this is gonna drive me crazy. I don't know if I can, I don't know if I can do this, dude. This is so stupid. This is too fucking stupid, bro. This is literally, and I've said this 1,000 times, this is actually like a problem with the vax people, is where they don't ever seem to consider that, like, there's always side effects to all medication. And all of them just, like, they find out that there's negative side effects to the vaccine, and they're like, what? Oh my goodness. See, this is bad. What are you talking about? Like, just because it has negative side effects, like they were pretty upfront with that shit. Like, it wasn't like that was a secret or anything that we all knew. There were negative side effects.
I'm curious
about people having side effects. Myocarditis, other things happened, no question. But I'm also aware that in every vaccine in history, you have had side effects that have killed people. For some reason, the COVID vaccine has inspired this incredible anti-vaxxer movement. And that's why I asked you the question, do you believe in the efficacy of any vaccines? Because RFK, who I really like, and I've interviewed him many times, who has a reputation as an anti-vaxxer.
He says no vaccine is safe and effective.
Made it crystal clear in his testimony this week that actually he's not anti-vaccine, that he's been driving the measles vaccine here, he thinks very successfully. And so my question for you is there any vaccine that you think is a good thing?
I'm a little frustrated.
Or are you anti-vaccine?
I'm a little frustrated because what I sense is that I don't think you do it on purpose. But I think there are moments where you're doing your job where you get kind of caught up in the way that the material will be received. And in a way, that's responsible journalism because you have to be effective and you have to be successful. But my position is obviously people should go to their own nominated authorities when it comes to dealing with medical matters or legal matters or any matters where expertise is available. But I think, Piers, if we get mired in a conversation about my personal understanding of vaccines, we'll miss the opportunity to sketch out together the problem. The problem is, new technology means a true potential for decentralized power. Information has been decentralized. It led to Napster, it led to Occupy, it led to the Arab Spring. It will lead to more and more freedom unless it's radically overhauled by authoritarianism. We're in the process of seeing that happening. They can't just, and by they I mean empire interests. Most people know what people mean by they these days. Of course, there's the possibility of just yielding to the ongoing centralization of authority, of just accepting what seems to be coming down the pipe, a dreadful AI.
Yeah, let's stop being specific about what we're talking about. Let's go back to the granularities that don't actually communicate anything at all. Let's just keep preaching our populist gobbledygook that just keeps saying big tech, big pharma, big business, all bad. The government doesn't care about you. There's evil people in the world. Don't trust everybody. Populists even today are telling kids not to like get in the cars if some man offers them candy. Fucking bullshit, dude.
Future, low horizons for everyone. But there is also the possibility that people could have a version of democracy now where the way that currency has changed because of decentralization of blockchain, the way that information has changed because of independent media, in which you are now a participant, so you should understand more than anybody. Politics itself could change. So for me, when you ask me a question, what would you do if you're prime minister or what vaccines? Like, in a way, who knows, who cares? What I believe in is that the systems themselves, if not radically reevaluated, urgently, immediately, to be in alignment with some true values, and I mean the values of God, however you understand God and you know how I do. If that doesn't take place pretty soon, we're going to be living in hell or something akin to it, and many people already are. The creeping shores of hell are all around us everywhere. And so why would you spend this time sort of pressing me on how much I know about vaccines or this vaccine or that thing?
Well, only because you've talked about it so much.
Yeah, I don't know that you have to know a lot about vaccines, but you have to at least be capable of explaining why you came to these fucking conclusions. I would assume that if you're going to like be somebody who is a large purveyor of anti-vax shit, that you would at least have like a general understanding of vaccines, at least as much as the layman. But more so, like you have to be able to explain why you think these things, why you think you're correct, and why everything is so evil, especially if you're going to be so condemnatory of the media for being so evil and so wrong for what it is that they did. Well, then you need to be. I'm condemnatory of him. I condemn him. I condemn him. I condemn people like him who were so anti-vax during that period. And I'm more than capable of answering those questions and going through the details and explaining why and, getting into it. But people like him, they never are. They're never able to get into this shit. It's so fucking obnoxious.
It's a simple question. You're either someone who believes in vaccines as a concept, or you don't. It's not a difficult question. You've just chosen to take 20 minutes to avoid answering it.
I've not chosen to. I've pointed out that by sort of focusing on it, it reveals a sort of
I'm not making choices.
modality of not trying to detect what someone's actually attempting to say. And and like with a vaccine or an illness, the simple answer is I would look at the risks versus benefits and get the best advice I could and make a decision based on that, and would suggest everyone does that. And I don't think medical matters should be an enforced global legal issue. Unless, and when one is, I
out
think
of interest, you don't have to answer this question if you think it's too personal.
I know that no one has to answer any questions.
I know. So, but you've got 3 young children. Are they being vaccinated at all?
I feel like you're just sort of sniffing around for headlines, and I just don't think that's worth it.
I'm really not. I'm really not.
So what do you want to
took me on over vaccines, fair enough, and I've had to admit I was wrong about a key part of the vaccine program.
But what's interesting?
But I'm only asking you simple questions like, do you?
Well, that's all that matters. Okay, so you were wrong. End of story. He's right. You're wrong. So get over it. What the fuck? Why are we even talking anymore?
Have you vaccinated your own kids?
Do you think that in the situation I'm in with my wife and my family, that I want to generate any more unnecessary contention when I could be here with you, a man who in some way must be brilliant, and you are, and have a conversation?
Ariana tipped $5. Hey, Tom, I just watched your 5-hour debate with Pisco. I also checked out Pisco's reply to your tweet. Did you see it?
No, not yet. Not yet. We'll probably take a look at that later. Thank you for the $5 dono, Arian.
Conversation about what's taking place in our culture with regard to power and media in the last 20 and 30 years.
And by the way, you say a lot of things that I agree with, right?
So why don't we... I'm not saying don't push back, because a bit of conflict is good, and it's good television, and it's what you do, or in media.
I actually think it's a really interesting conversation.
So do I, but like it's not interesting, I think, to get mired in something where my contributions are not of sufficient value to warrant this attention, when I believe when it comes to the matter of the ideological crisis...
Can I put a spanner in the works with your argument?
No, I'm not interested. An ideological...
You have to let me.
No, Piers, we're in a serious ideological crisis.
But let me just put one pushback on what you just said,
Go on,
which is you are a very eloquent individual.
Yes.
Right? You told me many years ago that you used to study dictionaries to learn long words.
Oh, yes, I did do that.
Okay. So you're very eloquent, and you have a lot of good linguistic skills, and you're a very good debater and a very good arguer. But some viewers might watch this. Fans of yours won't. They'll think, go get him, Russell. But some people will be watching this and going, you're very, very, very good at avoiding answering questions.
No, who would say such a thing? Who would say that? Name them, Piers. Name the people who would say such a thing. I don't believe it. Name your sources.
That you've, in your head, thought, he just wants that for clickbait, and I don't want that for clickbait. I am actually just asking you questions I've wanted to ask you
I'd love to talk to that hypothetical but very real audience member right now. We're on Piers Morgan's show, right? Piers is a really talented man in lots of ways. He's been inside the system. This is a person that knows Rupert Murdoch, that's been in rooms with some of the most powerful people in the world.
Yes, he wants to push his narrative and his message, and then that's that. That's it. That is all it is. It is just the populist message of, you know, all of these people are bad. End of story.
World, including Donald Trump. He won the Celebrity Apprentice. He's seen things, he knows things that are powerful and profound and probably dark and probably heavy to carry in some ways. He's been in a system that many of us think is on the precipice of implosion or terrifying and mad expansion. It seems to be doing that primarily by increasing cultural fear, increasing division and dread, and then providing us with solutions, but always at a cost. You will yield a little bit more of your personal power. You'll find yourself hating people you don't know, caring about some abstract, faraway issue. And look at your own life, your London, your town, your world, your city, your family, your dog. Isn't it all deteriorating just a little bit? And what are we doing for you? The media, the independent media, are we participating in serious conversations that are going to empower you to live your life, to confront?
I know we use this, like, phrase a lot. But he really is probably the best. I was talking about this the other day, that like there was an episode of him talking to Sam Harris a while ago, And I really, like, at the time, I really liked both of them, and so I really wanted to watch it. And so I started watching it one day, and I really, like, got to the end of it and just felt like I didn't get anything from that. Like, I didn't understand what the fuck was going on the whole time. And so I thought, like, okay, maybe I'm, like, not very bright or something. Like, so I watched it again, and again came away just, like, feeling like I didn't understand what the fuck was going on the whole time. And I swear, I probably watched this like 15 times. And then later, once I had been like doing, you know, content for a long time, and I felt like I had a much better understanding of these things, I went back and watched it again. It popped up on my feed one day, and so I watched it again to see, like, okay, I can probably, like, understand what the fuck is going on this time. But this time when I watched it, I realized, oh, he's not saying anything. Russell Brand's just not saying anything. It's not that I misunderstood. It's that Russell Brand literally uses big words to make it sound like he's saying something. Very like Jordan Peterson-esque, like, you know, just very much supposed to sound like there's something eloquent there, and make it sound like there's something enlightening, but in reality is that he's literally saying nothing. He is the most skilled, I would say, at sounding like he's saying something while saying absolutely nothing. When I say, like, we use this phrase all the time, like he is, we say a lot that people talk a lot while saying nothing. He is, like, he is the most the most skilled at saying a lot while saying absolutely nothing.
Real power where it matters, to focus and to sort of manage the complexity of a migration crisis, but knowing that migrations by definition don't have any power. Where is the real power? Who is controlling this? These are complex, nebulous matters. And I believe that with you, Piers Morgan, I could have a conversation that spans tabloid.
Oh, and I realized the last time that I watched the conversation with Sam Harris and him, I realized that Sam Harris was actually, like, really annoyed with Russell Brand. I did not get that before, but this time it was, I don't know why I didn't get it before, but it was blatantly obvious this time. Sam Harris was really fucking annoyed with Russell Brand, and felt like Russell was just avoiding everything that he said and not really engaging with it. So
journalism into centrally owned media, your kind of refugee escape out of it and into, well, that talk TV thing's not working, I'm going to run this thing myself. The programmatic ads earn you how much? I'd have this much independence. I could be hosting these debates, having people entering their spleens on these tragic genocides and awful situations. And me, I'm just another fellow occupant of this mad, giddy, sometimes disgusting culture that's right now in a kind of comparable position to you. But I believe with one important, well, I don't know if there's an important difference. What I want from you and what I expect from you and what I'd like to demand from you is that, and from all of us actually, is that when we're in this position, when we have these platforms, that we don't take our hearts and our minds away from the people that could be positively impacted. And I don't think that, oh, Russell Brand vaccines, is vaccinates or doesn't vaccinate is not a value.
You know why I'm asking? The only reason I asked was there's been a rising anti-vax sentiment, particularly in America.
It's cynicism.
Well, hang on.
Skepticism. It's not anti-vax. It's we don't trust anyone. The reason I don't trust anyone is because no one's telling them the truth anymore.
Let me finish my point. So that to the extent that even MMR, which is one that is recommended by almost every legitimate scientist in the world, a lot of people are beginning to resist giving that to their children because they bought into the notion that all vaccines are dangerous.
Yeah.
I think that's an incredibly dangerous development out of the COVID pandemic. If we cease to believe in vaccines which have been for many decades established as stopping measles epidemics and mumps and so on.
I get it. I hear all this bit.
Yeah, but That's a legitimate concern, isn't it?
When you lie, I'm not talking about you personally, but when you, as a representative and conduit of truth, i.e. media, the interstitial material between the people that have power or information and the people that receive it, when those people lie, people stop trusting them. And then you have to, yourself, kind of madly aggregate. Would I be better off to take...
They're mad that I killed them earlier. They're super mad, bro. They're so mad. Everybody take a second, hit the thumbs up button. Appreciate you guys joining. Let's see. Thank you, Arian, for the... Bye, Donna, I don't know. We got a bunch of stuff to get into a little bit later, but figured I'd start off watching this.
Take a position where if I'm told something by the media, I just flat out don't believe it because it's probably a lie. I've seen it so many times. Weapons of mass destruction.
See? I said this earlier. He's like starting off with this like axiomatic position that like if the media says that, or like a presupposition, like if the media says something, I automatically don't believe it. That is just if they say it, then it's for some malicious motive, and therefore as soon as they say it, like if they start saying that like we should drink water, he'll stop drinking water because now he's they want us to drink water. The elites, the powerful people, the corporations, they want us to drink the water. So I can't drink water anymore.
Destruction, that geezer gets shot in the woods, take this thing, take that thing, eat this food, drive this car. And so many times it's turned out to be a lie. And also, even more important than that, if such a thing were possible, people in power being honest to the people they govern, is the technology now exists for it to become irrelevant. That there's no need for constant conflict.
Okay, look, here's my problem with this.
Give me an actual...
You cited two people where you think the pendulum is swinging the right way, Alex Jones and David Icke. Alex Jones had $1 billion... Hang on.
No, because you're already misrepresenting my view.
What I think about
Once again, you're doing it live. What I'm saying is, Alex Jones, I'm using them deliberately to demonstrate the idea of an extreme, and over time, the tendency of more people having access to information is we're moving closer to that. I'm not saying, even though, you know, dear old David Icke would back this up to his death, that the Queen's actually a lizard or whatever, but he was sure right about them paedophiles. Of course it's wrong that Alex Jones said that thing about Sandy Hook. That's terrible, and those parents must have grieved all the harder for that, the terrible insensitivity. But let's not forget that he somehow knew that them Twin Towers were going down. Let's pay attention to where he's correct. And in fact, why don't we do it?
He knew the Twin Towers were going down.
Oh my God, there's video footage of him in 1997. So, there's a guy, he's going to blow up the...
This is, somebody else said this to me before as well, that he predicted 9/11. Totally untrue. Totally fucking untrue. But people keep repeating this, that like he predicted 9/11. And there's just, I cannot find any evidence of this whatsoever. This is kind of like Donald Trump saying that like he predicted 9/11 as well. And nobody listened to him, and all he did was just like mention that there's a guy named Osama bin Laden who's bad. Like that was the whole thing, and that's him supposedly predicting 9/11. You say Osama bin Laden's bad, therefore you knew what was going to happen to the fucking Twin Towers.
Everyone's seen it. The relevant audience know. Now, where you are, and we're losing through...
complete nonsense.
No, it's not.
Osama bin Laden tried to blow up the World Trade Center. Yeah, but the genesis of that whole story is that whatever he said, he had no intimate knowledge of any Al-Qaeda plot to take down the Twin Towers. What had happened is that several years before, bin Laden had attacked the World Trade Center.
Right in this moment, advocating for the worst impulses in humanity.
No, you are.
No.
You're trying to make me think that Alex Jones knew that the 9/11 was going to happen. He knew it as a fact. He had been given information that meant Al-Qaeda were going to take it down. Bullshit.
Are you not aware of...
If he did know, why didn't he go and tell the president?
Why weren't you... Well, do you not recall the president's gratitude?
Citing Alex Jones having prior knowledge of the Twin Towers attack. Come on, Russell. It sounds ridiculous.
What I'm saying to you is that many, many times, people that were marginalised and condemned and criticised and called wackos and crack jobs, as we get more and more access to information that is not filtered, even though I recognise we get a lot of untrue and unhelpful information. I'm really trying my best not to contribute to that, even by being boring. The needle of public opinion, and I think in this instance correctly, is becoming deeply sceptical and cynical about what we're told by the BBC, what we're told by the New York Times, what we're being told even by prominent influencers like you, and in some cases
which is driven a lot by social media, I think.
Indeed, of course it is. And the very interests that are able to control mainstream media then migrate to social media and attempt to control that. And what I am proposing is, instead of using this time and these resources to create endless conflict, whether that's between me and you or everyone in our beloved country. I know that, yeah, so do I. I'm just playing along.
I see this.
It's a conversation. I
like debate.
So do I. So
even with people, if you say things I don't agree with, fine.
All right, well then, if it's a
we
debate,
live in a democracy.
All right, let's have a debate. But if we are going to have a debate, can we do something where I would really benefit from your skill set? Let's do that. But let me just finish this point. The technology exists now for this constant babble.
Yeah, Piers, you're on his show. Okay, let him decide where the conversation goes.
Of conflict
Gotcha,
to be resolved, because people could have more control over their own communities, just with the following of a few basic principles: that food should be grown as locally as possible to where it will be consumed. People in a community should have the maximum control possible over decisions that affect them, whether that's migration or whether or not there's a hostel in Epping. And when it comes to the major decisions, there are referenda continually too. The technology exists. The reason we're not having this...
So he's a communist. Does his audience know he's a communist? No wonder he's so upset with the media. They've turned everybody on communism then.
Discussion. The reason dear old Piers is shuffling his papers is because politics should be boring. It should just be about the management of resources. It shouldn't be about mad ideologues misusing us and controlling us for their own curious ends. Now, where I would benefit from your tenacity and ability to push back...
Yes.
...is in the event...
I'm trying to find a specific thing while I'm talking to you, but go on.
Well, how can you possibly pay attention while ruffling through your eyelids?
I can hear everything.
Look at that, you're possessive about that.
That's my
Truth,
notes.
uncensored, nothing to be scared of.
No, these are my interview notes.
Have the book, promote the book. And if you're not going to promote that one, promote this.
Did he just grab the papers?
About that.
That's my
Truth,
notes.
uncensored, nothing to be scared of.
No, these are my interview notes.
Have the book, promote the book. And if you're not going to promote that one, promote this one in the holy name.
I'm going to talk about your book.
There's hope for all of us.
What is the... here we are, look. So this is...
No, yes.
No,
yes. Tried my best.
Do you accept you've been a bit of a chameleon when it comes to your position?
From Piers Morgan?
Yeah.
From Israel-Palestine Piers Morgan? From COVID Piers Morgan? No, I've been trying to, like you, actually, because I want to love you. And like, actually, I don't
have to love me.
I don't even find that difficult, because I'm going to tell you something that's sincere. When I look in your eyes and you tell me about that hip and the tibia, I feel sadness in you. I know you're brash and I know you're strong.
I'm not sad about it. I'm bored. Bored with hobbling.
What do you think bored means, really?
But let me ask you, when people say, all right, see, my theory about you is you have an addictive personality.
There's no doubt. But hold on, I'm going to stop you even there, because Oh, yeah, Bear Grylls told me to be slow and calm.
Right, so be slow.
I've killed Hyena twice today. They've killed me once. So we are now in a full-on war with Hyena. So if you guys see that like very colorful one there in the middle with like the big gold bird on their neck, kind of like mine, but theirs is golden. They're all like very bright colors. That's Hyena.
But addictive doesn't...
Let me ask you then. So take vegetarianism, right? You became a vegetarian at age 14 after you were influenced by the Smiths' album Meat is Murder.
Man, this is government water. Can I have some non-government water, please, out of a bottle? Because you know, like, I don't...
Bro! I called it, dude! I called it! I told you he would be against the water. If the media told him to drink water, this is a government water. I'm not drinking that. I knew it, dude! They're trying to poison him. He thinks they're trying to turn the frogs gay, dude.
You became a vegetarian at age 14 after you were influenced by the Smiths' album Meat is Murder.
Man, this is government water. Can I have some non-government water, please, out of a bottle? Because you know, like, I don't want to sound like a conspiracy theorist, not Piers Morgan, where everything's underlined with absolute truth. The efficacy of those vaccines. Could I get bottled water that's not directly from the... Not to be difficult, someone... if that's okay.
Yeah, you pre-watched. Yeah. That's fucking hilarious, dude.
Right?
Yes.
So what happened there?
What happened there was like my veganism was really motivated by not wanting to see animals. I really don't like the idea of animal suffering. And I think when everything changed in my life with my boy and the allegations of rape and stuff, here's a bottle with you, mate. I think, someone getting one? Love it. Thank you. When my boy was ill and the allegations happened, like everything sort of changed very, very quickly. And I was confronted with something, like, because it was in the news. So it was very sort of confrontational. The significant thing is that I was brought to Christ in an involuntary instant. Coming to Christ was not, it was not a process of inner philosophical debate. It was like being sort of smashed. And my wife's always eaten meat, she's an unbelievable, stable, beautiful, incredible person. She was going to come, she wanted to say hello to you. I wish she had in a way, because it would have anchored us, and instead we was filming, and you got HS ticky-tocky trauma out of it, didn't you? But we're not like filming, I'm not trying to gotcha no one. I don't need anything. I've got everything I need. Anyway, so like when I come to the Lord, like the Lord came to me, a recognition in an instant that instead of all these sort of diffuse and sometimes contradictory and difficult to hold ideas, some of which are still, as you can tell, deal with and deal in, that the Christian story that God came to earth in human form, that died somehow taking our sin upon himself and was resurrected, was true. And like I felt it not rationally or logically, I felt it in my belly. And then from that minute I was reading about it. Now, I suppose what happened after that is I didn't feel the need to have a self-selected arbitrary system of righteousness or morality like wokeism or veganism, which has a good intention, as does wokeness, I think. Compassion, kindness, these are really lovely, lovely ideas. But it just didn't anymore. And my wife was eating a lamb chop, and I remember the smell of lamb in my nan's in Dagenham. I remember the smell of it, and I ate it, and I felt like,
In my nan's? What does that mean? What does that mean to smell it in your nan's? Or did he say in his hands?
ideas. But it just didn't anymore. And my wife was eating a lamb chop, and I remember the smell of lamb in my nan's in Dagenham. I remember the...
In my nan's? Nan is grandma. Oh, okay. Okay.
There's the smell of it, and I ate it, and I felt like one of my friends who's always been a meat eater said, "It's them or you, Russell. It's them or you. You've got to start eating meat to survive out there."
Okay, so then this brings me to your...
Americans are dumb. You guys, you're fucking colonized over there, okay? Don't be mad at us that we're fucking free, okay? What are you guys called again? Damn it, dude. The phrase has popped in my head like 5 times and keeps evading me right away. It's the something, the Empire, close. I feel like it starts with a C, like the Commonwealth. Yeah. You guys are the Commonwealth, okay? Don't be mad at us for being free. All right? That's jealousy there. The I call it that. Well, you should use the term correctly. You guys are the Commonwealth, and which just means the colonized.
Your political evolution. In 2014, you said Fox News was a fanatical terrorist propagandist organization. By 2023, you're popping up on Fox News quite happily. What happened there?
Well, I wouldn't describe it as anything other than, what do I think about Fox News? What do I think about Fox News when I went on there with Tucker or Hannity? The point I said, say when I was on Bill Maher that time, and they were like, oh, MSNBC, like Fox is evil, but MSNBC is great. This is what it was. This is what it was. But get ready to listen. Like, if you come from a normal working class background and you sort of encounter the normal kind of tropes, then you get involved in the entertainment industry, there's a sort of eliding into champagne socialism, like that somehow your views of equality and fairness can fit in the opulence of Hollywood. Everyone does it. They're all doing it every day. That's the norm, isn't it? Right. And as I sort of started to experience the difference between not being poor and not being poor, I started to have a slightly different perspective. And as I looked at an institution like Fox, it was easy to vilify and make content out of, because you had Bill O'Reilly, you had obviously sort of deliberate and misleading reporting, so it was very easy to make jokes about it. But as the world got more complex, as the left sort of went a bit kind of crazy, I think, Piers, because I was online and reading this stuff, I understood that there was a different way of operating in those worlds. I still recognise who owns Fox and what Fox's primary intentions are and where Fox's funding comes from. But I feel like most people, that with that ultimate epitomising object of cultural controversy, Trump, it was kind of, oh, wow, this guy is going to somehow detonate. You were friends with him. You were a person that was affiliated with him. Yeah. I remember when I had some spat with him years ago and he said some rude stuff about me. Then I had the view that people from that cultural group had of Trump. Oh, I don't like this guy. And then I sort of saw his ability to kind of be searingly honest and funny and authentic. And now what I think about him is he's a person that's incapable of masking himself. So I, generally speaking, lost the comfort of categories of like left good, right bad, liberal good, libertarian bad.
Climate change?
Don't just shout. No, is this what we're reduced to? What's happened? Have you disengaged?
No. Just in your book, 2014 book, Revolution, you call for a revolution in big corporations, existing political and economic systems. You collaborated with Naomi Klein saying ditch capitalism and save the planet, or ditch the planet and save capitalism. And you wanted people to take down massive corporations like Exxon to save the planet. But since 2023, you've shifted, it appears, to be more towards climate change being a lot of nonsense. What do you feel?
I no longer believe that the state in any form is capable of meaningfully and in good grace representing the will of the people. So any edict that comes out of there, be very sceptical and in fact always investigate what the conclusions they draw are. For example, climate change, is the example you've selected, just interrogate what their proposals are, look at the proposals coldly, and then consider, do you think this is because of climate change or is it because they want to introduce
climate change is real?
Ideas? I actually, similar to vaccines, I'm not trying to sit on the fence here, I would say, like, I don't know, because I don't think it's possible to know. I've heard that there are intergalactic influences on, what's that brilliant man's name? Randall Carlson says like even sort of there can be influence in our environment that goes way beyond human causes. But in a way, what's important here is you can negate that entirely by saying we should love and revere the planet. It was Earth Day here in New York, and I participated. They obviously, they may have recognised me, but they certainly didn't recognise where I am now because they had me participate in this Earth Day stuff because I just happened to be walking through Times Square. And I got no problem saying we should revere and respect the Earth, and if the way that our ecological policies is determined is to maximise profit for powerful organisations, that's plainly wrong. All of us on an individual level should be doing everything we can to respect and revere the Earth, and certainly at a global and corporate level. How are those solutions going to be brought about? By an alliance between the very interests that got us in this mess in the first place? I wouldn't have thought so.
I can find a lot you say about corporate power and political power and media power. I can find myself nodding along thinking, yeah, you're making good points. It's inarguable that there has been abuse and corruption and unfair influence and bias in all of those things, right? But here's my problem, if I may put it to you, where I think you sit. You talked about sitting on the fence, and it's a little bit, some would describe it as a grift. It's like, come on, Russell, you change your mind about stuff on a sixpence, right? And
no, that's what they say about you, actually.
Well, sure, but I'm interviewing you, right? So my point is...
So you think, well, that you can command
I'm not saying I believe this. I'm saying you know there are people who think you're basically just a massive grifter, that you're very smart, you're very eloquent, you can be very persuasive with the power of your words, but that actually when it comes to any of these issues, you don't really have a personal principled view.
I do, and it's a really
Your view is that all people in power are terrible. But when I've challenged you to say, well, what would you actually do? You go on a 20-minute eloquent spiel, which doesn't answer the question.
Oh, my God, it actually does answer the question. Let me try and do it again.
Oh, my God.
Firstly, find faith and integrity in yourself. Do whatever you can. Pray. Find God. Secondly, we cannot have systems that prioritise the centralisation of power, whether that's representative democracy or this global commercialism.
So what would you do?
Use the technology that we currently have. All right, good, this is the bit I wanted to get to. Can I have a glass of water? I mean, it's Associated Press.
Well, they're not under any obligation to give us bottles of water.
Oh, I see. Well, actually, this guy, my mate Jake,
we are trying to find you some, but they're not our servants.
No, absolutely. Hold on a minute. I'm not declaring these people.
They don't all work for us. We're just hiring their studios. So.
No, I know that, and I think I've established quite good rapport.
We should be cognizant they're not working
But
for
no,
us.
with my mate Jake though, who's over there, who actually is working for me.
Well, Jake
who
can
I'm
get you one.
who I'm directing it to, and also there was one or two other people. So it's not, just to be clear, I'm not sort of like going, "Right, get me some water, man."
You did
I'm a
direct
Hollywood
to the
star.
AP that they should get you a nice bottle of water.
Well, I just thought that the facility itself
Bottle of
might
water.
have, amidst its many benefits, water. Thank you so much. That's so kind. Was the obligation crossing the floor? See, thank you very much. I really do appreciate that glass of water. Would you like some? Don't be proud.
I'm good, man. I like the tap.
You
water.
like the government water?
Love it. Yeah, no problem. Even if it kills me.
I can't keep drinking the government water, Piers. I can't keep taking the government
Actually, the water is some of the
Oh
cleanest
my
in the world,
goodness.
but you know that.
Oh my goodness, Freddie! The fact that you're gonna dumb down what I did, that was a brilliant fucking. I am Alex Jones. I am who he thinks Alex Jones is. Okay, I am the one making the real predictions over here. Okay, it's not just that he's a fucking conspiracy theorist. It's that not only did I say that, like, if somebody said like to drink water, that he would immediately be against the water, but that like. That it comes up in the conversation, and it's so like important to him that while he's like apparently dying for water right now, he still will not drink the water from the tap. Like, this is they don't call me Nostradamus for nothing, bro. Just saying.
Look, you're a very argumentative and obstreperous individual.
Not at all. I just like to
You've
challenge.
even argued with that.
I like to challenge people.
Go on. So go on. We were talking about. Oh yeah, this is what I wanted to say. You say that I'm a grifter, and actually, to tell you the
No, I
truth,
say other people have said.
You didn't
that
say
it's
you're
all
a
grift.
grifter.
And
Yeah.
they would actually include, and this is for you to actually in the end only you know. But you've got this new book, How to Become a Christian in 7 Days. People say, look, you only became a Christian 7 months after the allegations were made public, and that this is part of your thing, that you've worked out that this could give you some kind of cover. You're a born-again Christian, that this is, you've heard people say this.
But what do you
A lot of other
think-
people take you very sincerely and believe absolutely in your commitment to this.
I know. I hear you, mate.
I was with a mutual friend of yours, bumped into him Bear Grylls the other day. He was a great guy who was there at your baptism. We famously saw the video and so on. He absolutely believes that it's sincere and genuine. And I completely respect that. I don't know, right? In the same way that I don't know where the truth lies about the allegations you face.
Or COVID, or Israel, or Palestine.
No,
and this neutrality is terrifying
Sure,
for
but I can only
people.
proffer an opinion.
Yeah.
I'm not afraid to change my opinion.
Good.
Right? My question for you is, do you have genuinely principled opinions, do you think?
Yeah, because I think if you don't have, yeah, I do, but obviously I ask myself the same question: why go to the aggravation of going on Piers Morgan? Like, because I tell you, like, with everything that's been shown to me, with everything I've learned, the idea of maybe selling some books it's a professional obligation in some ways, but it sort of doesn't weigh that heavily on me in the scheme of things, just because everything else is so sort of varied, luminous, brilliant, beautiful, awful trial, magnificent trial, best of times, worst of times, revelation of real truth, exposure to the
What is he
fallibility
saying?
and facetiousness of fame. Yeah, like in a sense, Piers, like you, I don't have the kind of thick skin you have, because I sometimes think you genuinely don't care that if people think you're a grifter. I don't think that. I think you are a creature of our time. In a way, I think that's what is always brought forth.
Well, I think in
with
the end,
everyone.
only I know and only you know, right?
Maybe not even. Maybe not even, because why would you make yourself the highest authority? You can sort of understand your intentions, but there is a thing in psychology called the unconscious. There is a thing in Christianity called the spirit. And both of these things indicate that your personhood is not absolute authority. And in your sort of continued stance, which is somewhat legitimate as a journalist, of neutrality, what's kind of masked in that is that Christianity demands of you that you make a choice.
But I'm not neutral. I have my
You
own
kept
opinion.
saying, I've got, like, I'm proffering an opinion, but I don't care about COVID. I don't know. I could be wrong.
No, I get people on from all sides to debate it. I personally have a lot of opinions, a lot of strong opinions. I'm not afraid to express them. If you ask me about, do I believe in vaccines? Absolutely is my
Right,
answer.
yeah.
Your answer was a long spiel of not answering.
It's like, I'd be really careful about it. I'd be right careful. I'd read Gavin De Becker's book, Facing the Facts. That's what Forbidden Facts by Gavin De Becker. That's what I'd read on that. And I'd read The Real Anthony Fauci by Robert Kennedy, and then make a decision. And also tell me what books are good to demonstrate the alternative.
Tell me this, what kind of Christian are you?
I'm like a kind of Christian that has to hang by a thin thread of faith, knowing that I am broken, that you are broken.
Do you have a denomination or not?
Why?
I'm just asking.
No, I'm very.
It's not an allegation. I'm just asking.
I just treat everything as another allegation.
I know you do.
Very
if you don't mind me saying,
defensive,
Was
yeah.
everything okay in that interview we did in
It's all good.
2006?
Yes. But it's, you know, you are slightly hypersensitive to that kind of thing. I think because you don't really do many interviews, if I'm honest, you don't do, this is the first interview you've done with any Brit, for example, since the allegations. And I'm grateful to you for doing it. But you are slightly hypersensitive to anyone challenging you. Because most of the media you do, you don't really get challenged.
I don't mind being challenged, and I want to be challenged, actually, and I like being challenged. And like, I didn't go, what, Piers Morgan?
Right.
This is what he's like.
Yeah.
he's going to be stroking my thigh throughout the interview.
I think this is a good conversation we've had. People will watch it, they'll take a view, they'll agree with you or me about this, that, whatever.
I think what you're interpreting...
But this should be how conversations are had.
I don't think it is, actually. But like what you're interpreting as sensitivity, it might be sensitivity, it's a form of intelligence or a form of awareness, so maybe that's the right word. But it's also a kind of frustration. And the frustration is the sort of feeling that we're supposed to be saying something that could be valuable and we're not quite getting to it. And I think the reason we're not quite getting to it is because you're so sort of expertly schooled in a particular type of discovery. And I felt that when I made an incorrect assessment of Trump on the one time I met him in, like, I don't know, 2006 or something like that, of like, oh, he's a person that has a sort of a genius, but in a very narrow line. I said to myself, it's almost as if being good at the game Hungry Hippos is the most important thing in the world. And this person's a master of it, and he's become elevated with a very unique skill. The same could be said of LeBron or of Beckham or of anyone. Like
being good at Hungry Hippos, that's funny because we were just watching what was it, the Daily Show the other day, and they said you know, everybody was doing the like, oh, Trump's doing 4D chess, he's doing 5D chess, he's playing 6D chess, and he's like, everybody else is playing checkers and Trump is playing Hungry Hippos. It's funny that he put it that way.
A skill that is prized in a particular culture, a particular time. And what I'm thinking with you is you're so good at sort of generating sort of conflict and sort of a kind of a needling energy. And I am easily needled because I think that there's purpose and
I was pretty good at Hungry Hippos, a bit of a master. Nice. That is that's quite the skill, you know. That's funny.
Meaning in life, and I believe in new systems of leadership and new systems of government, and I believe in real change. In fact, even the very idea of government could become a position of service. I believe there are people of valour that are just waiting, that even in the fraughtness that one might get if you talk 1 minute to Tommy Robinson and the next minute to George Galloway, and you're aware of Jeremy Corbyn and you're aware of Yanis Varoufakis, you think, well, there actually are sort of great minds that could participate in a way of actually improving people's lives. And in Christ, there is the potential that you yourself can live with the odd paradox of your brokenness and the sort of failings of your life and the mistakes you've made and the errors, but also becoming whole in that. For there even to be justice or innocence, these concepts and words we're bandying about, there has to be a God, or you can't have those concepts.
You took probably this Bible, actually, but I think it was this one you took into court, wasn't it?
Sometimes I also think you're not listening. Like, that's why, like,
I did. You're literally talking about...
But what I mean by that is that this might sound a bit, I don't know, woo-woo or hippie, that the sort of the energy is a kind of like, you talk this Bible into court, and I feel like I already know where that thread's going.
Where's it going?
It's going to go, well, you know, like holding in there, what did you think that was going to be achieved by that? And it's not like, I tell you what it is, it's cynicism. That's what it is, it's cynicism. I think you're cynical.
About what?
He's so defensive, bro. Holy crap. He is so fucking defensive. Like, there's just no it's like it's like he came in there with like this hardcore presupposition that Piers was gonna like grill him, and now he just seems like terrified, bro. Just everything that comes out of Piers's mouth, like, oh, you took that Bible to court. Oh, here we go. Oh, I know exactly where this is going. I know what you're trying to do with that, Piers. Come on. Everybody can see right through that one, Piers. This is obvious. Like, I know what your game is. That's the Bible I took to court. Come on.
What? I'm not preempting your question. I'm preempting your essence. I think you're cynical about human beings. I think you're cynical about yourself.
Not at all.
I think you're cynical about yourself.
I'm one of the most positive people you'll ever meet.
I don't think you believe that you're capable of greatness. I don't think you're...
I've already achieved greatness.
Oh, God, darling. I don't think you're capable of participating in meaningful change or even meaningful conversations. I think you think the best that Piers Morgan can do for himself is to host hideous spectacle.
I do agree with this. I do think, like I've said a bunch of times, like Piers Morgan took the like concept of like what it is he did with like you know, covering entertainers and actresses and crap like that, and just trying to find a way to like turn everything into drama all the time, that like he turned this show into the same thing of just like trying to turn it into content all the time. Like he will take on positions that are not really like sincere, but he's just trying to like get a position that will really like be able to let him goad people for a while. And he doesn't seem to have like any principles. He doesn't seem to have any real like morality in the way that he engages in the conversation. So I agree with this to an extent, that like it is all just kind of Jerry Springer for him.
Of conflict about real serious, awful, dreadful stuff.
Why are you here then?
Well, I'm here actually because I don't mind trying to learn a little bit from you.
You're prepared to come on something you categorise as a hideous spectacle?
No, I think it's a hideous spectacle, say, for example, the stuff where there's multi-panels and people are like really screeching each other, maybe about trans issues or whatever. And I don't know, maybe there's something cathartic in it, maybe, but I don't, and also I don't want to like lay all that on your shoulders. I'm just saying I don't think that's the right way for us to be stewarding the culture. And I think we could do better. And I suppose if to really go into it, what I think is, this is a person I could probably learn from and benefit from, but there'd have to be trust, and it's hard to trust, because I sometimes think you're too caught in the world that you used to be in, and it
Can I go back to asking you a question about your Bible?
Yes, if you want to.
Thank you. Was that the one you took into court?
You're the very one.
Okay. What was your thinking of taking it into court, and what you were seeing, looking at some?
Bro, is this a joke? So Piers. So he's literally asking the question that Russell Brand said he was gonna do. This is literally what Russell Brand said Piers was gonna ask. That this was like a question that was meant to lead into another one, and that it was going to be, oh, well, you took this in the court. Well, why were you thinking with that? Why did you think that was a good idea? Now here he goes, just literally asking the fucking question that Russell said he was going to ask, and he denied it too. Piers was like, "No, I'm not. No, I'm not."
Passages. What were the relevant passages for you?
All right. Thank you for asking me.
Thank you. I didn't hurt, did it?
A little bit. It was this from Isaiah. And you're right, Bear did say, be chilled. Sometimes I lose the chill, man. It's pretty... It's this. They don't like that, do they, in the old gallery? But remember, you just said it's a hired spot. This is from Isaiah.
Isaiah.
Excuse me.
Let's fast forward this a bit.
Man, I'm not going to mark it before. It says here. The verse I was looking at that day was not. I can't actually find the verse I had today. This is good enough. This is my 12. I pray you, Lord, although you were angry with me, your anger has turned away, and you have comforted me. Surely God is my salvation. I will trust and not be afraid. The Lord himself is my strength and my defense. What I was looking at before is that there's a bit where he says, see, I'm doing a new thing, Isaiah says, like springs in the desert. That like in the desert of your life, when your life becomes barren and difficult, that a new resource with God will appear. And in a situation that obviously feels quite pressurized and condensed, and in all those preliminary appearings that I've attended, there's the presence of something very beautiful. Grace, it would be called. In one of the moments, I think it was the first hearing, although I've had several, the people that patted me down for Securicor went, all right, Russell, geezer, just 50 years old, just some normal geezer. patted me down and that for weapons or, I don't know, sharps. And I'm going to have to touch your hair now, you're not going to like this. He went, the whole country's behind you, mate. The whole country's behind you. And I felt very, very encouraged. I felt very encouraged that these institutions with their emblems, unicorns and lions, are not all there is to our country. And the reason I take it here is to sort of remember, that's the point I think of becoming a Christian, is to remember to put back together again who you are. That we're not, you're not and I'm not our identity in the world, like the identity of I have to do this to get money or get whatever it is that we think we're getting. And it actually is real, into so much as to say Christ is real. That even in the transition from and you know, you had the perspicacity and the insight to diagnose it, even in my agitation at being in an unfamiliar situation, even with someone I've known interstitially, as you correctly assessed at the beginning. You know, my whole life's a trial. And it's not culminating, because there will be a life after it, whether it's in jail or not. But in that trial, in the hardest times, I found him. And it's not like a sort of a palliative. And I suppose the reason I feel difficult around you is because I feel like there's a cynicism that if I talk about something that's very beautiful and certainly robust enough to withstand any of us.
I'm not questioning your faith.
I'm not saying that you are. I'm not saying that you are. But I think it's so important.
He's gone from this like uber nervous energy and just like super excitable to now putting on this very performative calm voice, probably for himself. He's probably doing it for himself to like keep himself calm. But like as soon as like Piers said, like, I'm not questioning your faith, he's like, I'm not saying you are. I'm not saying you are.
Not because of me.
He's got to calm himself.
Who are any one of us? He has no favourites. But I feel like, you know, yeah, hopefully this isn't a grift. Hopefully all of our lives aren't just some stupid attempt to garner material things in this temporary place to create the appearance of permanence as we just pass through time to death. In this horror of this time, where the worst things that could be said about a man were said about me. And while my son was, you know, having surgery, as you already know, because you've heard me say it elsewhere, the most graceful and beautiful things happened in my life. I felt whole and I felt loved and I felt everything's going to be all right. And also what's been surprising about it is all the things that I kind of knew just as a kid and going through life as a countercultural person, I mean, not trusting authority is what I mean by that, is all been underwritten by scripture. It is explained and foretold. You're fallen, Piers. I'm fallen. We will participate in this world in a fallen way. And I reckon the reason me and you both love Bear Grylls, in spite of our sort of, I don't know, whatever this chemistry is because he is sincere and he demonstrates Christ. And I do have a tendency to, as a raconteur and as an entertainer or whatever, try to present stuff. And I do have a tendency, I think, as a person that's felt even prior to all this happening, feel like I'm being under attack my whole life anyway, and that if I wasn't famous and if I wasn't sleeping with loads of women, I wasn't worth knowing or even worth anything or even worth being alive. And even though, of course, it's the worst thing that's ever happened in my life to be accused of these things, but God provided, because that was happening with my boy, Herbie, who's doing real well, it sort of showed me, it was all bullshit, man. You know who you are, you know what you've done, you know what you've not done.
His boy who? Did he say Harvey or Harley? Or, I mean, Harvey. I thought he was talking about Harvey Weinstein for a second. It's all bullshit.
Done. You know your behaviour.
How has Laura, your wife, dealt with this?
She's like, well, like, I'm in a real marriage, mate. And I suppose you are you? So, what it's like being in a real marriage is like it's someone who actually knows me and who's known me for a very long time and knows, like, see, when even in the introduction, some people he's a silver-tongued devil and other people he's an arsehole. Well, yeah, but yes, and. Yeah, silver-tongued devil, arsehole. But she knows me and she loves the reality of who I am. And she's like a cradle Catholic, but she, like you, I figure, sort of, you know, it's hard to live your life like Christ is real because the world is telling you in a million different ways that he is not, that God isn't real.
Is she a believer as well? She is committed as you?
She and I, me and my wife, Laura, with, like, her beliefs are very different from mine, in a way. Like I suppose it would be, because it's hitting a very different prism in her. But we've certainly got a real alliance. And neither of us have got any, like, even, I suppose why I got rankled even at the asking about the denomination
is because it's so beautiful in its purity and its formlessness.
But most Christians have no problem saying what denomination they are.
It's not like I've got a problem with it. I've got this challenge.
And I'm a Catholic. I've got no problem telling you.
I know, but you're very different. You're very different.
But why? Why is it so difficult to answer?
It's not difficult to answer. I'm really interested in Catholicism. Really interested.
You were an atheist.
I kind of love it.
You then were a Buddhist.
See, that's like that.
Oh,
What are you trying to do? That's antagonistic.
No, it's not. It's factual.
Wow.
You were.
Wow. You called him an atheist? Oh my goodness. That is, yeah, that's so antagonistic, dude. See, that very calm voice is gone away again.
Were an atheist.
Oh, what are you going to be next?
You were a yes.
Muslim?
That's what some
A Jew?
people.
A Scientologist?
That's what some people think.
Hitler. What do you think about Hitler?
That's what some
Was he
people
okay?
think. That's what some people
Should we
think.
get the jab?
Russell,
Have you vaccinated your own children?
Take Bear's advice and calm down.
No, you take Bear's advice and be a good man.
I am a good
be
man.
Be a good man.
I'm just
and no, it
pointing-
costs you to be a good man.
You may not
it might
like-
cost you everything.
You might not like.
It might cost you
Russell,
everything
you
to
might-
become one, but
Russell,
you can do it.
You might not
You can
like.
do it, Piers.
Russell, these are basic facts. You were an atheist. You then became a Buddhist.
No,
now
they're
you're
not,
a Christian.
Good. They're not basic facts. They're information being tailored and collated.
Is it not true?
Yeah. You are attempting to create, using a collage of language.
But you're the one who told us these
You
things.
told us that.
You were. You told us you were an atheist.
Israel's got the right to protect itself.
Yeah.
This is a genocide. Don't take that COVID shot. Take the COVID shot. Ah!
Listen,
But I'm happy to talk about that. You're not.
I'm happy to talk about anything, but I would prefer to talk
But I
about...
only know you're an atheist
but
because you told
I prefer
me.
to talk about something, Piers.
Fine.
Something.
We're talking about your profound belief in God. And I, as a Christian...
No, we're not talking about my profound belief in God. We're talking about the actuality of God. And we're talking about the fact that you have been doing water carrying for Satan. That's what we're talking about, Piers.
Who's Satan?
Water carrying. The fallenness in this world.
Who's
the
Satan?
fallenness.
I've been carrying water
The
for
big
Satan.
corporation.
Satan is the epitomizing object of the realness of evil. The evil is not some abstract moral idea.
Who's the
It is
Satan
a
I've been carrying
presence.
water for?
I suppose it's a, and I'm trying not, I don't mean to be mean. The
I mean, if
Satan,
you like, I don't care.
it's the institutions of media power and how they interact and operate with government. I suppose one could argue your initial position in COVID. One could argue what went on with the mirror stuff. One could argue what went on, say, with the contentiousness around the terrifying and awful conflicts in the Middle East. But more importantly, right now, that there's a chance for us to, even when like I sort of take my own advice and more importantly Bear Grylls' advice and think, right, just sit and chill, that you sort of revert to a kind of, he was an atheist, he was a Buddhist, and I
Oh, he's channeling Bear Grylls. Okay. Okay.
can't see that as a good faith inquiry. I see it as an attempt to generate an outcome and to create a sort of a kind of hysteria, whether that's in this room with me or sort of more broadly among people. Like Piers Morgan Uncensored could be an opportunity to house, frame and present in a kind of graceful way important opinions. And I'm not suggesting that I've got any of them, but I happen to be in a sort of a really weird situation in a way that's deeply similar and comparable to your own. You've sort of gone down the weird gushing chute of fame in a million different ways, been close to actual dark, nasty power, come out the other side. And what I suppose I'm saying is, look, yeah, I'm happy to have it. It's because nothing means anything to you. It's like, that's what it feels like a bit. Like, what means something to you? Like, you love your wife, you love your kids, you're willing to die for your country. The UK is about to march teenagers into war. The United States is about to do it. And me and you, like, me as well, maybe we are a couple of grifters, a couple of worthless, lousy grifters that will say whatever we have to say to stay on the internet and make a few quid and flog a book and, oh, Meghan Markle.
That's a cool looking slither. Interesting looking. Alright. Or a snack.
She's a bitch. Is that all right? Is that a bitch? Israel. Yeah, fuck it. You know, maybe that's all we are. But through him, not through you or me, we can be something great. And when I sit here answering questions about whether or not I vaccinate my kids, I think, no, not this. This isn't it. This isn't it. And there's a hair there that's been bothering me for a long time. Thankfully, it wasn't attached. Otherwise, that would have been grooming. And what would that be in the ape world? What I want to say to you is that I want to be better. I want to be better. And for me, the cost of that, who knows what that's going to be? You've alluded to.
Okay, that was actually pretty funny, dude. That was pretty funny. That if he fixes his hair, it's grooming. Get it? Get it, guys?
Already. I want you to do it as well. I know you can do it. I want you to be a meaningful participant. I feel that there's some reason that you're in this world, and it's not to generate conflict, and it's not to generate, it's to participate in the creation of truth. That was always your destiny, and I want you to do it.
Is your book going to generate profit?
Actually, I've already decided, and believe me, I don't want to do this, but no. But if it does make any money, and the chances of that are slim in this crazy world, that I will find a way. In fact, me and you, if you, I mean, like, you know, I want to give it to something that means something. I've seen it all. I've not seen it all, but I've seen enough. I've seen a lot.
Tucker Carlson's company's doing it, right? TuckerCarlsonBooks.com.
Tucker Carlson Books is an imprint of the company Skyhorse, which are a company that will publish stuff of cancelled people.
Yeah, How to Become a Christian in 7 Days is on sale at TuckerCarlsonBooks.com. No,
I don't think it's good to be all sort of passive like that. You know, like sort of say neutrality. Yeah, it's my job to be a journalist. It's good in a way.
I've never claimed to be neutral. I don't know what you're talking about. Where have you got that from? I'm probably the least neutral person on the airways in the world.
Well, I suppose
literally my whole reputation is of being highly opinionated. Where have you got this idea that I want to be neutral?
I reckon it's from like
such totally bizarre misreading.
Lack of conviction.
Really?
That's what I feel. Yeah.
You don't think I have any convictions?
That's what I'm feeling. I feel that you're a beautiful person, and like, I want to be in a position where, look, man, think of the ones of this I've done. I've done Paxman, I've done that other little one with the earring. Like, I've been around all these people, mate. And like, all I want is to feel like, in the midst of some terrible madness in my own life, which definitely needs to be resolved, and I pray to God that there is a resolution of this that we can look.
All right, Iena got me again. It's 2-2. Motherfucker, this is fucking war. Where are my homies at? Where are my sneckers?
Look at, oh my God, that's miraculous.
We
that
can get
happened.
this
What if you
Iena
get
bitch.
convicted and you go to prison?
And it's not very nice.
No, not that.
I'm
no,
talking
not,
like,
not
you'll
that.
have to choose a gang.
Not
They'll
that.
be the white supremacists,
Not
the
that.
Muslims.
Not that.
All you do, join
How-
the white supremacists on
how
one
will you-
day
no.
and then grift
No,
for
no.
cigarettes
How-
with the Muslims on the next day.
How will you deal with the fact that in that moment God has felt that's the right thing to happen to you?
Then, like, you know, drink the cup, man. Drink the cup. That's the deal we've got. That's the deal we've got, Piers. And how will you feel on your judgment day? How will you feel on your judgment day? Because it's outside of time. It's here now. And it's forever. Meaning that all of us have a calling to be wonderful. And it's bigger than even important, serious things where evidently people have been hurt and big trials and big consequences for, you know.
Have you been surprised? I mean, I've been through a few ups and downs, as you pointed out.
Well, it's also a bit like a kind of a dementia. Like, you know, have you ever spoken to someone with Alzheimer's and they'll just sort of suddenly the way that they talk is kind of like, I've been through some ups and downs.
Well, no, there's a reason I'm asking the question.
continuum.
Well, when people go through ups and downs, in my experiences, surprising people reach out to support you.
And also, what's that body language?
And other people that you would have expected to don't. Have you had that?
Oh, man, yeah, it's unbelievable. It's sort of an unbelievable kind of churn and change of your life that's sort of, well, it's a bit like you saying, if you're convicted and you're going to jail, knowing in your heart of hearts that you're not a rapist, how will you deal with that God wanted that for you? And it's like, wow, this is reality. I'm not scared of the truth. I love it. It's all that's real by definition. So what is it like when, you know, you lose touch with that person steps up? It's like, oh, that was always true.
Who's disappointed you the most?
Give us the top fives. Top fives.
Who's been most disappointing to you?
No one disappoints me.
Come on.
I'm not doing your mad little game of reducing everything to trivia and tittle-tattle, because some things, believe it or not, Piers, are not trivia and tittle-tattle. In fact, there's an argument for the direct contrary, that none of it is trivia and tittle-tattle, that you're continually in the moment interfacing with a really beautiful reality that has a veil laying across it, and all of us are sort of tangled and interacting with the veil. Oh man, I just sort of thought Terry Wogan and David Icke 1987 vibes. I don't want to do that stuff.
That's motion, boys.
I don't think that I'm especially important.
That
or that I have
is
any
motion.
unique or novel insights. I've just had a really unusual life, and I've written this book. And the key thing about this book is becoming Christian is a consolidation of all the mad musings of a mind that was embedded in and wedded to the culture. I thought, wouldn't it be great to be famous? Wouldn't it be great to marry a pop star? Wouldn't it be great if you could sleep with endless women whenever you wanted to, consensually, one might say, given the nature of this current appearance? But at the end of it all, even though obviously you have to find God to get any of you that are clean and sober from drugs and alcohol, and you have to get clean, you have to find God, or some kind of God, to even cope with life without your former God that was drugs and alcohol. Coming to Christ is like you're exposed to a deep reality that is beautiful and available. And so it's not like always good, because sometimes still, like this morning, I was worried about coming on Piers Morgan. I'm even a bit worried now. I'm doing this on Piers Morgan. Will they use it? It's uncensored, so I suppose by definition.
Every word we've said will appear.
Even the sort of the long pause on Isaiah,
That will all appear without.
Clip that up.
No. Everything will appear exactly. That's my promise to you now. There will not be a single second cut out
What
of
do you
this.
think your duty is here? Not with me as a
Me,
guest.
just to ask you questions.
No, not with me as a guest. That's sort of largely irrelevant.
Okay, so that makes sense. That's why we had to sit and watch for 3 minutes of him flipping through pages of the Bible. Okay.
I mean, you as Piers Morgan.
I think I have a platform that is now pretty big, pretty global, And my job is to take complex issues, get people with strong opinions and hopefully some brain power who have strong opinions that don't agree with each other to debate these things. Or to have one-on-one interviews with people like you, where I try and just I said to you before we came in here, you asked me, what do you want to get out of this? I said, I just want to be fair to you, right? I don't think I've been unfair.
No, I don't think that either.
What I've been struck by is that I think, underneath the calm exterior you tried to exude, quite understandably, I think inside you, there's a lot of tension, a lot of stress. You know how big this moment is coming in October. I've known you.
Yes, he is. He comes off very, very anxious, which is weird because, yeah, when he does his own show, he does come off as, like, very different, like, very zen all the time. He always seems like he's some, genius guru when he's on his own show. But this here, he comes off as so paranoid and just schizophrenic. It's odd.
You 20 years. Like I said, we're not like friends, but I've known you. And I've always got on well with you. I'm not one of these people that suddenly pretends I always knew and always hated you. I don't know, right? I don't know. I don't look at you and think you are this or you are that. I would prefer to let a jury work that out based on the evidence, and you to be judged fairly by the evidence.
That is what should happen to anyone. That's irrelevant. Individuals are irrelevant.
I absolutely believe in that.
Of course. Of course, I know that you do. I don't think you're.
I'm really not trying to trap you at all.
I do. I don't feel that. I don't feel like you're trying to trap me.
I promise you, when people watch this, I doubt anyone thinking, "God, Morgan's trying to trap him." I'm not. I'm just asking you basic questions, which often you react like the
I found you, bitch.
I find weird. Like, the only reason, for example, the only reason I know that you were an atheist and a Buddhist is because you proudly told everybody.
No, I want to try and explain it because maybe it'll be valuable. I took drugs real young, so I knew that there was a God. I rejected the idea of the Christian church for all the reasons anybody.
You took drugs?
Then I got involved in trying to understand because I knew there was something else. And indeed, what's amazing about coming to Christ is finding it's there already. And there's something so analogous to it that just anyone's personal journey. The thing that you're looking for is already here. He's waiting for you. In fact, he's running towards you. And it's such a sort of an obvious and traditional and well-cited story, the story of the prodigal son, that it feels hacky to say it. And it's not that I feel that you're trying to trap me. I feel that you remain an avatar of something mercurial and untrustworthy in the media space. That by making claims like I'm, housing debate or challenging or whatever, the tendency and trend is generally towards the interests of sets of power that benefit from having you there. In the same way that Rupert Murdoch is not going to advocate for someone that's like going to go, hey, these media monopolies should have as much influence. They're messing with the miners' strike, or they're putting factory power.
Oddly, Fox News, which is owned by Rupert Murdoch,
of course,
regularly has had you on as a guest, right? So
I'm not like, listen.
And I would ask you a difficult question: is if you feel that way about Rupert Murdoch, who I personally have enormous time and respect for, and a lot of gratitude for what he's done for my career, and I think he's a great media tycoon. But regardless of that, if you have such strong views about his terrible power and so on, why do you go on his network, Fox News?
Well, it's not like I'm always on
you're
Fox
helping
News.
You're helping him get ratings and advertising. Some people would say, Russell, it's hypocrisy that you do that.
But people...
The more principled stance would be, I'm not going to do Fox News.
What am I trying to say? What am I trying to say?
Yeah, if you're gonna like challenge Piers Morgan for being like the Rupert Murdoch shill, but then not do the same when you go onto Fox News, like it seems like there's more of an issue with Piers than there is with the powers that be.
It's like your MO is to be able to desecrate and denigrate kind of anything. I want to ask you, what do you think is pure? What do you think is beautiful? Who do you think you can rely on? How are we going to resolve this endless, knotted, tangled conflict that's unfolding both geopolitically and domestically almost everywhere? What do you feel your contribution could be?
To be at the centre of global debate about it and hopefully get to the truth and hopefully concentrate people's minds on making the right decisions.
Concentrate their minds on making the right decisions. That's really good.
Yeah. Challenging authority.
What is the right decision?
Challenging authority. Like, for example, I've been friends with Donald Trump 20 years, but I've been very challenging and critical about the Iran war, for example. Right?
Yeah.
As an example, I see that as my role as a journalist. Notwithstanding we've been friends a long time, when I see him do things I don't agree with or don't understand, I call him out on it. More journalists should be fair-minded. But I also praise Trump when he does things I agree with. I'm willing to be both things. There are very few people out in my world, in the media, who are prepared to be, in my view, intellectually honest.
What do you mean by that, and why would that be?
For example, I don't think anyone who is intellectually honest can say they know what's happening in the Iran war right now with any confidence. People who talk with absolute certainty and confidence about it, they're not being intellectually honest, because clearly it's extremely chaotic and unpredictable, and no one can speak with any confidence about what's going to happen. That's the intellectually honest position.
Got it. All right, got it. Would you apply that to various areas of complexity, even if they're not the apotheosis?
You keep mentioning Israel Gaza, somehow I should be embarrassed about my evolution on that story. But my position was very clear. After the appalling terror attack by Hamas on October the 7th, where 1,200 Israelis were killed, 7,000 more were wounded, absolutely Israel didn't just have a right to defend its people, but had a moral duty to do it. And then as it went on, I felt the scale of their response became utterly disproportionate, and I feel that very strongly now. That's my position. By the way, a lot of people agree with me. So I don't think it's an unusual evolution on that story.
Yes.
But if I asked you, for example, are Hamas a terrorist organisation, and was what they did that day an act of terrorism, what would you say?
This is where we get, I think, to an important point.
What would you say?
Is that what I would say is, Piers, do you not recognise, perhaps because of your stated aim to be at the heart of global debate, that actually it's a conflict-generating dynamic? And whilst
we're talking about a conflict, literally where people are dying.
Of course, naturally. But we're also talking about a more diffuse conflict that's around it. That's also very heated and very, very charged. And I wonder if we as people with a degree of eloquence and access to an audience, instead of being participants in what one would have to call the
when British people say things like naturally, I have no fucking idea what they mean by that. It just seems like an added term, like type shit that just like doesn't even mean anything. It's just like something you throw in, like it's just stuff that you just throw it in there, just cuz. Fuck! Dude, I keep losing track of my mouse. It's driving me fucking crazy. I keep losing track where my fucking mouse is, and then I go in the exact opposite direction. It means of course. Naturally means of course. So obvious as to be of nature. Okay. Alright.
The problem, and therefore compounding it, might
put a
begin
bigger
to talk
cursor
about
on there.
solutions, whether those are spiritual solutions.
If I could do it just on the game, I would, but there's not an option for that on the game. I don't want to change the size of my cursor. Cursor trail? A cursor trail will fuck up like what I think is my snack.
Reality when you see it. What happened on October the 7th was an act of grotesque terrorism.
Yes.
But do you agree?
I have such. Do you know I saw Ben Shapiro do something rather wonderful?
Was it an act of terrorism?
What Ben Shapiro did that was very smart was he said, I'm an Orthodox Jew, I wear the hat and everything. So do I agree with gay marriage as an Orthodox Jew, or conventional Jew, whatever type of Jew Ben Shapiro is? He said, no, like this is my belief. This is my belief, right? So like while dear old Russell Brand might be a vegan 1 minute and a carnivore the next, and a Christian 1 minute, a West Ham, hey,
we've got a wrap by the way, so
still support the Hammers.
We're running out of time, but finish your point.
My point is that my sense of what is right and wrong is taken from Scripture, and my sense of how we should treat one another as individuals is guided by that, and my sense of what should happen on a global stage is completely guided by that.
That's what Ben Shapiro did. That was brilliant. Is yeah, I'm gonna fall into what you think is what you think I'm supposed to believe.
By that, and it's one of submission and surrender
so was it
and
an
service. I really, is it? Think of the questions you could ask about that.
I'm just asking a basic question about.
It's not a basic question.
What Hamas did that day.
Do you know what we've learned? There are no basic questions anymore.
There are. That's the problem about being intellectually dishonest. Is that when you have an act of obvious grotesque terrorism, you just say what it is. You don't think how's that going to play to my audience, or how's that going to spin out on social media. You just say when 1,200 people are massacred like that, then it's a grotesque act of terrorism. When babies are kidnapped, when the Holocaust
no, you don't.
I don't think that's what he's saying. I think that he's saying like giving these like binary answers to complex issues is oversimplifying it to where like nobody wants to answer a question that complex in such a simple manner. that it kind of takes away like the nuance of the matter and even the importance of it as well, because you're just making it in very simple terms, which I agree with. In a scenario like this, I do think that like all of the people who are very much like, just call it a genocide, it's not that hard, just say genocide, like I do think that yes, these are can't fuck. I do think that it's like oversimplified in the way that people talk about it most of the time. Where it becomes more about like just the virtue signal, and not to say that like virtue signaling is always bad. Obviously, there was a portion of the conversation last night with Pisco where he was saying like, oh, so you're just saying that they need the virtue signal, and I'm like, well, yeah, like of course, duh. But now, like in this case, I do think it is bad. I do think it is like oversimplifying. Oh my goodness! Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Yeah. Righto. Yeah. I am I? Yes, I am. Yeah. Still not. I still do not. I don't like this. This isn't right. There's something about this that is very much not right. I think it's a little sideways. Oh, it is sideways. Yeah, it's sideways. It's very sideways. Okay. Well, shite. Fuck. It's gonna drive me crazy. Part of this I saw was soft. You know that Piers is the condemned Hamas guy, though. Yeah. Fuck. It's gonna drive me crazy, dude. I'm not gonna be able to. Not gonna be able to do this. I know what I did. I know how I fucked it up, and now. Ah! Okay, so on a tripod, you have a little piece at the top that has a screw that sticks up like this, and you screw your camera into it, but it doesn't. That piece comes off, right, with the screw. You take that piece off with the screw and you twist that onto your camera, and then you put it back down. That piece apparently slants this way, and so last time I put it on, I had it turned like this, and so it was perfect, and I set everything up to fit that slant. This time when I put it back on, apparently I turned it this way, and so now it's slanted the other way to where I like changed all the legs and everything, so it's gonna drive me nuts, but alright. Can't do that.
Tomorrow night's White House Correspondents' Dinner is already attracting some of the biggest names in politics, media, and entertainment. And no one will have more eyes on them, though, or cameras, than President Trump himself, who is actually going to be making his very first appearance ever as president.
And yes, as for tomorrow night, I hope that we will see all of you there. I know the president is very much looking forward to it. I think it's quite fitting that in our nation's 250th year, the most transparent and accessible president will be attending the White House Correspondents' Dinner for the first time. And his speech will be very entertaining. That is what I will
The most accessible, that at least that part's true. He is definitely the most accessible president. For sure.
tell you.
Now, we don't know what will happen when the president takes the stage tomorrow night. We do know, though, what it was like the last time he appeared at the White House Correspondents' Dinner.
And then, of course, there's Donald Trump. Donald Trump has been saying that he will run for president as a Republican, which is surprising since I just assumed he was running as a joke.
But the jokes directed at Donald Trump during the 2011 White House Correspondents' Dinner didn't stop there.
Donald Trump is here tonight. Now, I know that he's taken some flack lately, but no one is happier, no one is prouder to put this birth certificate matter to rest than the Donald. And that's because he can finally get back to focusing on the issues that matter. Like, did we fake the moon landing? What really happened in Roswell? And where are Biggie and Tupac? Say what you will about Mr. Trump, he certainly would bring some change to the White House. Let's see what we've got up there.
Now, he hasn't gone quite that far, but the president, who spent decades as a developer before taking office, has certainly been putting his own touch on the White House this time around, inside and out. There's construction here at the White House as the president's ballroom is being built right now, which has prompted multiple lawsuits. And also, the colonnade leading to the West Wing and the Oval Office itself have been transformed, basically in the president's style, which means gold and more gold. Now, after that speech that President Obama gave, President Trump responded to the scathing jabs from the president.
Just to be clear, the Oval Office has always changed for like each president. They all have different styles, and there's some of them that I really like. I really like Trump's first term. His first term was actually pretty dope. Well, it doesn't have the labels on these. I think this was Reagan. There's one that's like blue. I like this one. This one's really cool looking. Golden blue. You can see they all have like a similar rug or carpet, but with the, you know, the emblem in the middle, but the different colors. And then there's one that's like white and blue that I really like. This one's gold and blue again. Very cool looking. This one's nice. This is a better gold and blue because it's with the white walls. Makes it look a lot cooler. It's got the hardwood down there. Yeah, this one, Richard Nixon. That's the one, yeah. I like that one. That one's cool looking. Go to that site so we can see them all. This is Donald Trump's, which this is nice. This is very elegant looking. I like this one. I like the white couches with the gold and the white walls, blue carpet. Well, this is Joe Biden's. Like, I think this is nice. This is Barack Obama's. Which actually, I don't like Obama's as much. With like the red and gold couches and all that. I like Obama's rug though. I really like his rug. That is very cool. Again, they probably had to clean that thing like 5 times a day. George W. Bush. His is kind of cool. His emblem has like all the lines coming out of the middle. That's really cool. And then Clinton's is nice. I like this one. Clinton and Joe Biden's are pretty similar, but and he's got the red stripes on the couches. The 90s though, a little bit different, you know. Ronald Reagan. See, Obama's is very Reagan-esque, but Reagan's is nice, dude. Look at that. That is pretty. That is very pretty. Yeah, Nixon's? Sheesh, dude. That is cool looking. Somebody had like light blue. I forget. I think it was JFK who had light blue. But these colors are just very good. Like very, very bright. Oh, that's JFK. Damn, his boring as fuck. What the hell? They just like put all of these flags over here, just like get them out the way. Like everybody else has the flags piled up behind the Oval desk, and these just have the 2 flags, no other flags in it. The majority of them seem to only have those 2 flags. And then Trump has all of these flags wrapped around. And then Dwight D. Eisenhower. I could have sworn somebody had a light blue rug. Huh. Weird. When they show Trump's, I don't think they're showing his first terms. Because I think his first term had a light blue rug in it.
At the time and downplayed it.
I'd been there before, so I knew what I was getting into. It's sort of the lion's den. I looked at my wife, I said, is this a good thing or a bad thing? Am I supposed to be honored or am I supposed to hide under the table? I wasn't exact. So I sort of just sat there and listened and took it in. But it was actually a little bit amazing.
I will faithfully execute.
But when he won the White House
He put his hand on the Bible that time. He put his hand on the Bible that time. But not this time.
years later, the president did not return to the White House Correspondents' Dinner.
President Trump is snubbing next Saturday's White House Correspondents' Dinner, but we found out yesterday he will be counter-programming it. He's got a primetime rally planned in Pennsylvania. Caitlin, what are you going to do?
I'll be at the dinner.
Throughout his entire first term, President Trump never attended.
So why do you think the president is not here tonight? If that's what this dinner is, it embodies essentially a toast to a free press. Why was the president not attend tonight?
Look, the president has enormous demands on his schedule.
The Correspondents' Dinner is too negative. I like positive things, okay?
But after returning to office for his second term, the president announced he would indeed attend the dinner that's a toast to the First Amendment, explaining it this way.
Every joke was about me, and I sort of liked it. I can handle that stuff.
And my political sources are back with me, Scott and Paul. I mean, it really did become this urban legend that Trump ran for president because Obama made fun of him at that dinner in 2011.
Is it an urban legend?
I don't know. He talked about it before that.
I rather enjoyed watching Barack Obama choose to seal the fate of the Democratic Party there with those ill-advised jokes at the expense of Donald Trump, because just a few years later, Trump broke every Democrat's heart in the country when he defeated Hillary Clinton. I'm glad he's going.
I mean, I've brought this up a bunch of times when it comes to the reason that Trump is at war right now, and saying that this seems to be part of the problem. Is I think that when it comes, like, Obama is somebody who was never treated as a clown. He was never treated as like this crazy person. He wasn't treated as somebody who didn't know what he was doing. He wasn't like, even people who didn't like him still didn't treat him as some like delirious crazy nut job. He was respected in a way that Trump is not. And I think that to an extent, I think that bothers Trump, but also I think that he wants his legacy to like live up to Obama's. I think that he was very much trying to live up to Obama's, and the fact that he pulled us out of the JCPOA, I think, was meant to be a shot at Obama. Obviously, Donald Trump started the entire birther, or he at least popularized the birther conspiracy theory that Obama wasn't born in the United States and that he wasn't allowed to be the president. And I think that the whole problem with the conflict with Iran is that Trump's the one like impeding issue, the one thing that like keeps stopping them from being able to get a deal done, is the fact that Trump keeps demanding that there is 0% enrichment. And so yeah, to me, I think that it seems as though he has to get something better than what Obama got, which was 3.6% enrichment. The only thing better than that, because that's, you know, civilian levels for of enrichment. And so I think the only thing better than that is 0. That's the only thing better. 0% enrichment. That's the only thing that's better. And so he has to get something better, while there's no reason not to accept 3.6%. There's no reason that 3.6% isn't good enough, but he will not accept it. So real quick, we have 11 minutes left on the clock, and we only have $5 in, so we got about $20 to go on the goal. We gotta get $20 in. If you guys want to donate, you can use the tips link pinned at the bottom of chat. Oh, wait, did I pin the wrong thing? I did. I pinned the wrong thing. There it is. Okay, now it's pinned at the bottom of the chat. But yeah, I do think that is like a part of the war, and part of like the issue is that Trump really needs like his legacy to be better than Obama's.
By the way, Donald Trump is the funniest working comedian in the United States today. He has a chance to do something amazing tomorrow night. We'll see what he does.
Well, I will say he has been as transparent, more transparent than any president I've ever seen, in terms of talking to you all, talking to reporters, taking their calls, right? And
that's not transparent. He has been the most available president. That's why I said I'll give him that. He has been the most available president, for sure. But that's not transparency. If every time he talks to them, he's just making shit up and lying and talking, you know, making it up as he goes, that's not transparency. But he's been available. Yes, he is obsessed with the limelight. He wants the attention. He is the first president that's ever made it to where like every reporter has his cell phone number, to where they are all just calling him all day throughout the day, where he just randomly calls into radio shows and calls into television shows and demands to be on the air. And yes, he is He is somebody who enjoys the attention, but that's not the same thing as transparency.
That's a good thing. It's the thin reed I can grab, because other than that, he's been the biggest enemy of the First Amendment since President John Adams locked up Congressman Matthew Lyon of Vermont for criticizing him, violating the Sedition Act in 1798. You got to wait to 1798. This man has been a full-on assault on the free press.
Wasted Design tipped $5. Happy Anzac Day, you drongos.
Let's go. Wasted in the house. Coming out with that commonwealth. that sort of wealth ain't so common around these parts. Thank you for the $5 dono, Wasted. Let's get some W Wasteds in chat. We got $15 to go on the goal. Three more $5 donos will get us there. Go. Play. Stupid. All right, moving on. Real quick, yesterday we did talk about the track APAC things that go around, that they're not really trustworthy, that they don't have like a good system of tracking APAC money, and that the information that they put out is contradictory. It doesn't make sense.
Don't tell me when to donate.
Thank you, Bucky, for the $5 super chat. Let's go. Based. Thank you, Bucky, for the $5. All right, we got $10 off. 2 $5 donos if you don't know how to count. Just in case. All right, so yeah, so this is it's been said that this is a very bad way of tracking this, to where they're putting out misinformation the way that they do this. So I posted this in the Discord yesterday. I meant to go over it yesterday. Pisco and I ended up talking about it slightly, or at least referencing some of these issues, but this is something that I meant to touch on yesterday.
We have to talk about Track APAC. You've probably seen their graphics, and I have troubling news that essentially means that all of their numbers are wrong. So I was sent an Excel doc of their tracking of James Tallarico, and it's bad. If you look closely, the majority of the funds that they're tracking in their graphics are from lobby donors. What we discovered is how they define a lobby donor is anyone who has ever given an itemized donation to a pro-Israel or Jewish PAC. If this doesn't sound insane to you, here are 3 reasons why this methodology is insanely...
So again, they're not saying we're tracking like pro-Israel donors. They didn't say we're tracking pro-Israel lobbyists. We're not tracking people who like Israel. We're not, they don't say that. They say they're tracking APAC. That's what they say. They are tracking APAC. And so that is very different. That is very, very different. Alley Cats, thank you for the jewels. Press F for 10 jewels. What is press F? What is that supposed to mean?
stupid. Number one, we looked at the lifetime lobby donations of the people in the spreadsheet. Some of these individuals only gave $200 and not to AIPAC. Guys, someone that gave $200 10 years ago to the California Jewish Democrats is not in the Israel lobby. To track every subsequent donation that they make to every politician and add that number into a red graphic is beyond misleading. Number two, no politician that raises a decent amount of money can beat this test. Don't believe me? Here's James Tallarico's red graphic. Over $100,000 from individuals in the pro-Israel lobby. To someone just scrolling on social media, this looks like he got $100,000 from AIPAC. But guess what? We cross-referenced those 96 donors in the Excel spreadsheet and found that they'd also given thousands of dollars to politicians like AOC and Bernie Sanders. This is because James Tallarico has now raised over $40 million. Of course there's going to be crossover if you use this methodology. Number three, your organization is called Track AIPAC, but you've been very open that you track more than just AIPAC, including J Street. However, J Street has given direct and earmarked donations to candidates that you give green graphics. So then tracking individuals who have given a couple $100s to J Street as Israel lobbyists is inconsistent at best. So track AIPAC. If you want to follow the money, do that. On our integrity index, we track AIPAC. We have all their direct donations, earmarked donations, and super PAC spending. It's all public. But if instead you want to track where politicians stand on your policy goals related to Palestine and Israel and make graphics reflecting those policy positions, do that. But you have to choose. You have to be consistent and accurate. And until you update your methodology, you're just spreading misinformation.
So yeah, these are definitely misleading at least, but seems like misinformation. All right, so yesterday I had a long conversation with Pisco. I said that I was gonna like post a definition of what we were talking about. We had a long conversation, 5 hours. We talked about 3 or 4 different things, but the main thing that we talked about towards the end, where Mantis also jumped on and like joined in the debate, if you guys didn't see it, was about what it means to be in the coalition as part of like the Destiny and Hutch discourse. And so we got into this conversation. We got a little bit lost, like for a while, because I was trying to like get a point on like what it means to be like an ally, what it means to be like aligned with somebody's content and their purpose and things like that. And that we went way off course for a while on that, until out of nowhere, like 2 hours in, out of nowhere, he's like, yeah, but this is supposed to be about Democrats. What the fuck do you mean it's supposed to be about Democrats? And so then we kind of like nailed things down a little bit more. Also, we got less than 2 minutes left. We got $10 still to go on the goal. So if you guys want to donate, we got, yeah, less than 2 minutes, about 1.5 minutes left. But anyway, so I said that I thought most people agreed with my definition or what it was that I was saying. He said he thinks that everybody has a very different concept. You know, they're all talking about something totally different from one another. And, which might be the case. I don't have a problem with that if that's the case. But, because like everybody's going to have a different perception of like who they want to associate with and who they think is like aligned with them. But I said that I would tweet out what it is that I think people mean when they say the coalition, in the coalition, out of the coalition, and we can see if people agree with this. So I posted on Twitter, I said, beating a dead horse with Pisco, talking about what people mean by in the coalition. I think my definition is what people like Destiny and Hutch mean when they say it, but Pisco disagrees. The criteria inside the coalition means we treat them as an ally, and if they were outside, we'd likely treat them as an enemy. Who's inside? This discourse is about content creators. We're not talking about politicians or viewers. Their platform needs to be a net benefit to getting Dems elected, especially in terms of defeating MAGA. Not that they just say they vote for Dems or that they advocate for people who, to do so once in a while. Meaning they can't just spend most of their time shitting on Dems, Dem politicians, and caveat just saying that Democrats are the lesser evil. 3, their brand would have to meet a moral threshold, meaning they can't be anti-Semitic or a radical, etc. So if they meet this criteria, I'd view that person as inside the coalition. If you use this term, do you agree with this explanation? So the top person said, how do you determine if someone is a net benefit for Dems? For example, I'd argue Hassan is way more of a net benefit to Dems than you, just by virtue of the amount of people he gets into left-wing politics. Left-wing politics doesn't mean that you're supportive of Dems, first off. That's not like, in left-wing politics, if that left wing is anti-Democrats, then that's not beneficial to Democrats, first off. But secondly, that's not what a net benefit is. If you only look at the benefits, but you don't include any of the negatives, well, then just saying, oh, well, he has more viewers and more people watching him, so he's more of a net benefit. That's not what a net benefit is. A net benefit includes the good and the bad. So I said, that's not how net benefit works. Net means you aren't only looking at the positives. You have to weigh the positives versus the negatives. So if I help Dems 1% and he helps them 100%, but then he hurts them 500% and I don't hurt them at all, I'd be 401% more of a net benefit than Hassan. What the fuck? Okay, thanks for the random numbers. Hassan had at least bare minimum 27,000 people voting for Kamala. How many can you claim? Oh my goodness.
Ali Cattails tipped $5. Wasted. You're up. Wasted Design tipped $5. Minibus emoji, bread emoji, hates baldy bald Tom baldy bald.
Let's go. Wasted Design with another $5 and Alley Cats with another $5. So that gets us in. Let's go. Alley Cats and Wasted with about was it $10 from Wasted? And Alley wants everybody to press F again. So better do it. You better do it, guys. This Missy chick is absolutely retarded. Like, I've seen her in chats before. She's actually fucking retarded. I don't think there's much happening up there. This is like one of those like kind of schizo pisco viewers that just kind of types random shit all the time in the chat, but is never like actually coherent in any manner whatsoever. That's who I believe this person is. So I'm not surprised that they continue not understanding what a net benefit is, but you can't, like I said, you can't just look at the good and not include the bad. And then again, they repeated their assertion with just looking at the good. So kind of a waste. Jim Gilbert said, inside the coalition means we treat them as an ally. LOL, you're just adding another layer of confusion. You didn't solve anything. What does treating them as an ally mean? This is actually retardation. This is complete bullshit. I don't believe for a second that these people are this fucking stupid. I don't have to tell you what I mean by treating them as an ally. However you would treat them as an ally, that's what I mean. Whatever you think of somebody as like in politics as an ally or an enemy, that's what it's talking about, okay? You can come to your own conclusion on what that term means, as long as you understand that that's what I'm saying when I talk about this. That like when I say somebody would be in the coalition, that this is what I'm talking about. Like I don't have to define what it means to be an ally at this point. This is just pedantry. They said, and why are politicians excluded from your definition? Sounds like pure special pleading. That's not special pleading. That's what the fucking discourse is about. It started with Hassan. We're talking about fucking Hassan. That's what the conversation is about. We're talking about you treat politicians differently than you would treat content creators, and you would treat content creators different than you would treat viewers, and you would treat viewers differently than you treat people who aren't on the internet whatsoever and don't engage in politics whatsoever. These are different contexts, they're different scenarios, they're different titles, they are totally different. That's not special pleading. If you don't understand the differences between these things, I'm sorry, you're just not capable of being part of this discussion. That's the only problem here. It's not that like we're adding more confusion or making this like too like eternal. Like this is very simple. If you don't understand, it is a problem with you. Like it is definitely a problem with you. This person said, I agree with you 100%, and I find it confusing that Pisco has a problem with Cenk teaming up with MAGA because of one or two issues, cut the Pentagon or hating Israel, but then turns around and does the same type of thing with Hassan types. I would like him to explain the difference. I said, I think he'd say Hassan is much closer to a Dem than MTG. Hassan at least said after the election that he voted for Kamala. He has endorsed other Dems like Mamdani or AOC. He shared more value. He shares, oh, I should have said he shares more values with Dems than with MAGA. I don't take issue with that part, but we had like a 5-hour conversation about this last night, and I feel like a lot of this is self-explanatory. Oh shit, I'm listening now, and it just got to the part where he pretends like he doesn't know what words mean. Yeah. This is the most annoying thing to me about this discourse. They defined it clearly just in case it wasn't self-evident, which really should be, considering this is how American political coalitions have always generally worked. To me, it is all self-evident. Like, it is self-evident. And even if it's not, I don't think it matters. Like, if somebody says, hey, I think this person is in the coalition and you don't, okay, that's fine. Like, you can disagree, but you at least know when they say in the coalition, they mean this is somebody that I find to be an ally. I don't think that's like all that difficult. And then if you turn around and say, well, what does it mean? How do you treat an ally? It's not, I don't have to prescribe to you how you ought to treat an ally, but you know what an ally is, right? If I say somebody is my friend, you're not going to make a big deal. What do you mean by friend? What do you mean? How do I know what a friend is? Like, well, it's somebody you treat like a friend. What? But I don't even know. I don't know what a friend. How can I understand what you mean by a friend? It's like, okay, different people treat their friends differently, so I'm not going to tell you how you have to treat a friend, but I know that how I treat a friend, and I think that I think that there is a pretty like general concept out there of what it is one ought, how one ought to treat a friend or what a friend is, but that doesn't mean that if you and I disagree like on how we ought to treat a friend, that like now we can't use the word friend around each other because we're not understanding how what the concept of friend is anymore. Like, it's so fucking stupid, dude. It is people who just want to fight with the term because they think of Hassan as an ally. Like, that does seem to be like the majority of the discourse. Is just a large percentage of people who want Hassan to be an ally and they want him to be in the coalition. So okay, fine. That's fine. You think he's in the coalition. I don't. Like, that's fine. That doesn't really matter as far as like you understanding why I don't think he is and why I wouldn't. But I do think it's fine to try to understand how the coalition, in your view, as one of the prescribing it, should operate. What do you mean prescribing it? I just said it's not a prescription. It's not telling people this is how you ought to act. Outside of the fact that like we are saying like Democrats should be more like narrow with who it is that they include. But Are you up for a little good-natured debate? Sure. You jump in the Discord. Hello. Hello, hello.
Hello? Can you hear me?
How's it going? Yeah. How's it going?
Good. How are you tonight?
Doing well.
Good.
How are
Sorry,
you?
just give me just a second. I'll switch to speaker. There we go. I can hear you much better now.
Cool.
I was just wondering if you I've been watching for just a little bit here. It seems like you guys are kind of talk politics and maybe a little bit of a leftward tilt.
Yeah, sure.
And I was wondering if you'd seen the story about the Southern Poverty Law Center.
Yeah, I did.
And just kind of wanted to get your take on that. I'm coming from the other side, I'm a conservative and all that. So, definitely heard
I mean,
conservatives talking about it, but not heard any liberals or people on the left discussing it at all.
it doesn't seem like there's much of a take to have on it. They've said that they defrauded their donors, but they don't have any donors that claim to be defrauded. They've said that they were putting money into hate groups, but when they say that, then they say that they were paying somebody to be an undercover informant. So that money wasn't going to the hate group, that money was going to the informant. And then they said that they didn't tell them about they didn't report this to them to where they would know what was happening. But that's literally like, if part of the operation is to find out if there's people within these hate groups that are working with the FBI and reporting to the FBI or to police forces or anything like that, that's literally the last thing that you would do. So you can't, like, the whole thing seems to be kind of contradictory in the way that they explain it. Then on top of that, they made a bunch of claims about, like, about other things that weren't even in the indictment in their press conference. So,
Well, I mean, I guess I would just say that, pushing back a little bit on that it seems problematic to me when an organization is collecting, millions and millions of dollars from people who think they are fighting racism, and then giving it to people, giving millions of dollars to people who are using that money to recruit racists to spread racist ideology, like worldwide. Like, do you not think that's what the money was used for? Because I think that's the claim of the government, is that this money wasn't just given to these informants, and the informants aren't, actually on the side of the Southern Poverty Law Center. These people were taking the money and using it to get, like Unite the Right. You remember that? Charlottesville, a woman was killed. The person, pretty much responsible for planning that event and recruiting people to come to it, was receiving thousands of dollars from the Southern Poverty Law Center. Right? So, like, if that's a sting operation, like a vigilante sting operation, then it was a bad one because a woman was killed.
So
right?
First off, the point of the event was not to kill somebody, and it wasn't initially a white nationalist event. The guy who planned it, I have interviews where I talked to him about this. He did not plan this to be a white nationalist event. He planned it to be an event for all right-wing people, and the alt-right ended up taking over it. And he very clearly denounced them. He testified against Richard Spencer and other alt-righters right after. Today, he is a white nationalist, but at the time, he wasn't as much. He was a bit more of like a neocon sort of right-winger. But the problem that I have even with like the concept of this is that when we're talking about fighting racism, if Nick Fuentes said, or Donald Trump said they wanted to fight racism, so they're getting rid of DEI. Okay,
right.
The SPLC would say he's creating racism. He's not fighting racism. That is racism. He is getting rid of programs that are supposed to fight racism. Whereas Donald Trump and conservatives would say, no, DEI is racist. How are you going to give me a legal line of where fighting racism starts and ends when the president doesn't even agree with the SPLC on what fighting racism is?
Well, I mean, you know, we can have a debate about the pros and cons of DEI and whether it's racist or
Well,
not.
we don't
but
need
I'd
to.
say,
No, we don't need to. We just have to agree that the SPLC and Donald Trump disagree on whether or not that's racist. That's all we need. As long as you and I agree.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Do you agree that the SPLC disagrees with Donald Trump on what fighting racism would be?
Yes, sure. I agree with
Okay.
that.
And do you think that the SPLC's donors disagree with the FBI and Donald Trump on what fighting racism would be?
Sure. I'm sure
Okay.
everybody has different ideas of how to fight racism. I'm sure.
So how can they draw a legal line on when it is or isn't fighting racism? How can they draw that line legally?
Yeah, I'd say this is what's being alleged in the indictment, as I understand it, right? Is that we're going out of our way to funnel money to these organizations just so we can have something to protest, to make the issue of racism seem larger and more threatening than it actually is. When you look at like actual polls of
They
people
didn't
in the
even claim to
United
have
States,
evidence of that, though.
well, I mean, when you pay millions of dollars to Nazi organizations and then take those exact Nazis that you're paying millions of dollars to and put them up on your website as public enemy number one, here's the person that we need to go after. And then you're secretly paying this person under the table.
Who did they pay? Who did they pay that was part of an organization that they had up on their website?
Who have they paid that they've had up on their website? I could probably get the name for you. I don't have it right off the top of my head, but I know that they've had people that were these informants. I've seen pictures of these informants up on the website as, leaders of hate groups, right? Posted on the Southern Poverty Law Center. And so that's what I think is really concerning. And, I think that what I was starting to say earlier is the United States is actually a very unracist place when you look at relatively speaking to other countries in the world, right?
Sure.
Like I, for example, have some firsthand experience of that. I spent a lot of time in Brazil. That's where my family's from, where we immigrated from. An exceptionally racist place. It's about 50% black, but somehow still black people are treated really awful there. But when you poll Americans, you find that they answer questions like, would you be okay with your son or daughter marrying a black person, or someone from another race? You find that they answer those questions very, very positively, right? At much lower levels than any other countries in the world. And so what it looks like from our side is like, gosh, you guys are so desperate to keep your organization going that you're going to make up racism now. But I mean, I see your side of it a little bit more.
Wait, do you think that that's what people are saying, though? If they say that, like, the country is racist, do you think they're talking about whether or not somebody would marry somebody outside of their race?
Well, I mean, they ask them a whole battery of questions, right?
Sure, but but hold on, wait. But I'm asking, do you think that is what they're talking about? Like, do you think that is like that they think that's a big problem in America? If somebody says, I think America is a racist country, do you think the person who says that on the left, do you think they think that a big problem is that, or part of this big problem is that people won't marry outside of their race?
Well, I would say when I hear you say that America is a racist place, right? That would be like part of the problem, right? Like if America was a racist place, I would envision a world where most of the people that I know express some form of overt or tacit racism, that I just don't see, right? Like, so I would expect to see like less interracial marriages. Like interracial marriage is huge in the United States, much more so than other countries. I would
Yeah,
expect to
so
see
not
much
that's
less
not
of
at all
that.
what people mean. Like they're
Well, okay,
like
then help me understand, because I don't understand how you can be racist against someone and then marry that person,
that's not the claim. The claim is that there's not like a bunch of people who are overtly racist. It's that there are things like, okay, so let's go back to, you said that we could debate DEI, so let's go back to that. The idea that DEI is racist is like bullshit propaganda that has just been put out to fearmonger about this idea, when I would bet 90% of the people who say DEI is racist literally have no idea what it is. Like, zero clue. They have a very weird concept of what DEI is that is insanely separated from what it is in reality. And so it's...
Would you say
ahead,
DEI and right to work have like similar, principles at play?
Like a right to work state?
Yes. Like, so the ability for someone to work outside of a union, like to be, to not have to be a part of a union. You think that's the same thing going on?
I don't think it's the same thing, but I think that they aren't. I don't think they're contradictory to one another at all.
Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I won't interrupt again.
No, you're fine. I mean, that was like that is pretty much my statement, is that the people who push this idea that DEI is racist, when they explain what DEI is, they're explaining something that is almost antithetical to DEI.
yeah.
So like the majority of the time they'll say that like DEI is like a thing to make sure that black people or women are hired above white straight men, to prioritize them above them. That's literally like antithetical to DEI. It is literally against the concept of DEI, but they will keep repeating this anyways and say this is racist. So the DEI is racist because it's trying to prioritize black people and women.
Right. They're just taking the straw man out back and beating it to death. And I'm with you. I don't like straw man either, right?
But it's not a straw man what it is that Trump or Elon Musk or JD Vance or the people who are leading this fight. It is not a straw man of what they say DEI is.
No, I'm saying when people say that, DEI is that, and you're saying that's not what it is at all. I mean, that would be people attacking a straw man, right? So I'd like to hear from you what it actually is, because what it is to me, right, when I hear DEI, I think of things like, people with lower test score requirements, right? Getting into colleges with, ahead of people who had better scores, right? It's like, so if you're an Asian or an Indian person, you could score, several hundred points higher than a Hispanic or a black person. And because they've already got so many Asian and Indian people, they're like, we have to include more Hispanic and black people. So we're not going to take you, even though you scored the highest on the test and you deserve it the most, right? We would agree that the person who scores the highest deserves it the most. We're not going to give it to them. We're going to give it to the person who's got the right skin color.
It's literally the opposite.
So that's literally not what DEI is. So what is
correct?
DEI?
So that is affirmative action. Affirmative action has been deemed by our Supreme Court to be illegal and to be discriminatory practices. DEI is to say you can't use any sort of discriminatory practices. It's to make the playing fields level. Now, let's say there are times where like the idea of DEI will say if you live in an area where it is 80% black and 20% white, yet your business has like 80% white people living there, yes, and 20% black, there is likely some sort of like discriminatory practice happening here. And so you would want to try to even this out. So like something that's brought up a lot is like a quote from Charlie Kirk, where he talks about the fact that an airline said that they were going to hire 80% black people moving forward, which in reality what they said was they were going to make sure that their training courses had at least so I don't think it was 80%. I don't know how high it was. Let's just assume it was. Yeah, so somewhere around there. They said that they were going to make sure that there were at least 80% of their training course was black, so that from there, whoever qualifies for the problem is that the people who like were trying to get in were not even getting into the training course to where they could qualify for the job. They weren't even given the opportunity to qualify for the job. So then they said, okay, let's try like seeing if we put a disproportionate amount of people in the training course, if that changes who qualifies. And that was the point, to say like we want to give more of an opportunity for people to even qualify in the first place, but that it doesn't lower the standards at any point. It doesn't change the standards, and it doesn't make it to where somebody who's less qualified would ever get the job over somebody more qualified.
Do you think it would be appropriate to give one racial group assistance in climbing the corporate ladder in their career, in advancement, in their salary, and like as opposed to another group, right? So like I think you can insert any group here, right? And say like if we said white people, you get to attend a special workshop where we're going to teach you leadership skills, right? Black people, we're going to do that. Brown, Hispanic people, we're going to do that for you. Like whatever group it is, do you see any sort of like inherent unfairness there if one group is receiving it and the others aren't?
Not inherent, no, and not like it's never like necessarily unfair, but that once things get to such a difference in disproportionalities, you would want to find a reason for that disproportionality. Like there's stats brought up pretty often about the fact that like black people and white people smoke weed at the same rate, yet black people are arrested for weed possession at like 10 times the rate. Now, it could be that black people just smoke weed in public a lot more, or they're like it's a lot more like culturally acceptable for them, and so it's a lot more common that they'll do things a bit more openly, whereas it's not culturally acceptable for white people, so they're a bit more like conspicuous about how they deal with these things. That like that could be a reason, but when you look at that stat, it says there's something going on there that causes this disproportionality. We want to know what it is. If you look at the fact that black people are more likely to be unjustly convicted of crimes, there's something happening there. It's not that like we think, oh, there's like all of the people on the juries, they hate black people, so therefore they really want these black people to go to jail regardless of whether or not they committed the crime. It's more so that these people may have some sort of bias that says they have been taught that black people are more likely to be gangsters or criminals, more likely to be violent, more likely to be.
And that certainly could be the case, right? That there's some sort of inherent bias in somebody that.
Not
okay,
inherent.
learned bias, right?
Sure.
They have a learned bias. I would even say it's inherent. I would say stranger danger, right? You see a face that doesn't look like your own. I'd say there's almost an inherent like, you don't look like me, you're not my tribe.
Not that looks like your own, but one that's familiar to you. If it's familiar to you, if you grow up around black people, it's not going to be scary to you.
I would counter that with like what you also have to take into account when you're trying to unravel that mystery, right? Because the devil's in the details here is like that, black culture also has a much higher rate of violent crime, right? Like black on black crime has, a much, much higher rate than white on white crime, for example. And so when you get much more policing of violent crime, which is where you want the police, what you want them doing is stopping the violent crime, right? What's going to come alongside that increased police presence is going to be more convictions for other drug-related offenses, and also more false convictions, unfortunately, which is a travesty, which we all hate to see anybody be wrongly convicted, but that is unfortunately baked into the cake of the criminal justice system. There's no way to avoid it for any of us, right? And so I
But
think
that bias is
agree
what we
with
would
that.
consider to be racist. Like, if just because a group tends to do something at a higher rate, when we're dealing with a court case, that court case is not about how statistically probable it is for somebody to commit this crime based on the color of their skin. It's based on whether or not the evidence proves this individual committed that crime.
100%. I think that's something that you and I can agree on wholeheartedly. I think that every single human being on this planet should be judged based on their own individual actions and what they do, right? Not based
But
on
you
the
understand
color
that,
of
like,
their skin.
the logic that you just explained, that is like, yes, we would consider this to be racist if people use the statistical probability that a black person would have committed a crime, which isn't a probability. It is just a statistic on whether or not people do commit those crimes at that rate. It's not a statistic on the probability of a black person committing a crime.
No, there exists no statistic on black person probability of crime, right? But there does exist.
Right, but that's what I'm saying, is that if you
yeah.
treat it as a probability, we would consider this to be racist. If you treat it as this is a statistic on how often they do commit the crime, then that's not racist. But those are very different things.
It's and I'm not saying it makes it more likely, right? I think every person should be judged individually. But you brought up something else that I'm kind of interested to hear you talk about, because you brought up Charlie Kirk, and his assassination was a really disturbing moment for me. I kind of grew up listening to the guy. We're the exact same age. And what was almost more disturbing was the people, who claim to be all about like peace and love and, sticking up for people who are being mistreated. And they're like dancing on his grave, and so I just wonder, like, if you feel like that was warranted. If you feel like maybe we need to have a little bit more humanity towards each other, or are we just kind of headed for a civil war, like a one way, like the two sides just hate each other. We can't save the republic. It's over. It's over.
When we're talking about like the way that like Republicans have used DEI and things of that nature, I think that it's possible that we could be heading towards a civil war, but it's not because we're actually so different or so split on things, but because I do think that the right is just very willing to buy the propaganda that comes from their leaders. When you go look at all of the people who were supposedly celebrating Charlie Kirk's death, me as a content creator who engages with these people who have been, I have been like very much in this space, entrenched in this space for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know a single one of those people. I'd never heard of any of them.
Right.
Not one person who was supposedly like, celebrating and saying how happy they were or anything. These are absolute nobodies who don't have massive followings, who do not represent Democrats or the left. But when it came to like our leaders, our politicians, our big name content creators, and people who do have major followings across the board, they all denounced the killing of Charlie Kirk. But what happened instead is that all of the people with millions and millions of followers, like Elon Musk, like libs of TikTok, like Laura Loomer, all of these people went and took those absolute nobodies, the 15-year-olds on TikTok with like 50 followers, and they went and took them and plastered them all over the place saying, this is the left. And then all of the major right-wing content creators then say, yes, it's time for a civil war. Why? Because some fucking random 15-year-old said this? Barack Obama didn't say that. Joe Biden didn't say that. Kamala Harris didn't say that. AOC didn't say that. None of the leaders on the left said that. But then when people on the left die, Donald Trump does justify this shit. He literally justifies it. His kids justify it. His cabinet justifies it. He literally said that after Charlie Kirk died, he said that when the left commits terrorist attacks, they do it because they're evil, but when the right does it, it's because they want good things. Like, he literally says it's good when right-wingers do it, it's bad when left-wingers do it. When the producer guy died, he said, right. Okay, so when the right-winger, I forget what
quote from Trump.
What chat, help me out here. What was the name of the producer guy that Trump said he died because he had TDS?
Oh no, I thought you were saying. I meant when you were. I don't mean to be like, gotcha, dude. We can do this later. But I'll just say, like, for a claim like that, if he's saying that it's good when conservatives murder somebody, but it's not okay when
Oh,
liberals do.
oh, yeah. Hold on.
What's that quote where he said it's good when conservatives kill somebody, but when the liberals do it, it's bad. I think assassination is bad, pretty much when anyone does it. And so, just so I'm clear, like, you don't think his assassination was justified, and no one's assassination is ever justified based on the political opinions that they espouse, right?
Yeah, no, I don't think anybody should be killed
Right.
for their views. Like, that's
We can agree to disagree. We don't have to have a civil war, like, we can talk it out and reach a compromise that probably neither one of us will be happy with, but both of us can live with. Because the alternative is that we don't get to have a country anymore. So,
yeah.
I feel like we can make it work.
The problem is that again, when we're talking about whether or not this would lead to a civil war, the only reason people are even thinking this is a possibility is because this is being framed as a systemic problem on the left. That the left is like encouraging people to do this. That the left justifies this as like a systemic, like principled issue, and it's just
no, I'm not trying to frame it as
case.
This is like
I'm not saying you're framing it that way, but I'm
Okay.
saying that even when you ask, like, are we heading towards a civil war? This is the only possibility that I could think of where that would be the case. Is that the right really tries to make things sound way more split than it is in reality. Of like the left is trying to trans your kids or shit like that. Like it's always just the most hyperbolic, most ridiculous version of things. They're eating your cats and dogs. Like it's always just this most insane fucking version of things. And so yeah, if I believed that shit, sure, I would think it's time to go to fucking war if they're eating my pets. Like, yeah, it's time to go to war with these people. But I don't think the left is doing this. I don't think they're doing the things that the right claims they are pretty consistent with.
What do you think something that conservatives and progressives could agree on that nobody talks about? Like right now, I mean, we kind of got on the same page on immigration for a while there. Kamala had a pretty comprehensive immigration reform.
Oh, I think
plan.
immigration is one thing that we do agree on for the most part. Like
I think we
a
just
stat
differ
that I
on
bring up.
enforcement. Yeah.
Maybe I don't even know if that's true. A stat that I bring up pretty regularly is the fact that Joe Biden and Barack Obama are the two people with the records on deportations. Like from what you hear from the right wing media, they're well, sure, but the thing that you hear from them is that Joe Biden and Barack Obama were against deportations. Or they say like, oh, it's so contradictory that Obama used to be in favor of deportations, but now Joe Biden is in favor of open borders. It's like Joe Biden has the record on most deportations in a 4-year period. Like he was not against deportations. The guy didn't have open borders, but the terms that are being used here again are just super like very hyperbolic.
And I think, honestly, that's a symptom of the Trumpism that has, like, have you gone back and watched a debate between freaking Mitt Romney and Barack Obama recently? Like the way they're just so kind and polite, like there's so much decorum in politics. Like, I think one of the big reasons people hate Trump so much, right? Because I get it. I don't love the guy, right? I wish we had a different conservative that could advocate for my ideals. But, this is the best chance I got to get my causes advanced, right? So I got to ride with it. But he single-handedly like destroyed that decorum and that almost like dignity that we had in politics, right? And so maybe like once he's out of there, when he's gone in 2 years, maybe we can get back to a little bit more, of the way things were before he was elected.
I mean, that is what the left tried. Okay, so when Joe Biden got in, he tried to bring back norms. He tried to bring back decorum. He tried to bring back bipartisanship, and it worked for like the good year and a half of his first of his term. But then when like Donald Trump started to gain his popularity back after January 6th, and like all the condemnations of him at the end of his term started to disappear, and everybody kind of rewrote what happened in that scenario, it all turned around pretty quickly. And then Donald Trump came back with just the most uncharitable presidency of all time and the most uncordial presidency of all time. And it starts to feel like, for a Democrat, for me, it starts to feel like we're just being taken advantage of. Like when we come in and we work with Republicans during Joe Biden's term, after Trump kind of like ruined the shit in his first term, we say we want to like reach out, you know, with the extended olive branch and try to like bring this back and make things normal again. We're going to be the bigger man and say like, we're not going to get you back. We're just going to try to take things back to normality. And instead, Donald Trump got right back in and went right back to the same bullshit. And so I'm telling you at this point, like whatever Democrat gets in next, I expect them to be a fucking wrecking ball. I expect them to go full on Donald Trump to an extent.
I guess, you know, like to me, Biden seemed like when I saw his first campaign announcement speech, right? It got to me just a bit. I was like, hold on, what's this guy all about? Like, I was just the least bit tempted. But when he became president, Biden governed in a very progressive manner. I mean, he was not a moderate in any sense. Like, he tried very hard to play to the more progressive base. Renaming, having National Trans Awareness Day on Easter and not doing anything for Easter comes to mind as, something that was like a little bit of a snub to the Christians. Like,
just to be clear, he didn't do that.
He did. What happened? Tell me.
They named it on a day of the year. Easter is not on the same date.
Oh, but they announced it on Easter. But they announced it on Easter, and that's
no. It just I think it just happened to land on that date.
So the inaugural Trans Awareness Day landed on Easter, and you think that was just an accident?
Yes, it's a date, and that like next year or this year it will not be on Easter. The year after that, it's not on Easter. Like to say like, oh, it's on Easter one year. He did this so that it's on Easter. Like, why? What is that? Why would that matter? And on top of that, I don't know that being trans. Hold on. I don't know how being trans is like an insult to Christians. Like I was a Christian my whole fucking life. I don't know how like trans existence or trans awareness is somehow offensive to Christians.
Well, no, it's just so I guess trans ideology, right? More so like a trans person is not offensive to Christians, right? But like the ideology that says that you can just change your gender, that gender is malleable or that it doesn't exist and it's just a social construct, that is contrary to Christian doctrine, right?
It's not.
So that's why it feels like it's a little bit of like hey, why are you putting that here? Like we already have that day.
It's not in the least. It is not in the least. There's no like objective meaning for any of these words. And so while like the left will still acknowledge that somebody is a biological male or they are a biological female, they're saying there is like something else, and we're not using the same definition anymore. We're talking about a different thing that is now what we are calling gender instead of sex. We're calling it gender, and we're saying this thing is a bit more conceptual, and this has existed for a long time. This hasn't been like a new thing. It's just that the like trans people are something that really like fit into this to where it started to become more and more of a conversation. But the idea that like gender is on a spectrum or gender is like socially constructed, they're not talking about sex, they're not talking about chromosomes, they're not talking about any of those things, and that this has existed like since the 50s. Like this is not a new
if that's
concept.
the case, right? If that's the case, that it's totally unrelated to your biological body, then why do you need to perform surgical interventions and puberty blockers on children in order to
Well, as I
match
said,
up.
gender has nothing to do with like trans people. What is gender is a different conversation. What is a woman is a different conversation from the scientific and medical consensus on what it is that is beneficial for trans people to exist with gender dysphoria. Like that is a is a totally different thing. But if you and I have a conversation about like what does it mean to pay attention? Like what does that really mean to like be paying attention to something? And then all of a sudden somebody says they have ADHD. Like you and I, our conversation about like what that means to pay attention to something really doesn't have anything to do with like a scientific understanding of ADHD, right? These are very different things.
But see, when people try to say that there's like a deeper scientific understanding going on, that means that males aren't really male, like, because this is what it sounds, right? And I know you were saying gender a lot different, right? But when people hear that and they don't know what you're talking about, they hear you're saying that new science just got released. Oh, hold up, new science just dropped. Men and women don't exist. It's all just you can be whatever. And it's like actually for millions of years, people have been sliding out of women's vaginas and we've been looking between their legs and going, that's a man or that's a woman.
The men and women don't exist. You're telling me that like when we're talking about trans people who make a very big deal about whether or not you call them by the right pronouns or call them a man or woman, you're telling me this same group of people are also telling you that they don't exist, that man and woman just doesn't even exist. That somehow that's happening at the same time.
Is that you're collapsing the categories into nothing, into meaningless, right? You're saying,
but that's not true. They're giving a new category with more meaning. It's again, if we're not changing like what is a male or a female, we're not changing that. We're not saying that doesn't exist, but we are giving like a new category that gives us more language to describe another thing that gives more nuance to a subject that we are giving more to it, not less.
Do you feel like the transgender community is pretty persecuted and gets like an outsized like coverage regarding like relative to how large their population is?
Well, which one are we talking about? Their coverage or whether or not they're persecuted?
I guess I was kind of like roping those together, but you can take them one
so
at a time.
does their persecution get outsized coverage?
Oh, no, I guess it's two separate questions. Are they actually persecuted in the United States of America by people, forces, right? Are they covered more intensely in the media than they should be?
So, I mean, on the first question, obviously, like when people want to complain about like the dangers of trans people going into bathrooms and raping somebody or, you know, being sexual degenerates or something like that, trans people have by far, the highest rate of victims of sexual assaults and rapes and violent attacks and all of these things. By far, they are the victims of these things at insane rates. But they aren't the perpetrators of these.
Right.
Well, but they're not the perpetrators of these at disproportionate rates. So, like that, in that case, yes, I would say that 100% they are definitely persecuted, especially considering the fact that like people like the Daily Wire will probably mention trans people like 100 times a fucking day while talking about the fact that people are talking about it too much. You're the one talking about it all the fucking time. It's the right who's always talking about it. They're obsessed with trans people.
I was just going to say, I think I can shed a little bit of light as to why that is. You know, I think there's like,
I know why they feel like they're under attack. But I think they're wrong.
Well, but here's what I've observed, right? Just anecdotal evidence, right? But I live in a pretty deep red state, right? Like been red, gonna stay red, right? I never heard of a transgender person. There were like two gay people.
How old are you?
In my high school. I'm 32.
Okay, so yeah, I'm 37.
Okay.
Same. Like until I think it was like Caitlyn Jenner was like the first time I thought it was a joke at first. It was so like weird.
But I mean, I agree with you that gender dysphoria, so people who are born with the genetic disorder that they think they're in the wrong body, like that has been around forever. Like that is a genetic disorder. It's the same as like I think it's called the foreign limb syndrome, a mental disorder which can make you think that part of your body was grafted onto you by aliens or demons or
Very
other
different.
nefarious forces.
Very
Well,
different, but sure.
I mean,
I understand like the analogy that you're drawing, but they're like
they both lead
medically
people to
they are very
amputate
different.
parts of their body, though. Both of those disorders lead people to amputate parts of their body. So I think the comparison is important. But we've tracked the rates of how many people there are that have these syndromes throughout history. And what I've observed just in my like local community is like there are 8 or 9 kids on puberty blockers in the middle school. Like that was not going on, right? So what is it that is happening, right? Were there 8 or 9 trans people in my class in middle school that I just didn't know, that they were so repressed and persecuted that they couldn't be their true selves and couldn't ask for the puberty blockers? Or is this transgenderism, like as it's becoming more publicized and being seen online, is it like kind of catching on? Is it like something that children are experimenting with because they're lost and they have no sense of self, right?
Okay, well, first off, doctors never prescribe removing a limb for somebody with foreign limb syndrome. That is not a thing. That has never been a thing. That is not like the person may do it to themselves, but that has never been a prescription from a doctor.
The doctors will go ahead and amputate, right?
Sure, if the limb has become toxic for them, yes, that's the. But they're not removing it because of their foreign limb syndrome. They're removing it because the limb has become toxic. That's always the case. Yes, if somebody gets shot in the leg in war, and they're like they need to amputate, and that's again like because the limb has become toxic, not because of the foreign limb syndrome or anything like that. But on the second thing, I don't know anywhere where like kids are transitioning at that high of a rate. Like it is true that obviously the more that like scientific consensus has like started to understand gender dysphoria, they have like done way more research, and they've gotten a lot more funding towards it with people like Caitlyn Jenner coming out and things like that. This has shed a light on it to where they've been willing to put a lot more research into this specific area and have come to better technology and better outcomes for them. That is going to make it to where we're going to see more of them by itself. But then on top of that, considering like how foreign it was for you and me and all of these people, I very rarely have like met trans people in person, but when I do, it is a shocking experience. It is like no offense to trans people, but it feels like you're looking at like a clown in like clown makeup or something. Like it looks like it's shocking to like, just like see that out in the open, right?
Well, yeah,
the more exposure you have, but it is because we just haven't had like a lot of exposure to it. We haven't gotten used to that. That is something that is very foreign to us, and to have some light shed on that is beneficial. And the more acceptable they become, they feel walking around in society, it transitioned, the more people are going to feel comfortable transitioning. That's obviously going to be the case.
Well, and here's the thing. If we're talking about people legitimately born with gender dysphoria, right? I'm all about having sympathy and respect and doing everything we can as a society to try and be respectful towards those people. But we've got to draw the line when we start proposing policies that would allow, anyone to claim to be a female and enter female protected spaces, right? And like then we have to go to demographics. Who are the sexual assaulters in society, in the world? We know who they are. They're men, right? That's why we don't allow men into female spaces, because it's for safety, right? Because biological men not only are the ones who commit the majority of sexual assault, but they're also the ones who tend to have the biological height, weight, and strength advantage to perpetrate said crimes, right? So
I'm sorry, but that doesn't mean anything to me. Like the idea that somebody who is a sexual predator that like first off, that until trans people came along, there were never laws on like whether or not men or women could go in the opposite sex's bathrooms. That was just never a thing. It all of a sudden became a thing because of trans people.
It would be handled by like disorderly conduct, right? If a man was camping out in a woman's bathroom, they'd call the police, who'd take him to jail.
Depending on whether or not they actually had business there. Like if you just walked into the bathroom, and went to the bathroom and left, no, they wouldn't do that. If my mom, like, you know, took her sons into the bathroom with her, nobody was going to freak out that the sons were in there, right? There's no line there on like when this becomes a problem, unless, but unless they don't have business in there. If they have no reason to be in the bathroom, then sure. But that's not what we're talking about with trans people. And the idea that all of a sudden we're going to say, oh, the predators might go into the women's bathroom, so we'll just make it to where it's illegal to go into the bathroom so that people don't get raped. It's already illegal to rape people. What do you think the difference is going to be here? That the person who's willing to rape somebody is going to be afraid to go into the bathroom if it's illegal? It doesn't make a difference.
The difference is, sir, that if you see a biological male in a woman's bathroom, you can immediately start shouting, "Help! Help! Someone's in here. That shouldn't be. I need help. There's a man in here." Right? You can't do that in a
okay,
anyone can use the bathroom world.
I don't agree that like this is like that pervasive to where that would matter. But if like when you're talking about seeing a man or a woman in the bathroom, if Blair White is in the men's bathroom, are you gonna be like, oh, what the fuck? What is this woman doing in here? Or is that you're gonna look at Blair White, and you're gonna be like, wait.
But that's
you don't belong in the men's bathroom. No, it's not. No, it is not. No, it is not. You are basing this criteria on whether or not they look like a man or a woman. When you see them, that this is the red flag that you're looking for. That is what you're talking about.
I'm saying that as a woman, right?
Okay, sure, a woman. Okay, so sure, there are trans people who look like women, who look like men as well. The idea, who look like men as well. That like, if all of a sudden we say based on your your biological criteria, now this is like which bathroom you go into. There's so many trans men who look like big burly fucking men that now we're saying they're supposed to go into the women's bathroom. And that this is now supposed to be better that they're in the women's bathroom.
Everyone uses the bathroom they're assigned, but it's not just like bathrooms, right? It's also like locker rooms. There are all sorts of places where women, as you know,
where women are going to feel more comfortable. Do you know who
they need to be
Buck Angel is?
Yeah. What's that?
Do you know who Buck Angel is?
Buck Angel? No, I don't know Buck Angel.
Okay. Look at this. Real quick, I gotta share screen up.
I mean, you want to protect women too, right?
Yes, but I disagree that this is the way. Everybody wants to protect women. Just whether or not this is the way to do it is the difference. So do you see the screen right now?
I'm just all I see is your little avatar there. Oh, and I don't mean to like hog your.
Wait. Hold on. I pulled up a share screen for you. And then you click on the share screen.
What's her name? I'll Google it right now. I'm sorry.
No. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. In the Discord, do you see where it says Tom Live?
Yes, I see Tom Live.
Okay, click on that.
Tom Fool. Oh yeah, Tom Live. I click on Tom Live.
Yes.
It
okay.
says 2 members.
And it doesn't say share screen on there?
No. Not
you
that
must
I can
have it
see.
disabled.
But you're saying there's some big burly girl who's like could kick any woman's ass, and like that's the exception to the rule. Is that what you're getting at? Were you gonna show me a big strong woman who could kick my
I guess. I mean, it is somebody again who looks like some sort of like pro wrestler, and you're not going to look at this person for a second and say this is a trans woman or a trans man or anything like that. But I just sent it to you in a DM.
In a DM. Okay. Let me see here. Oh, guy, I finally found the stream.
Oh, you see it
that's
now?
a girl.
That is a trans man.
Wow.
So this is a trans man that we're suggesting should be walking around in the women's bathrooms and in the women's locker rooms. And
I mean, if we've got like a full top and bottom transition going, like, I don't know. I'm not a, you know.
But that's what I'm saying, is that like it gets like very
It's
sticky on like where you draw these lines. It gets very, very tricky. And so the idea that like
but shouldn't we err on the side of protecting women more? Like, isn't
but,
that
well, so I think that the thing is that most of the time somebody who doesn't like who doesn't pass at all and just looks like, you know, they don't feel comfortable going into women's restrooms the majority of the
because they know
time.
they're going to get looks and you know.
Yes, it's
That's
more
pity.
uncomfortable for them, and so they're just not going to do it, right? So like normally like the just the social stigma or anxiety for that person is already going to stop this from happening the majority of the time. But the idea that like they would get in legal trouble if they did go into those restrooms, that does not make any sense to me. Like, without actually doing something wrong, when we're talking about protecting them, there are tons of places all over Europe that do not have segregated bathrooms. Like all over the world, there's tons of countries that don't have men and women's bathrooms. Like in college, tons of people go to co-ed like showers and restrooms and shit like that. Like, this is not this like super crazy thought process, except for to Americans, where we just have our own culture of how we do things, but that's not.
Yeah. Hey, and I'm a man of the world. I've been to other countries. I wanted to chime in. You know, I have known a trans person. I think I would even consider that trans person a friend. You know, even though we probably disagree on a ton of political things, but we work together. They passed very well they were a female who transitioned to male, lived as a male. And I didn't even fully realize until we were like out drinking one night and they went to take a piss on the side of the building and they like squatted to pee. And I was like, oh, okay. And they were like, oh, you know, they were all like nervous about it. And I was like, dude, we're good. Right. I don't have any hatred for any of you people, like anyone. Right.
People.
Well, I mean, anyone who
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
You know, like, it's because I think that's one thing that turns the temperature up, is that both of our echo chambers make us think that the other side hates us and wants to kill us, right?
Well, I mean, I grew up a conservative, and I recently moved to the left because I felt like I started to do more research and like have like more media literacy to where I understood a little bit better what was going on, or who was like more capable of being honest or telling the truth, and who's having more honest and like philosophical conversations about things. And yeah,
were you
it seems
raised
like
Christian
the majority
as well?
Yeah. Yep.
And about when did you leave that behind? About the same.
I guess it's been about 4 or 5 years. Like, it's been like a transition. It's only been maybe like a year that I've called myself like a liberal or on the left, but yeah, it's been like since 2016 is when like it started, when people made Donald Trump the Republican nominee. I was very offended by that as a Christian and as a conservative.
I was in Brazil, you know, so I didn't get to vote in that election. I was teaching English as a second language down there, and you really get some perspective on the United States when you go down to another country and ask people and hear what they think about the United States, right? Like, and hear about how the people tried to, overthrow their government, and the United States parked an aircraft carrier down in the bay and
Sure,
said, "No,
but
you're not."
listen, even when you use terms like trans ideology or transgenderism or things like that, those are not things. Those literally do not exist. There is no trans ideology. There is no like transgenderism. These are literally
I can
like
define the
concepts that have.
term.
If you can try, go ahead.
Okay, the trans ideology is the idea that gender or biological sex can be changed, right? And we would say that we don't hold with that. We think your gender and your biological identity are together and they're set.
Sure, but it's not
Right.
ideological. It's semantics. As I said, they're just using the word gender to mean something different from biological sex. It is not that's not ideological. That's just semantics.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately,
Like
people
conservatives
can't-
are fighting a semantic war, and they don't even know that that's what they're fighting. And so
Well, I mean, that's what I was kind of getting at earlier, though, man. Is like when you see all these kids like on puberty blockers, which I think like already the American pediatricians have come out and said like, bad idea, don't do that. We're getting sued. We need to stop this, right? Like that freaks people out when their kids come home and tell them, "Well, Susie's on puberty blockers because she's a boy. Can I be a boy?" It's like, whoa, hold up, right? And so I think that like that scares people, that scares parents, right? And then that's why you see it on the news because they're trying to trade on that fear, right? That parents have of like, why is this happening? This wasn't going on when I was in school. I mean,
So
that's
just to be
just
clear,
my.
the APA has not come out against puberty blockers.
They have not.
No, they are still very much in favor of puberty blockers. There is a very small percentage of like people who actively transition, and especially before the ages of like 16, 17, like that is a very,
come
very
out
small
against
percentage
that.
of people. No, but I'm saying that this is when you're making it sound like there's like 8 or 9 kids in a single school. I don't know where the fuck this is happening, but that is an anomaly if that's actually the case. I hear people all over the place saying that this is the case, but somehow it's only ever conservatives who seem to believe that this is happening all over the case, while they also believe that kids are shitting in litter baskets in their schools as well. So I don't know where the fuck this is happening, but according to the
I've never
stats,
heard
this
of a
is not
litter
happening.
basket, bro. I don't know what that's about. I mean, I did hear this from multiple parents.
It wasn't
About,
real. Like the litter
it
basket
wasn't
thing
real.
was a made up story.
Oh, okay. No, I see. The litter basket. No, I've never heard of that. That's news to me. But
That was a whole like news cycle on the conservative media, was that schools are getting so progressive that they're starting to put litter baskets in classes for kids who identify as cats.
yeah, I mean, gosh, I feel for people who are different and who, are just not quite mainstream. I often think that I am not quite, like everybody else. I think I'm a little bit quirky. Uh, you know, I've just kind of felt that throughout my life. So I do. I really try to have compassion for people
Well, I
that
mean,
are
people
just
like Michael Knowles, Andrew
Yeah.
Wilson, Ben Shapiro, these people will admit that like gender and sex are different things. Like they will admit like the difference in the semantics. But it's again, the difference is just like actually acknowledging that when somebody is talking about gender, they're talking about something different than sex. Now,
Yeah.
the problem becomes where like the APA calls this gender dysphoria, when it is like gender is part of it, but it is really sex dysphoria. That is their problem. They have like an issue with their physical, biological body parts. That is where the problem is. It isn't really, it is also with gender. Like that is part of it. But like gender is considered to be like about masculinity and femininity. Like that's what it's about. It's about like traits and characteristics and things of this nature that are going to be masculine or feminine.
Well,
and that people who have a more like masculine personality penises are also masculine, so I guess like if they want a penis as well, like these things are about like that's what gender is. But then somebody who has gender dysphoria, this is somebody who has like a huge like problem with their own body parts, and so it's not
like foreign
really
limb syndrome,
gender
yeah.
as much.
Kind of same thing.
Not really, but no.
I don't.
not
Why
at
do
all.
you keep
But-
saying it's different? I don't understand the difference.
Because gender dysphoria, as I said, it like, so they may have a problem with like having a penis, right? But they don't just have an issue with having a penis. They have like, it's literally in the diagnostic criteria that if for somebody to be able to be diagnosed with gender dysphoria, they would have to have a strong hatred for the penis and a strong desire for the vagina. They have to have both of these things. Somebody with like an issue with their limb, that's not somebody who just like it feels like this thing is bad and it's like infecting them and it's a problem for them and it's like they need to get it off and like or it's foreign to them and it's like it doesn't feel like their own. Like these are people who are like when people think of what like it means to be trans, they say it means they think they're the other sex. No, it's not that they think they're the other sex. It's that they have a hyper awareness of the fact that they are not the other sex, and it drives them crazy. They are very aware they have a penis, and it gives them dysphoria. They become, their whole world becomes obsessed with this fact that they do have a penis and that they do not have a vagina. That's drastically different from somebody who is like who believes this arm is not theirs. The person knows the penis is theirs. That's the whole fucking problem.
Mm-hmm. Excuse me for just a moment.
I can't believe I've ditched my favorite topic of lefties versus shit libs in the elusive coalition to go back to 2020 and discuss gender. It's been a long time, man. We gotta change it up once in a while. At least the caller seems to be open to this information, so Tom isn't completely wasting his time. Yeah, maybe. I hate that I can't get ever since I got this computer, I haven't been able to get the like Discord overlay to work correctly. Where it always only shows me.
Alright, I'm there.
It doesn't show anybody else.
Sorry about that.
Alright. But yeah, that's like in all of these issues, I feel like the conservative like or the Republican goal is to strawman this as much as possible and convince everybody on their side that it is a completely different conversation than what it is that the left is trying to talk about. Like what they're the conversation they're trying to have.
Tonight? Do you feel like that?
No, but no. But I do feel as though like it should be obvious that that if you believe that what I'm telling you is the case, that like you're having trouble understanding issues because the issues that are being described to you are not the issues, which is why I left the conservative movement. This is literally why, is because I started to realize that every time I was explained some situation about the left and what it is they believed and everything, I started a podcast to go talk to people about the left, and it turns out none of them believed the things that I was told. Nobody believed any of that crap. And I started to feel very disillusioned. Like, what is it that I thought I was fighting this whole time? Like that nobody believes any of the shit that I thought I was fighting against.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think here's probably one of the biggest ones is abortion. Right? Like I would say it feels like the left basically believes that abortion should be allowable for any reason up until like the moment of birth. Like, would you say that's a mischaracterization?
Yeah, it seems to be that like the majority of people have a cutoff line around the second trimester. Majority
So
of
that's what
states
you
as
would
well.
advocate for?
No. I would call myself pro-life, meaning that I do think that like abortion is murder, but I legally have a different standard for like moral issues, and that I do think that there's I would cut it off around the end of the first trimester, beginning of second trimester. It's about like 15 weeks, 14 to 15 weeks.
Dang, bro. So you're okay with murder for moms? Like, moms can murder their babies under certain circumstances. You're down with that?
Yeah, as I said, like it would be a different standard morally versus legally. Like I hold what I call to be a legal consistency pro-life standard, which is that like technically we would call somebody dead if they like no longer have brain function or heartbeat. Like this person is dead, right? They're no longer a rights-bearing individual. They're gone, right? We don't have to ask them what they want anymore. We could put them in a casket and bury them and do away with them. And but if they're hold on. But if we use that same standard to say if that's when they're no longer alive, then that's when they would be dead. Or sorry, if that's when they're dead, then that's when they would be alive as well. So once they have like heartbeat and brain function, it's around 15 weeks that like this is when they would gain those rights and become a rights-bearing person.
So I think the issue I have with that, though, I think you're being intellectually honest. So good, I'm down with that. But the issue I would bring up is that when we declare somebody legally dead, we're saying that they have they're never going to regain, right, any brain function at all. They're brain dead, right? Now, when someone's in a coma, they may look like they're totally brain dead, but then if they come back and regain that brain function like 3 years later, like that's why they're treated, why they have human rights, because there's still a chance that they could regain
No,
that
they
function.
still have brain function while they're in a coma. They don't lose
No, but like
all
there are
brain
stories
function.
of people
and they
who are
still
like,
have a heartbeat at the same time. Like that's not.
Yeah, heartbeat, brain function. Yeah. So I'm
Yeah,
just saying, like,
so this is
like with a baby, like as soon as it has any brain function, you can say it's going to if you just leave it alone and don't hurt it. It's going.
I'm sorry, you're getting into a philosophical conversation. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a legal standard that says like this is when somebody is no longer like considered to be alive. They are not somebody who like can buy a house, vote, have a bank account, like get married. Like this is somebody who does not have rights anymore, and they are not considered a person, meaning they have personhood, right? They do not have that once they're dead. We put them in a box, we bury them, and we leave them there forever. That is the end of it. Like they no longer have personhood. So I'm drawing a legal consistency, like a legal line that I want to be consistent on and say, if this is when we say that they no longer become a person because of these standards, heartbeat and brain function, then I'm going to say they gain those standards when they gain those rights when they meet those standards.
Which is about like first trimester.
Yeah.
Is when they pick that up. Okay. I mean, where does that put you though? So do you call yourself a Democrat or independent?
Yep. Yeah, I'm Democrat, liberal Democrat.
Democrat. So like the pro-life Democrats, like how many of them are there? Would you say?
Not a lot. Most of them are kind of fucking stupid, but
what's that?
Most of them are kind of fucking stupid.
Oh, most of them are stupid. Like Like, can you give me a couple examples? Would I know any?
I don't know. I'm not sure why that matters though. Like I'm okay with like Trump's like state by state thing where like they decide, but I'm not okay with like how limitless that is. I don't like the idea that like some places can make it to where like you literally there's like 0 abortions whatsoever, and that like there's some like Orwellian things going on in some places to where it's I think that there's things that are too strict. Like when you're asking me earlier, oh, you think it's okay to like for murder to exist in some cases, I am very like clear on separating like morality from legality in the way that I will assess things. I think it's a horrible thing to like yell the N-word at a black person. I think that's a fucked up thing to do. I would say that's immoral. But
Unless
I
they're
also
like your friend and they want you to do it, then it's funny.
Sure, okay. I like I've got a black girlfriend that demands that I do this every time we have sex, and I whip her and shit. But
Are you
totally
fucking
different
serious,
scenario.
bro?
So
No, dude.
so
Shut up.
when
Oh, no, wait, hold on.
when we're
No cap.
talking about I'm fucking around. But I was like saying the N-word, like it can be an immoral thing, but I don't want it to be outlawed. I think like the realms of like freedom of speech is very important, and I think that even if I think something is immoral, that doesn't mean I want it to be illegal, right? Very different standards. So I'm going to like draw those lines every time to point out like the differences in I think a lot of times when I talk to somebody like Andrew Wilson, where he like seems to really always want like his morality should be the law, and that like whatever the Bible says, this should be in the law. I think that that's ridiculous.
Well, see,
It's like
that's the thing, 'cause,
antithetical
like,
to our country.
I mean, see, that's the thing, because I feel like you and I would, definitely be buddies if we like just met having a beer or something. But and I don't often say this because I know this term is pretty charged, but I kind of consider myself a Christian nationalist. I don't know what's so wrong with that term.
Well, it's
I
just
mean,
anti-American. Like it's against American
anti-American?
values. It's
Well,
against
but
it's against the Constitution. It's against like what our founding fathers wanted. It's against why we built this country and fought the Revolutionary War in the first place. Like it is all antithetical to America.
yeah, but I mean, my first allegiance is to Christianity, and
Sure.
then
But where does
to the
Christianity
nation.
say that you should implement Christianity in the law? Like where does the Bible ever say that?
Well, see, and that's the thing. I don't know. Like I've listened to like the Doug Wilsons and stuff, and like I don't have any desire to like get legislation passed to
That's what Christian
like.
nationalism is. It's like a
Well, not see, but see, that might be one of those things where you think Christian nationalism is X, but like other people think it's Y. Like it might just be a semantics thing, because it's like I want to live in a Christian nation, right? Like to me,
Okay.
that is Christian nationalism, right? Like I want my
Sure,
nation.
but you understand that like American values are very much born out of the Constitution, that this is like axiomatic for a lot of people, and freedom of religion, and having like a place where anybody can live regardless of their religion. This is like part of what the reasons were for the Revolutionary War, and like what it was they were trying to get away from, and what it was they were trying to build. So when you're saying, hey, I want this thing that is almost like kind of forcing everybody to do this, well, yeah, I would say that that's just disgustingly anti-American.
No. See, I'm not forcing everybody to do anything, right? Like I'm just saying, like, would I like my nation
I mean,
to be
but
more?
then what's the point of saying it? Like, I would like everybody to be a fucking, hot babe with double D's, and
Then you're a hot babe,
to
double
be the
D
only man in the
nationalist,
world.
baby.
But that doesn't like say much. That I'm not gonna do anything to make that the case.
Well, I like, for example, like I think we should like push back hard against like Sharia law. I
What does
don't
that mean?
think
Push back hard?
like I don't like we like. Do you see what's going on in like Dearborn, Michigan?
No,
with
but
the
I see what's going on with Christians, where they seem to be trying to implement Sharia law, just the Christian
Christians
version.
implementing Sharia law.
Yes, people like Andrew Wilson, Nick Fuentes, like these are people who 100% will tell you they want Sharia law, just the Christian version. Yes, 100%.
Well, I'm not in favor of that either. But I just
But
mean,
these
like, I
are
don't
the
think.
Christian nationalist leaders. Like these are the biggest names within Christian nationalism. Like what is it that makes you a Christian nationalist if not Christian nationalism?
What is it that makes me that I want this nation to be like more Christian,
That
right?
just makes you a Christian. You're just a Christian. You just proselytize. That's it. That's just being a Christian.
Well, then I don't. Well, but I also want the nation. I don't know. Okay, maybe I'm just misusing the term. Then I don't know. I want the nation to be Christian. I just think that Christians generally, like, we get it wrong lots of times, but I think generally they do a better job than like the Muslims do at allowing for freedom of religion and liberty, and like the Middle East is. Do you think that Islam has had a negative effect on the Middle East?
I think all religions have had negative effects pretty much everywhere.
All religions have had negative effects anywhere. That's a pretty hard
I
claim.
think I think that they have all had positive and negative effects pretty much
Okay,
across the board. I would say that
there
like
you go.
Christianity has obviously had some positive effects on the Western world. It's also had a lot of negative effects. I would say the same about Islam. Like currently the war with Iran, they literally have it like within their religious doctrine that they can't use nukes. Like it's literally part of like their ideology that they could never use a nuke. And so it's like there are parts of their ideology that are beneficial because they've literally been sitting on 60% enriched uranium for about 5 years now, and just never went the other 30%, which would take a week at like maybe at most like a week for them to get enough or enrich it enough to be able to build multiple nukes, and they just never did it in 4 years. Didn't take that week to do it.
Well, so here's something interesting, right? Because what I've always been led to believe is that it's actually part of Iranian religion that they are like apocalyptic in that they would immediately nuke Israel because they believe that nuking Israel and destroying Israel is going to bring about the return of Jesus in the end times.
Why didn't they do it?
Why didn't they do it? Because they didn't have the nuke, and that's why we're
Well,
bombing
why
them
didn't they
right
get
now.
the nuke?
Well, they were trying. They were close. Then we bombed Fordo and Isfahan and Natanz, and we took them out, set them back. Thought that would stop them for good, but when we went into
No, dude.
negotiations
No,
with
no, no,
them, they
no.
said we've got enough
Wait.
material to
Yes,
create
no.
10
They've
nukes
had
right
enough
now.
material. They've had enough material for a long time. We had them in a deal where they weren't allowed to enrich uranium, and they abided by that deal, and Donald Trump pulled out of it. And now he's attacking them for doing the thing that he allowed them to do by pulling out of the fucking deal. So it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense that this is
so
like a
weird,
thing
yeah.
that he was really afraid of if he gives them the ability to do it by pulling out of the deal. Like, it's just.
I mean, do you think Israel is our ally, is a good ally to the United States in the Middle
In
East?
some senses, like a lot of this is going to be like a
I find you
tactical
to be
ally as to the sense.
unreasonably reasonable for a Democrat and a progressive. Do you know that? I find you unreasonably reasonable.
What Democrats are you talking to that are so unreasonable?
I mean, I don't know. Just most of them. My sister, who is very, very progressive and an activist, she really gives
I'm
it to
not a
me good.
progressive. I'm a liberal.
Okay, see, like more like a Bill Maher kind of.
Bill Maher is kind of fucking retarded, but sure.
Sure, like you're more. See, I feel like you and I we're gonna be able to agree on things. Like we're gonna have to agree when Trump gets out of there and politics gets back to normal a little bit more. I feel like there's gonna be like a new coalition of like center right, center left.
I don't think so. I
No?
think that I think you're right in a sense that a lot of people are being pushed farther to the edges, and that there
Yes.
isn't much of like a moderate group of people that are they are especially not being prioritized a whole lot. Like I think electorally they are taken into consideration because they are the largest majority of sorry, not the majority. They are the plurality of voters, and that like independent moderates, centrist sorts of people are. But I think when it comes to like where the media is heading in the landscape of media, that is drastically changing. Like the biggest content creators are people like Hassan, Nick Fuentes, and folks like that within alternative media that are just more so radicalizing people to the farther edges.
And that's kind of what you were talking about when I hopped on was Hassan, right? Like, so I've been seeing him in the news a lot lately. I mean, I guess your position is basically like, we don't want to associate with him, right? Like this guy is hurting the cause, not helping.
Sure, but like MAGA is part of that extreme. Like MAGA is an extreme. They are when you look at like MAGA versus like George Bush, these are like even with including like George Bush going to war with the Iraq, like these are drastically different groups of people. After 9/11, I played this video a couple of times, numerous videos of George Bush talking about the fact that like Muslims are not our enemy. Islam is not our enemy. Islam is a religion of peace, and the people who are Islam in America, these are our friends. These are our neighbors. These are people who are Americans, and they care about America, and we don't want them to be treated any differently than anybody else. This is very important, right? He like makes this a very big deal and talks about it extensively numerous times. Donald Trump, if he said this today, or anybody says this today, they would call it fucking woke. They would call that shit woke. George Bush is called a liberal today. Today, they say, oh, he's a fucking liberal. Why? Because they stretched the Overton window so far to the fucking right that somebody who was considered far right in the early 2000s, like George Bush, is now today considered on the left.
But that's not all just a one-way street, right? Like the Overton window's not only getting pulled to the right, like it's getting pulled
when
to
we're
the
talking
left,
about
too.
like no. It is when we're talking about like Democrat leaders, okay? When we talk about like Democrats and Republicans, they're the extremes have been like pushed way more to the right within the establishment circles.
I mean,
Donald
you
Trump.
Talk about Democrat leaders. You were talking about like Maxine Waters.
Maxine Waters is not a leader, dude. She's one person in the House that everybody on the right makes the biggest fucking deal about. Like, for the longest time, I watched Ben Shapiro for a long time. I was made to believe that AOC was the fucking god king of Democrats. Then find out she's like a nobody. She never got legislation passed. She was always infighting with the Democrats. Her main like claim to fame was fighting with Democrats, not even Republicans, with Democrats. That was her whole brand. That was why they called them the Squad. Is the Squad was just nonstop fighting with Democrats, not Republicans. And the idea that like somebody like Maxine Waters is this big boogeyman that can't get shit done because nobody likes her is fucking insane, dude. These are the most unpowerful people.
I'm just saying that there's inflammatory rhetoric on both sides. Is my only point of bringing.
No. Don't do this both sides bullshit. Okay. When we're looking at the type of shit that comes from Donald Trump, the top leader, and his entire cabinet and his sons and Elon Musk, people who are the tippy top leaders, not just one person in the House out of over 400 members. No, we're talking about the top leaders. If you want to point at Nancy Pelosi, if you want to point at Joe Biden, if you want to point at Kamala Harris, if you want to point at Chuck Schumer, you want to point at Jeffries, you want to point at any of those people and say like the inflammatory rhetoric that they're using, fair enough, go ahead, point at them. But I don't see it.
I pointed all of them because all the people you named have used very inflammatory rhetoric.
Like what?
You know, how about all of the danger to our democracy rhetoric?
That's true.
Right? Which continues like after the guy's assassinated.
He
right?
was
Like,
not assassinated. He was
or
not
and that-
assassinated.
after the guy is almost assassinated.
You know,
Twice.
Donald Trump used the same rhetoric about like Kamala Harris and all of them, but the difference
Well,
is that
I'm just
people like
saying that-
actually, but the assassination attempts are evidence that like people actually believed what they said when they called Donald Trump a danger to our democracy. That do you know that he tried to commit a coup? Do you know that he literally, like, we know for this 100% for a fact, I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I do not like people who like jump to conclusions or call things stolen or rigged or whatever unnecessarily. There's tons of people who say the last election, Donald Trump won because it was rigged. I hate those fucking people. Donald Trump tried to steal the election in 2020. 100%, no doubt about it.
The 2020 election that he lost?
Yes.
Then January 6th and all that, where, yeah, I mean, like we can
January
go down
6th
that
is a
whole
part of
road.
it, but that's not the coup. January 6th is a part of it, but that is not the coup. Donald Trump literally tried to get votes swapped out for delegates, where he was going to replace the Democrat delegates who were voting for Biden. He tried to get them replaced with Republican delegates that were going to vote for him. He literally tried to switch these out. Mike Pence refused to go along with it because he was the person in the Capitol who was certifying the election. And Donald Trump went on January 6th and stood in front of a crowd of people saying that the Republicans were betraying him and that they were inside the Capitol with everybody else stealing the election from him. He said that because they refused to allow him to swap out the votes for Joe Biden to his name. And he did this in 6 different states and tried numerous other things. That he had a whole team of lawyers who were working on this with him for months since he lost in November all the way through January. Like, he had an entire scheme trying to do this, and this is part of the charges that he was facing before he got elected again. And they decided to just drop everything because people decided to re-vote in a guy who attempted a coup.
Okay, can we just fact check one part of that?
Yeah.
Which is that was part of the charges he was facing?
Yeah, in Fulton County, he was charged with racketeering with 18 co-conspirators. The charges were about his attempt to steal the election.
Not the 39 felonies that he was convicted of, though.
34
Right.
felonies that he was convicted of,
34
correct.
felonies that
That's
they-
why I said they dropped the charges, because once he's already convicted of, they can't drop those. But the ones that he was charged with 84 felonies, and 50 of them got dropped when he won the election again.
Okay, and you're saying some of those 50 charges were regarding racketeering?
Yes, the ones in Fulton County, Georgia.
And I guess they're just dropped because it's a constitutional crisis if you try and prosecute the president.
Yes.
Because he's the head of the executive branch, so they drop it.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to look into it more. I think if what you're saying is true, like if I grant you that all that is true, then I guess I would say that, as soon as he gets out of office, go get him, convict him, send him to prison. I know.
Well, this is why I say when I'm talking about the fact that like Donald Trump comes in like a wrecking ball, like a bull in a china shop, just fucking everything up, and then Joe Biden comes in and tries to do the whole mea culpa thing, and then people vote Trump right back in to be a wrecking ball again. I expect the next person to come in and be a fucking wrecking ball. Like I expect them to just go full on fucking ham against the people who have been breaking down our Constitution, who have been breaking down our norms, who have been fucking up our institutions across the board. Things like trying to attempt a coup, things like the amount of corruption that have been within the Trump administration, things like undermining the First Amendment over and over and over and over and over. Like these things, there has to be like a great accounting for this. Otherwise, we're fucked. Like, we're totally fucked.
It sounds like you're just saying you want the pendulum to swing further back the other way. Like, would you be happy?
No.
Democratic
If Joe
candidate
Biden did this shit, I would want the same thing. But it has nothing to do with politics. It has to do with accountability. It has to do with the fact that I actually respect our norms. I think we are the greatest country in the world because of our institutions, because of our Constitution, because of our separations of power. And Donald Trump has undermined all of these things. Like, the motherfucker came in and even tried to make it illegal for people to burn the American flag. Like, the most, like, symbolic thing of freedom of speech you could possibly imagine is burning your own country's flag. And he tried to make it illegal. He said that after somebody got shot totally unnecessarily while carrying a gun, that he shouldn't have had a gun. That, like, this was a justified shooting because Preddy had a gun. Like, undermining the Second Amendment, obviously. There's endless amounts of him just not giving a fuck about our institutions, about our Constitution, about the separations of power. He just doesn't care.
I mean, like we've already talked about, I'm kind of looking past him already, right? Like, I'm
But
looking.
the problem is
to
that,
the
again,
future.
I appreciate that. That's cool. But I'm not. Like, if somebody can come in after him and do what he did again, we don't have a democracy. We don't have a constitution. We don't have institutions that matter. Nothing in our government matters anymore. It's time for a civil war. It's time for a revolution. It is time for those things at that point. If people are allowed to do this shit and get away with it and there is no price to pay, everybody will do it. I don't want to live in that country. I don't want to live in Russia. Like, I don't want to live in Iran.
What is it that, like, you feel has been so? I mean, I know, like, corruption is bad. I know, like, we're seeing big examples of that in the Senate, right, and the House with what was the guy, Swalwell, and then the Republican guy from Texas, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Both, are just like predators, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I want to see the swamp be drained. That's what I voted for. Like, that kind of campaign message would definitely get me interested if people said they wanted to push back on corruption. But, like, when you start going to, like, the language of, like, revolution and stuff, I'm thinking, like, what oppression are you facing or are you observing that makes you think that is, like, a valid? Is that, like, the ICE stuff that's making you go
If you
there,
heard
or?
that in, like, another country, in Guatemala, a guy who won the presidency, he was running again, he tried to steal the election and then lost, and nothing happened to him. Would that sound like a country that, like, has working institutions there, or would that sound like a country that is just fully corrupt and fully broken?
I mean, dude, so I've talked about I'm from Brazil, right? So in Brazil, the leader of the Communist Party is Lula da Silva, right? And he is put into jail for corruption. He's the president. They put their own president in jail for corruption. Then the vice president goes in and gets elected, like the next communist leader. And she gets brought up on charges because she's taking bribes from the guy who's in jail. Bribes and orders on who to give money to and who to promote and who to give that and this to. And I'm like, oh, okay, so now she's out. She finally gets kicked out. Then the Conservative Party gets in. I think he eventually gets kicked out. You saw all the shit with Bolsonaro. Guess who's back in power now? It's the leader of the Communist Party, Lula, who was in jail for corruption and then got caught doing more corruption while he was in jail. He got voted back into power.
So what's crazy there is that somehow their institutions are working better than ours. Somehow they sound way better than ours because Donald Trump was never in jail for a single day. He was that part never even fucking happened. The other people who helped him with this shit, they never even happened. So they are somehow miles above us right now. We have to have an entire reformation when it comes to our interworkings of the government. It has to be fixed, because that sort of thing, if that is allowed, like, people want to talk about corruption and people, insider trading and all of this different, taking money from lobbyists and all this different shit, that is fucking nothing compared to what it is that Donald Trump has been able to get away with. And even Brazil is able to make better attempts at holding people accountable.
I mean, I don't know if you can figure out a cure for the human condition, buddy. I mean, when society's like pushed towards the left, it things don't get better, right? Like when has that ever gotten better? It's like it always ends with millions dead and camps.
You're talking about like communists and socialists. I'm not a fucking communist. I'm not a socialist. I don't like those fucking people. They don't like us. Like, I don't know. That's not liberalism, though. That's not like when we're talking about the left in our Overton window within the United States. We're talking about like somebody like Joe Biden or Kamala Harris. Those are not fucking communists or socialists.
Yeah, I guess I guess that's where that's what's getting lost in the shuffle, right? Like in my little what do they call it, bubble, little echo chamber, right?
Mm-hmm.
That those people don't exist. It's just they're the communists and then the conservatives.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. Like Hassan, to the Daily Wire, Hassan is more of a leader than Kamala Harris or Joe Biden or Gavin Newsom. Maxine Waters is more representative. AOC is more representative. Mamdani, a fucking mayor of a city, is more representative of the Democratic Party than Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Barack Obama, like the most popular candidates, the most popular fucking Democrats, the people with the most weight and the most, popularity. Like those people are not considered leaders to them. They don't talk about them.
Maybe that's a branding problem,
It's a branding problem from the right, though. There's nothing that the left can do about that. It is obvious that when Kamala Harris is the candidate, or Joe Biden is the candidate, or Barack Obama is the candidate, or Gavin Newsom is the candidate, like, it's obvious who the leaders are. You can just look at the democratic process and you see who the leaders are. But that is abundantly clear to anybody who's willing to just look at it. There's not a branding problem from the left. The left makes it clear as day. It's the right who chooses to pretend that's not the case, and somehow they have people who are willing to buy that shit. I don't know how. Yeah. I don't know how. I mean, I do know how. I was part of it, but it was like it was a lack of like understanding. It was the 90% of people are low information voters. It's whether or not the people that you're watching are actually trustworthy of giving you good information. And that doesn't exist on the right. Today, there is not a single person on the right who is capable of giving good information.
I mean, I think that's a little hyperbolic. I mean, of course, on the right and the left, there are going to be news sources that are going to prioritize certain stories and cover them more and cover other stories less. I think when you look at the Southern Poverty Law Center story, right? Like that's something that definitely is going to be talked about a lot more on the right. But yeah, I see your point generally about
But that is the point, though, is on the left they're talking. But on the left, they're talking about it. They're just talking about it in reality. They're actually reading the indictment and saying, hey, Kash Patel and the acting attorney general both went on stage and said the SPLC was being indicted for a bunch of things that are not in the indictment. They're not there. That doesn't exist. They're not actually in trouble for the things that they claim they're in trouble for. And the things they claim they're in trouble for isn't even in the law. It doesn't make sense how they could get in trouble for the shit that's not illegal, and that the majority of
that's not that ridiculous. I mean, what was Al Capone arrested for? You know, was he arrested for being a mobster, for murdering, hundreds of people, for organized crime, for RICO charges?
No, tax evasion. But what
Yeah.
is what?
That's
So
my
what?
point. Is you get them on what you can get them on. That doesn't mean that
No,
necessarily
no, no,
that's
no, no, no,
all
no,
they
no,
were
no, no,
doing.
no, 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 no,
Oh,
no,
it
no,
wasn't
no,
the
no, no,
indictment, so it didn't
no, no,
happen.
no, 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 no. No, the things that they are saying they're getting him on are not illegal. The things that they claimed on the stand in front of the press, those things are illegal. It's the opposite. Is that if the things that they're claiming they did, if they actually did those things, they would be in the indictment, but they're not. The things that are in the indictment aren't fucking illegal. It does, like, it's the most bland nothingness bullshit of all time. It doesn't make sense. So it is the exact opposite. I have numerous friends who, and I've seen tons of other people who are on the right who have done this, like, leaving the right sort of thing or whatever, but they were big content creators for a long time who've come out and said that they're literally being paid to give the talking points. One of them, I told you about the litter boxes in classrooms. One of them says that she was like, literally, people were saying they have group chats all over the place with all the content creators. Some of them are being paid to give people the bullet points. Some of them are being paid to read the bullet points. Some of them are being paid to come up with the bullet points. But like, they're all being told what the narrative is right now, what the talking points are, what it is that they're supposed to push. And yes, within the echo chambers, within your bubble, if that's all you see, then that's all you know. But the left, the reason I started moving is because I would go read an article from Fox News, and I think, oh, that makes sense. Like, yeah, the Democrat person did something horrible. This is ridiculous. And then I would go read an article from like CNN, and they would give me the same exact information that Fox News gave me, plus a billion other things that totally change the context of what happened and the way that, like, the way that you would view it and whether or not it's illegal or legal, and like they give you way more information so that you have an accurate picture of things.
Well, and
the right
there's a lot more
thrives off
information.
of you not understanding things.
There's a lot more information that's going to come out about the SPLC indictment, but I mean, what's like noteworthy.
But this is a pattern. This is a pattern. We've seen this over and over. Donald Trump literally accidentally posted on Truth Social telling Pam Bondi to go after his enemies. He ran on holding his enemies accountable because he was vindictive about them going after him for crimes that he actually committed. And over, charges are getting dropped from people that are his enemies because there's not any substance there. It has happened over and over and over. They're not getting anywhere with this shit. It is just pure corruption. It is authoritarianism. It is dictatorial. That's what this is.
Based on the facts that I've seen regarding the indictment, a grand jury indicted the SPLC with like wire fraud, right? With lying, and it came to light that they've paid millions of dollars.
Who within the SPLC?
Well, I don't think there's an individual that's been indicted.
No, yes, it doesn't. It doesn't. No. It doesn't say. It doesn't say who did any of the things. It doesn't say. There's the idea that like there are people making these decisions and doing the illegal things that are defrauding their investors, that are committing fraud within the SPLC. It does not name anybody. This is the end of the road. They've done this 1,000 times. They've done this 1,000 times. Is they will put out an indictment, they will do a press conference on it, and you never hear about it again. That's the end of it. They did it. They literally said that they were going to indict Obama and did a whole fucking press conference about that, saying that they were going to indict him for Russiagate and making up all the theories about Donald Trump and everything. Nothing. Literally nothing. That's all they do. They just do the press conference, tell you what happened, move on.
Has that all been dropped? What's the current status of the indictment against former President Obama?
They never actually indicted him. They said that they were recommending an indictment from the DOJ, and then that was it. There was a woman in, I think it was Virginia, who was a prosecutor. I don't remember if she was the lead prosecutor or attorney general or what, but she was a prosecutor, they told her, hey, we want you to go and indict these people. She said, okay. She went and looked into it. She came back. She said, there's nothing indictable there. They said, okay, you're fired. They replaced her with somebody else. That person, then obviously they don't have much of a choice. They came back with indictments, and those indictments were immediately thrown out. Immediately. Like the second they hit the fucking court, they were thrown out. This is what they keep doing. This is what they keep doing. Is the few times that they do actually try to take it to court, it doesn't go anywhere. And so it's just they're just doing propaganda.
I mean, I'm just looking into it now. It looks like the federal grand jury is currently meeting and examining claims. So they are sending out subpoenas and having people testify. So
when
it's
the
not.
when the Obama indictment came out, all over the internet, the biggest content creators all over the place were tweeting out about, oh, Obama's about to go to jail, he's going to prison, blah blah blah. I offered every single one of them to bet me like $500 on whether or not the indictment would ever go through, whether or not Obama would ever even go to court over this. Anybody within Obama's team. I offered so many people $500. This will never fucking happen. Not a single person took the bet because all of them know.
Did anyone take you up on it? Because the jury's still out, right? Like literally.
Yes,
the
but
grand
that's
jury
the
is
point,
still
though.
out.
The point in them doing the whole like charade is to make it seem as though they're going to do something about this.
But
that's
sir,
the whole
it's not
point,
a
right?
charade. If the grand jury returns an indictment, then this thing is going to either have to be settled or go to trial. Like they are literally deliberating as to whether or not they're going to indict the former president right now. That's happening.
Okay. You know the whole thing with Don Lemon?
Yeah. Well, kinda. I know who Don Lemon is.
Okay. This is again another scenario. It will never go anywhere. Nothing will ever happen with this. It's a sham.
The Minnesota church thing.
This went to a grand jury. He was indicted. Nothing will come of it. Like when you read the indictment, there is literally nothing illegal in there. I get what you're saying, and I am somebody who really cares about the institutions, care about the law, care about the processes. I think that like all of this stuff, if normally somebody's indicted, that means that they met the criteria to be indicted. So now they need to go to court and see if they're guilty or not. The problem is that like they're just indicting everybody and then not going anywhere with it, or they do go to court and it immediately gets thrown out. There is a pattern here that just keeps happening over and over and over, because when you just say like, oh well, the jury's still out, yes, it will always be out. There will never be anything but that. Like there isn't an actual jury because they'll never go to court. Like this is how it works.
Dude, I mean, Don Lemon's been indicted on 2 felonies. You know, I guess like you're right. It could never go to court, but the jury's still out on that, right? He's pleaded not guilty.
When you say the jury's still out on it, I'm saying that like this will not go anywhere. It is vindictive prosecution. Like there is no that when you read the indictment, there is nothing illegal in there. It doesn't make sense. Like it does not make sense. There is nothing illegal. The church, okay, imagine you walk into a church. It is open. It is open. It is open to the public. You're allowed to walk in. You're not trespassing. You're not there like going in while it's closed, right? Imagine you go into a fucking grocery store when it's open to the public and then you get indicted for going in there. Like he walked in.
Yeah, but come on, now you're being a little bit disingenuous.
No.
Right?
Hold on. He walked in. There were people who were being disruptive, who were yelling. They told those people to leave. He was not one of them. He was not yelling. He was not chanting. He was not protesting. He was not doing those things. They keep trying to put him with that group by saying he was part of the group, just as in he was with them. Well, but he didn't do the things.
Did he
didn't tell anybody to do it.
Time?
When you say correspond, yes, they said, hey, we're going to go do this thing that's illegal. You can come record us. Sure. That's not him telling anybody to do it, though. That would be illegal if he told somebody to do it, or if he like helped plan the whole thing. But saying corresponding is a very vague term to just say he was part of this. But them just saying, hey, we're doing this, come record us. That's not him being part of the crime.
Well, I guess we'll see though, because a group of jurors got together and indicted him on 2 federal felonies for what he did, and now there's a federal trial going on to see whether or not he's going to be a felon. There's also a trial going on to see whether Obama's going to be indicted. So you could very well, let's do this. I'll come back like in a year.
Yeah, I was about to
and we'll
say,
see if
I
anything.
know this isn't that they're not gonna get him on
Well,
anything,
let's
but
see. Let's see. What do you think? You think I'll be 0 for 2? You think I'll be 1 for 1? You think anything will happen? I mean,
I think it's over to him. He will not be found guilty on any
I don't know,
crimes. I
man.
doubt it'll even make it to trial.
And when you go to trial, okay, juries are unpredictable. You get the wrong
Don't think
couple
he's gonna go to
people,
trial.
strong personalities on that jury that just feel like sticking it to a rich person that they don't like. Maybe, I don't know. Things can
I
happen.
don't think it'll go to trial, and I think even if it did, I don't think it'll ever make it to a point where a jury makes a decision. I think it'll be thrown out long before that ever happens.
So can I ask you, have I been on the live broadcast this whole time?
Yeah, of course.
Is the chat are they sick of me? Do they hate my guts? Do they want me to shut up and get out of here?
A couple of them said they found your address and they're on their way to your house right now. But
Are you
outside of that,
serious, dude? I
no,
hope not.
no, I'm, I'm just kidding.
You can't
I'm just
joke like
kidding.
that. I've faced calls in the past. I've gotten doxxed before, and it was not actually I doxxed myself on accident, and then I got a bunch of
Here,
blowback.
hold on. Somebody wants to talk to you. I gotta run to the bathroom real quick. So yeah, jump in. I gotta go to the bathroom. So hurry up. I'll wait for her to get here. Okay, there we go. All right, I'll be right back.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, I'm Mike. Nice to meet you.
Wait, what's your name?
Mike.
Oh, Mike. Okay. Yeah, chat's kind of yelling at you, and I was yelling at you as well.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't read. I didn't mean
No,
to
no, no,
ignore.
no, no. No, we don't expect anyone to actually read it. But I feel like it's when you're talking about this stuff and some of the points that you bring up, to me, and I think some people in the chat, and I think this is just really common now, it just sounds like it just sounds like it's really obvious where people get their information from now, or what echo chambers or kind of areas of the news or of the political spectrum where they kind of sit because of the way the media ecosystem works now. So a lot of the things that you brought up just sound like almost word for word exactly the kind of propaganda that's put out to make the left look bad and to make them look unreasonable and to make them sound deranged and immoral, and you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I
And
mean, those are the kind of issues typically that are fun to talk about. Are those sort of hot
the
button issues?
controversial ones.
You
Yeah.
know, the controversial stuff. And I think it also is kind of what the human brain just likes to focus on, is things that trigger your lizard brain, right? If it can go to your fear or anger, make you feel disgust, make you feel hatred, then it's gonna get your attention.
Yeah, I
And
think that's
so
true.
I think that's one of the real negative things about just our current, you know, existence with social media, is that we're now all in an ecosystem where we're served these things that just kind of radicalize everybody, which is why I like to go and talk to people I disagree with. I think it helps me be more well-rounded.
Do you feel like it? Do you feel like you're aware of some of the propaganda that's spewed at you, or do you ever walk away from these conversations feeling like, oh, I should look into this thing a bit more because maybe I'm wrong, or oh, Like, does it ever change your mind? I always wonder because we talk to a lot of people, and I feel like after years in this sphere, and like this whole sphere of the internet is about debating and talking to having disagreements. A lot of people will come back and just nothing's changed, and it doesn't matter how much information you give them, or you say, "Oh, go read this thing. Just trust me. Go read this thing and just read it." You know, it doesn't matter. They either don't do it or they don't. Yeah.
I would say I can think of an example. Maybe it's not quite what you're looking for, but do you remember the Olympic boxer Imani Khalif? I think was her name. His name.
Yeah.
So originally, when I heard about this story, I was like, "Man, what are we doing? Are we in the name of political correctness? We're having men, you know, crack women's skulls. This is stupid, right?"
Yeah.
But like the more I heard about it, like it seems like okay, maybe Imani Khalif was born as a hermaphrodite, right? And
Yeah.
if you're born in that kind of situation, right? Like your parents kind of have to pick. Like, what are we gonna, you know, what are we gonna
Well, you
tell
normally
you
like
are?
trend in one direction or the other. Like they don't normally just like
Yeah,
let you
this
pick.
is
Yeah,
more
you
market.
normally.
Yeah.
And so
Yeah.
I thought, you know, like when that was kind of explained to me, I was like, by my, I think I've already mentioned my super liberal sister. I
Yeah.
started to say, okay, well, you know, if my daughter was born a hermaphrodite and wanted to compete in boxing, right? I would
Hold on,
probably be
hold on.
Yeah.
I get what you're going, but just the problem is, I don't know a single conservative media figure who ever mentioned that they were a hermaphrodite. Not one. I don't know a single one. They all call her trans. Every single one of them. They say this is wokeness, this is political correctness. That is a trans person. They put a man in the boxing ring. That, and still to this day, they say that is a trans person.
Well, and I think there is a concern, right, with testosterone levels, right? Like I think there is something, like there is a real discussion that needs to be had there, right? Because if you've got,
I agree to an extent.
Yeah.
The problem is that there was a statement that was put out by an organization that said that they had too high of testosterone levels.
Right.
That was not taken seriously because they that like boxing federation had been excluded from the Olympics because of corruption, because of misinformation, and because they were owned by the Russians. I don't know that they actually do that sort of testing.
The test for testosterone, like, because I think that's how you would test for steroids. Is
you do test for steroids? Yes, they do test for that. They always test for
Be able
steroids.
to test for levels of testosterone. So did
Levels of
they, I think that
testosterone
was
is
the
not
issue.
like a simple thing. That's like there's multiple types of testosterone and levels that are normal or abnormal based on different aspects of like your body type and your like there's it's a much longer process to then just say they know their testosterone levels because they tested them for some sort of GHB. That's not.
Well, I mean, I can go
Or
to
like
a health
PEDs.
clinic in Missouri, and I can get my testosterone levels read, right? Like at a lab. Takes a couple days, you know, and then they can prescribe me more testosterone until I get to like 700 picoliters per nanogram or whatever it is, right? And like that'll vastly improve my performance in the gym and my libido and all sorts of other things, right? But so I think if anyway, we're getting a little off the
Well,
topic.
but what if it turned out? What if it turned out that like Serena Williams had like too high of levels of testosterone, but
As a
was
natural
born a
woman?
female? Yes, born a female. Like this is where the problem comes in. Is that like
That would be
we're talking? We start talking about, especially when it comes to sports. We start talking about areas where biological advantages is like the whole fucking game. Like Michael Jordan is somebody who is built for fucking basketball, right?
Yeah,
like his body
let me
is
answer
everything
your
about him.
Yeah, let me answer your question there, because if Serena Williams was tested and she had never taken any steroids, right? This is 100% natural to her body. She had like as much testosterone as a man. That was just how she naturally was. That would be really challenging to my entire, you know, conception, right? Because in the way I understand it is a female would never naturally have higher occurring testosterone than a male, right? That's just biology, right? But if you could
Well, you say
demonstrate
then a
to me that that's
male.
false, yeah.
There are men with like low testosterone levels. There are men
That's
with
like a
like, you know,
disorder.
disorders.
Yeah.
Yes, correct. But you're correct that like yes, women very rarely have like a higher testosterone level than a male. That is a super rare thing.
Yeah, there's usually an
But
issue going on there.
Oh, you're
but
saying
the
like
point,
somebody with a disorder is now
sure, just
great
like
at.
an anomaly. Yes, like the point is that like we're testing when we're talking about people who are in the Olympics, we're talking about people who likely have like extraordinary genetics that make them capable of doing these things. These are people who are in the 1% of the 1% of the 1%. Like they
Right.
are all anomalies. Every single one of them is an anomaly.
I do see your point, but I think obviously it's a nuanced issue. Nobody's advocating for eliminating male and female divisions in Olympic boxing, right? So this is just one of those situations that's going to require people to kind of work it out and compromise. And yeah, like to go back to the original question, like the point I changed my mind is like I was able to realize like, hey, if I'm that person's dad, right, and I've raised them as a woman, you know, I'm going to be fighting as hard as I can for her to be treated like any other woman,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So
For sure.
I get that. And that changed my mind a little bit. So I do think we can, we can see where people are coming from and we can learn. And
Does it ever
well,
make you, because one thing, I am biased, obviously, like I've put it on the table, obviously I would lean liberal left, and I'm aware that there's like a bias in media, and especially if you're watching like independent creators, they don't have to, they're not like professional journalists, so they can just say and do whatever they want, and no one knows where they're getting money from, and blah blah blah, you know. So I understand there's bias all over the place, but I have a feeling when I watch even like mostly mainstream, but if you want to go into alternative media, I just feel like the right is totally, it's just almost complete lies and or hyperbole, bad faith, like narration. It's not actually reality. It's just like a narrative. And like Tom said, we already know of many creators have come out and said that they were paid to just say the lines that TPUSA, for example, told them to say. That's like, do you ever watch your like people on the right and reconsider what the stuff they're saying? Like, I don't know. Does it ever cross your mind?
yeah, I certainly see right facing propaganda, right? Like
Mm.
in the circles I operate in, like that's just a fact of life. And most of the time you can identify it, like, and some of it's more sophisticated than others. But then I'd say there's like other pieces of right wing media. Like, I think you guys would probably agree that though it might seem like all right wing media is lies, that it can't all be lies at the same time.
Well, not all. I wouldn't say all of it's lies. I do think when
Right.
I say lies, I'm not saying that they're like Ben Shapiro is like a good example of someone who might take the facts and say factual things like about what's happening, but will frame it like, he might leave some things out, or he'll frame it in a way that's very clearly like painting painting a picture that turns it then it's not reality anymore. So to me, that is just lying. And I think Ben Shapiro, for
Well,
example, is smart enough to know he's doing that. I don't think he's stupid. I don't think he's bought and paid for in the same way that maybe some dumb independent creator on YouTube is.
Yeah. Well, I'd say, yeah, he's a good example. I'm pretty familiar with him. I listen to his Iran war coverage because I think he's very invested in the Middle East because
Yeah.
obviously he's very invested in Israel. So he definitely has been following, all of these, players
Yeah, for sure.
very closely for a long time. Um, but I think everybody is going like editorializes, right? What they're like
Yeah.
everybody is going to present the news with some sort of message, right? There are a few organizations that try to be neutral, but I think it's very hard to truly be neutral. And everyone's really just kind of doing their best. I think that it's uh, like I often or I try to attribute to ignorance what I can before I attribute it to malice, you know? So
Mhm.
when I see like a bad thing happened, do I think it's more likely that people did this because they're evil and they were trying to do a bad thing or because they're dumb and they made a mistake? It's like, well, more often than not, it's because they're just
I would I would agree with that in terms of like viewers and voters and like the average person.
Mhm.
Largely, I would say a lot of them are just misled and have been fed misinformation and aren't like well read or don't have the media literacy to understand what they're reading is bullshit or yeah, or they're just not well informed, like they're just ignorant to politics. So you just catch glimpses here and there, so that's all you know. Yeah, like I feel like
Mhm.
that is the majority of people. I hold like creators and influencers and like people with media companies and stuff just to a bit more of a higher standard because just because you're not a professional journalist and went to journalism school, I feel
Yeah.
like you still have a lot more responsibility to
I
at
well,
least
and
portray
with my
and at
bipartisan
least talk
coalition.
about your bias. I mean, I think a lot of people do that now, but yeah.
Yeah, I think that's one thing at least Ben Shapiro is open about is he's open about his bias and that he's got an agenda and he's trying to advance it. You know,
I
not
will say,
everybody.
yeah, Ben Shapiro is a lot. I feel like he's been slimy because I feel like he didn't like Trump, then he switched to randomly liking a very immoral person, and only
Because he
recently,
likes what he's
after
doing in the Middle East. Yeah.
well, only recently has he started saying that Trump is actually an immoral person. Like he's not a moral character, but he does downplay. He does like trivialize that and act, and then
Yeah.
say, "Well, everyone's immoral, so who cares?" But he never used to say that. He used to like suck Trump's dick, to be honest. So he's
Mm.
changed, and he did play the politics game where he just like said and did all the things to get Trump in. Now that he's in, I guess he feels a bit more confident.
Yeah.
He can say, "Well, I don't like this and this and this about him," but it's like a bit of a misleading tactic, I would say.
Well, and I think that's one thing as we're trying to work on this coalition for 2028. That we could all get behind, we could ask for is like, hey, talk about our institutions and losing faith in them. We don't have any trust in the media anymore to give us, information that is like unbiased, you know? Uh, so can we work on that? Right? Like, I think that's something that a lot of people could get behind is trying to restore faith in the institution of, media and
That
news
I'm sorry,
coverage.
that's not going to happen as long as people
Not gonna
have
happen.
faith
Yeah.
in like alternative media. But mainstream media is a billion times better, regardless of what criticisms you have or what issues. That mainstream media, even Fox News, they are a billion times better than alternative media, like across the board, and
The
especially when
only
it comes to
reason people
journalism.
don't think that is because of the propaganda that started when Trump came into politics. Like literally, it is
Mhm.
just a propaganda game with the fake news he has been very successful at convincing Americans that all of these companies and everyone, it's all just lies. Like it is literally just
Well,
brain damage. Like he has warped the brains and minds of
uh
the Americans.
see, I don't know here because I think that what he's talking about with fake news isn't that like news agencies are printing outright falsehoods, though often they do out of ignorance more than malice. But I think what he's talking about is that news agencies are kind of like you were speaking about earlier, presenting the facts, but presenting them with such a slant and an agenda that it's almost like you're hiding the facts, right? Like you're hiding key details that actually change, the story, and you need to share those as well, right? And so like that's what I think I'm
I
advocating
understand
that
he
we
said that,
change.
but I understand he said that, but from my research, I don't think that's actually like borne out to be true. I feel like he's just upset because people like criticized him. Like
Well,
when
you
you
don't
look
think
into the
that
stories that he cries about, it turns out he'd said something that was worth criticizing.
you don't think that CNN covers the right with like prejudice
I
and
feel
You have
like
to
the right.
like you
I
have
feel like.
to
Hmm?
you have to like separate things out. Like when we're talking about like opinion pieces, the person who is giving their opinion is like they're a pundit. They're speaking from their own opinion. They're talking for themselves. Whereas we're talking about like journalism, I think CNN, BBC, Politico, like these are like top tier, AP, like these are like the best places for information. Now, when it comes to like how they do their titles of their journal, of their articles or whatever, like yes, those are supposed to be like a thing to get you to click on it or whatever. It's like that's not what I'm talking about though. I'm talking about like the actual information, the substance of the articles. Those things are very often like those are very accurate and very informing.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think it's an interesting dichotomy, I guess.
I do
But
have to move on in a minute. We're getting low on
Yeah.
the clock.
I'll jump
Mantis,
down.
did you have
But thanks
anything
for
else?
having
Okay.
me.
yeah,
No.
Thanks,
I did have
Mantis.
one last thing I was going to ask you guys about is like the difference between um the kind of like the more liberal and the left and the right. One of the biggest differences I saw like in polling is that the the conservatives seem to be having kids, right? Seem to be reproducing, and the left seems like to not, like their birth rate is falling off a
Mhm.
cliff. And I wonder why you think that might
Mhm.
be.
Well, I think
Religion?
if you there's like it's very simple, like one simple reason is I suppose the right is more religious, so they're
Yeah.
encouraged at a young age to like one be celibate until marriage, which is going to encourage people to start getting married and having like bonking, and they don't use contraception. They want the kids young. Like
Right.
that's
Right.
obviously plays into it. But then and then on the left, like I would say it's pretty clear that leftward leaning or liberals tend to be more educated, like they at a college level. So they are the ones who go to college and get those university degrees, which takes up years. So they're waiting longer to have the children. They're also, it seems like they're more likely to like want to get the career and do that thing for a while, get the finances and get all set up before they start having children. Um, so yeah, like it seems like that's being played out to a degree, but I don't know.
Yeah, like poor
Obviously
people, like
government
Poor
really
people.
poor people in like trailer
Hey,
parks and
whoa.
shit like that. Like they're more likely to have a bunch of kids as well, and so
yeah, that's true.
that is so it is
I guess
just there is the religious factor and the financial factor that both seem to align with the right
education.
currently.
Neither one of you really said that like people on the left are just less interested in getting married and starting a family.
That's part of education.
I don't
Like
think that's true though.
they're putting it off.
Yeah.
Well, they do put it off for longer. And so if you start at an
Yeah, I think
earlier
they
age, you're
delay
more
it.
likely to have more kids. But if you put it off for longer, you're more likely to have less kids. And so that because they go to college, because they want to focus on their career, because they want to focus on their education, because they want to get like their life together, they like yes, they're going to put it off for a while and therefore have less kids.
I see.
And like to be honest, I do think that like let's just be real here. Having a child is like a huge annoying fucking thing for some people. I know it's a blessing and a gift and it's part of like life, and if you're lucky enough to have them, this is like one of the greatest purposes of living. But for a lot of people now that we have the freedom to choose a
Of
lot more, and
living.
that there's not these like societal, you have to do this thing, people don't, yeah, they don't want kids. Some people just don't want kids. Like it is an annoying thing. It's an expensive thing. Like it's expensive to live just as a single person or in a couple these days. You can't get a house or anything. So why would you want to add a child to that? There is that going on a little bit too, but I
Mhm.
don't
Yeah,
know how
I'm gonna say
major that is. I
something
think a lot of liberals
outlandish,
are still having kids.
and if you want to smack me down, go right ahead. But I wonder if, like, making that decision to have kids, like, it typically it didn't happen on purpose, right? People just had to deal with the
Yeah, you
consequences.
just
Now,
get, yeah.
Wait, but
and
that is
now,
part of the like sex education though. Is that like when the
Yeah,
left in liberal cities and states are pushing for more sex education, they're more likely to use like contraception, birth control, like things of this nature that makes it to where they're capable of controlling those outcomes a little bit better because they have the
but
information, they
yeah,
have the knowledge.
but my point was going to be the outlandish thing that I'm ready for you to jump on me for. It's going to be that, like, I think you also see much higher rates of depression in, like, the older, like, 30, 40, 50-year-old, like, female population. And I wonder if it's because, like, well, you're not going to voluntarily make that choice to have the kid because you don't want to take on the annoyance of it, like you already mentioned. But then when you're older, you regret not having done it. And it's like, would do you feel more fulfilled with the career, or would you feel more fulfilled with like 2 or 3 kids, to like
That's
play
for every
volleyball?
each individual to experience. Like I think
Yeah.
maybe that happens with some people, but that's their life, that's their journey. I also think that depression rates are going up among men, especially as they get older too.
Well, men are
Or
having less
maybe it's for a
children
different
too.
reason.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Men are
the
less
problem is
fulfilled.
that there's a more like complex answer to that where like there is likely a biological drive for us to like have a significant other and have children and create these families, and that could be a thing for some where they become depressed later on. But it also I think
Alien
is
has tipped
like important.
$25.
Well,
What the
yeah,
hell?
sure,
Let the
but whether or
caller
not they
stay.
actually get depressed from that is not like necessarily going to be the case. I think that it is definitely the case though that the left is more likely to actually seek medical help and be diagnosed with depression and try to get medical care and things like that, whereas the right is not. And so even if they had high rates of depression or something like that, I don't even think that we would know about it. So it's
Yeah.
it's not clear.
That's
Yeah,
a
maybe.
good point. But
Yeah.
all right, well, hey, it was great talking with you guys. I appreciate it. Hope you have
You do.
a great night, and I hope I'll come through and talk to you again, and we'll see maybe if we ever change each other's minds at all on anything.
Well,
Wait.
the thing that
Tom and
she
Piers,
jumped in
yeah.
initially
Sorry.
saying, she initially jumped in and said, like, these conversations are often had, and it seems like the other person seems to realize that, like, there's a lot of information that I have or that somebody has that they were unaware of, and they're always, oh, well, I'll have to look into that. I didn't know this, blah, blah, blah. But then it seems like, yeah, if they come back, they still don't know about it. They didn't look into it. They didn't check it out. Go look into
All
the
right, well,
stuff about, like,
what's my homework then? What are you telling me to look into?
the two things: the charges on Trump, like him attempting to commit a coup, and mainly the Fulton County charges, and then the charges that they have brought against other people. They have, like, we know for sure they are engaging in vindictive prosecution against people. Trump literally ran on it, like.
Oh yeah.
And so it is.
Well, we got to see how it goes with Obama and with who's the other? Who are the
Yeah,
other?
I'm looking forward to seeing that play out. Yeah, like
Don
we said, I
Lemon.
don't think anything's going to happen. But
Yeah.
because here's the thing, I just want you to like, just quickly, just to finish it off. The thing with Trump's very smart. He plays the media game. So his whole thing is he's really good at media. He's really been good on TV. He's been good at capturing attention, and it's an attention economy. He's very, very good at this. He knows that all you need to do, especially with his movement and MAGA and his audience, you just need to tell people the SPLC has done this thing, and that's it. He doesn't need charges. He doesn't need like anything to come from the indictment. It's already done. reputation has been damaged. He's got people like you going around saying, isn't it really bad what they've done? Even though nothing's been actually proven. It's just, at this point, a story.
It's
But
it's
that's all that
alleged. It's alleged. It's indicted.
yeah, but that's all that he needs to do, and he knows that because his audience now will take that, run around, make a huge deal about it, and treat them as guilty. There's no innocent until proven guilty with MAGA. It's just guilty, and then that's it. Like the indictment doesn't need to be like done. That no one needs to get convicted. There's no arrests that need to happen. It is a media reputation damage game with Trump. Just remember
Yeah.
that. Remember I say
They
that if
already
you don't remember.
believe that Russiagate was fake. They already believe Obama constructed the whole thing. They already it's a done deal now. They do not need a trial. They don't need a trial for the SPLC. They don't need a trial for any of the for Don Lemon. They don't care. They've already got it. Like they were already told what to believe. That's the end of the story.
I mean, you've got Carolyn Levitt's already saying Obama did this thing. It's definitely 100% been proven now that Obama did this.
Yep.
The election was rigged. Righty.
Yep.
I mean, they're not even talking about it's on its way to trial. They just say that it's happened, and then they change reality. They just make it true. If you say it enough, it becomes true. So if that's all you take from this,
No, I think a lot of people know that you're dealing with like somebody who's been in television and a New York boisterous, blustery New York businessman, right? Like it's kind of baked into the cake, right? Because unfortunately, like as much as I dislike those aspects of him, right? Like the exaggerations and the narcissism and all of the many character flaws. I wish someone would take away his Twitter. Like, please just shut up.
well, they did, but everyone cried about freedom of speech. So
Well, that's a good point. But I mean, at the end of the day, it's like there are these issues that we still just kind of disagree on. That even though I don't like him, which is why I really look forward to when he's out of there. I think that there's going to be a lot more opportunity for some just some like, can we cool down the hostilities a little bit? Can we get back to a little bit more? My grandparents, one of their best friends was a Democrat, and that was my Aunt Peggy, and she was always around, and it was good natured. Like we disagreed.
Well, it's I'm sorry, but yeah, as you said, like Donald Trump has made things hostile. So it is not right who can ask for people to cool down the hostilities. They have to cool down the hostilities first. And it's I think that again, the olive branch
how do you think I'm
was
doing?
Extended. Well, I'm just saying, like systemically, when it comes to like our institutions or leaders, the olive branch was extended with Joe Biden, and it was not accepted. Now we have a Donald Trump this time, 10 times worse than he was even in the first administration. So the hostilities are to be continued for a while now.
Yeah, it kind of depends on what. I mean, hopefully the pendulum doesn't swing radically the other way and it's all this big shit show of reactionary bullshit. But it already has been. So, like, I mean, the vote for Trump in itself, I felt like was people selling their souls. I mean, they voted something in that was hostile and immoral. So
so you guys would have been happier to see, for example, like George, what was it? John Bush, one of the establishment, guys get in there and just kind of act like the Republicans had been acting, and I think that, you look at it like we were selling our soul. I think people thought that, that here was somebody who wasn't a politician and was going to finally,
they got duped.
Yeah, but that's not good.
Be corrupt, and
that's not
stop
good.
the corruption. Like, do you guys remember when, I know we have to get off one last thing, just leave it. Do you remember when he said, like, he stood up there and said, like, I know all these donors, right? And like,
yes, it doesn't, I get it. Yes, he said I was one of them, so I did, but that wasn't like the fact that this is like what people say is that like he's authentically inauthentic, or that he's open with his corruption. At least we can see the corruption, blah blah blah. Like to me, if a Democrat ever stood up there and was like, "Yeah, I know they're corrupt. I've been working in corruption with them," like that to me would just be an immediate fucking turnoff. Like I would immediately be against this person. But
But
somehow
people
for
just wanted
Trump,
to
that
burn
was
down the whole
beneficial.
system, right? It was a referendum on the entire establishment of politics and institutions. People lost faith in the establishment, and they wanted to set it
Yes,
on
but it
fire.
was because of him. Because of
Because
him.
he told you to. It's because he told people to. Like that's literally it. I mean, it's a crazy. He's very manipulative, and it worked. He told people to hate institutions and distrust them. Everyone believed him, and so then when the election came, they voted for the guy who was telling them it was broken. But the guy
In
was the guy
2016.
breaking it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I was in Brazil, so
All right.
I'm
All right.
neutral
Well, I
on
appreciate you coming on.
My friend's going to Brazil next month. He can't wait.
Oh, beautiful. Awesome. It's a
Yeah.
beautiful country. The people are the best. Be
Yeah.
careful with any food out of a kiosk, though. If it comes out of a kiosk, just be careful with that. Worst food poisoning in my life.
Oh, okay. I'll tell him.
All right.
All right.
Later, man.
Great
Appreciate
meeting
it.
you guys.
You too.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Arian with the $25 dono. He said, "What the hell? Let the caller stay." I mean, we're at 2.5 hours. I think that's good enough. I think that's enough time to get it in. So anyways, so I laid out the criteria here, said what I said. Seems like a lot of people at least agree, but I haven't seen Pisco's response yet. Let's see, I'm trying to figure out how you view Destiny in the coalition, even though he completely misses criteria number 3. Criteria number 3 is they can't be anti-Semitic or a radical. Huh, okay. Pisco responded. He said, "Yeah, my basic critique is that the term in the coalition is not fully fleshed out concept in the discourse. Here are some ways I have understood it used. 1, for a level of ideological compatibility with a democratic standard or ideal of some sort. Okay. 2, whether someone... I don't think that's true because, again, I don't think Mamdani fits that, but everybody's been pretty clear that they were in favor of people voting for Mamdani. So... I know that both Hutch and Destiny have said that, so I don't know how the fuck that could be part of it, but okay. For a level of ideological compatibility with a democratic standard or ideal of some kind. 2, whether someone hurts or helps Democrats. 3, as to whether someone is willing to endorse/vote for Democrats. 4, as to whether someone wants Democrats to succeed. 5, an assessment of whether someone is good. I feel like a lot of these are just like repeating. Willing to vote/endorse Democrats. Someone who wants Democrats to succeed. Whether someone hurts or helps Democrats. Level of compatibility with Democrats. Like, can we just like, whether they are considered a net positive or a net negative for the Democrat Party? Like, why, like all of this instead of just that? Like, that's my, that's like the main point in my criteria, and he puts it into 4 points. Okay. An assessment of whether someone is good/bad faith or a good ally. 6, an expressed normative preference that someone be treated a certain way. An initial objection to the criteria set forth by Tom is that it doesn't reflect, in my opinion, how a significant number of people use the term regardless of how you slice it. A lot of people who use the term seem to care more about a person's intentions and values regardless of whether they actually hurt Democrats, criteria 2. In other words, someone who mistakenly hurts Democrats but genuinely wants them to succeed would be part of the coalition. Okay, so he's saying his disagreement with me is that he thinks most people, when they use the term, intent is part of it. So where I say, I don't care what your intent is. I think that Hassan wants Democrats to succeed, but as a much more radical version of Democrats, not who they are now. He wants them to become something else, and that's what success is to him. So when he wants them to succeed, it is in a new final form. Like, I don't care that he wants them to succeed in his version of things. It doesn't mean much to me, because in the current version of things, pragmatically, he is a detriment, and he is a net negative at helping Democrats overall. So I think I care more about like the pragmatic outcome than the intent. There are others still who emphasize results. Well, if X is able to help Democrats get elected, they are in. If they endorse, they are in. The online influencer exclusive criteria seems arbitrary and again not reflective of how the concept is understood, regardless of the fact that people are applying it to influencers. All that is to say, it seems like being in the tent is some fact about a person that can be proven in a bunch of ways, perhaps, but I'm still unclear on what being / not being in the tent means, other than perhaps this person is good / bad. To make the question as simple as possible, if the only fact about a person is that you're aware of the if the only fact about a person that you're aware of is that they are in the coalition, what do you know about this person? That's a fucking stupid question. I'm sorry, it's just like it's not even a good fucking question. So if I know that somebody is in coalition with Trump, there are a lot of assumptions that I can make about that. There are a lot of things that I can come to a conclusion about. If you're saying, hey, this is somebody that I know is in coalition with Tom, if that's what you mean, not just in the coalition. Well, there's tons of coalitions. Like, what, you're talking about this one or the one I'm talking about, or like any coalition? You just tell somebody, hey, that person's in the coalition. What coalition? Like what? But if you're saying, hey, this person would be like in coalition with Tom, okay, well, I think from that, there's a lot of like, yes, there's a lot that you would automatically jump to, like similar values, similar goals, similar platforms, similar types of engagement, to like the similar politics, like that I think would be obvious. It's called the Tom tent, yeah. So Abaddon said, is not a fully fleshed out concept in the discourse. Here are some ways I have understood it used. I mean, this could also describe anything. LOL. Nick from the internet said, if only If the only fact about a person that I'm aware of is that they are in the coalition, I know that they are based. Simple as. So that's literally what Pisco is saying. In my opinion, what people really mean is that is this person on my team in terms of getting the majority of my goals, or maybe my primary goal accomplished? Yes, that's what, bro. Fucking hallelujah. Hallelujah. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. Yes. Yeah. But really, it's just, is this person based? Right? So do we share the important goals or something, and then the fuzziness is like, who are those? For some, it would be, again, see, I don't like this. This is the problem that I had with the conversation last night, is that over and over, Pisco would say, I still don't even understand what the concept is. Like, what is the coalition? I'm like, no, you know what it is, bro. We've gone over it a bunch of times. And he's like, okay, all right, like, okay, so this is what I think you're saying, okay? So I think you're saying that somebody is in the coalition if they are somebody who, like, shares goals with you and is a net benefit as a content creator. Like, their platform is beneficial to getting Democrats elected and beating MAGA. Yes, that is it. Yeah, but like, who qualifies for that? It doesn't matter. Stop moving on. You understand the fucking concept. Stop acting like you don't understand the concept. You understand the concept. We can disagree on the subjective aspects of it. We can both have opinions, you know. Yeah, but like when you say like, oh, but when the girl from the Majority Report is like, you say she's not in, it doesn't matter. You understand why I think she's not in. You can think I'm wrong. That doesn't matter. The point is, you understand what my criteria is. You understand what I'm using. There are subjective aspects to that, or we can each have our own preferences and our own perspectives on it. Like, but whether or not you understand the concept, you understand it, you get it, we're on the same page. Like, again, the fact that there's subjectivity there does not make it to where it does not exist. Speaks of so right, so that we share important goals or something, and then the fuzziness is like, what are those? For some, it would be like defeating Trump and MAGA. For others, it would be more ideological in terms of what society they would ideally build. Nick said, yeah, I think shared goals are pretty core to the concept of a coalition. The discourse would probably be more productive if people defined goals before discussion. That's what I was doing, and for some reason, I am wondering, like, he kept, like, at the end of the conversation, he said, he's like, you changed your guidelines and definitions over and over, and don't deny that. That's obvious that you have, but I'm happy to flesh it out. And even, like, I got a message during that saying, like, dude, you made this too much about the platform. Like, you're pushing the platform too much. Like, it's gone off track. Like, I don't think I changed it. And I think that we were talking very specifically, from what I remember, we were talking very specifically about, like, what it means to be on my team. And that, like, that means that, like, we have shared goals, and that we're talking about what are the shared goals and wanting this, wanting that. But, like, that the reason we got into that is because, obviously, if the Democrat Party currently was a Marxist-Leninist party, I do not have this, like, axiom that we are trying to get Democrats elected at all costs, no matter what, no matter who they are, no matter what's going on. Somebody like Mom Donnie getting into the party, getting elected, I'm in favor of that now, because I don't see him as this big threat. I don't see this as, like, a thing that's taking over. I don't see, like, people like that winning across the board and you know, it being some part of some revolution, or the beginning point of some revolution. If if I did see it that way, yes, I would not hold the same position. So obviously, getting in terms of like goals and like, you know, long-term stated goals and what it is that you want and what it is you're looking for and those sorts of things, that is like a core aspect of this. And this is not just like, I have to understand each and every single thing that you would ever want for the rest of your life. No, I can look at your platform, how you use it, what it is that you advocate for, who it is you advocate for, what it is that you're in favor of, what it is you're against, how you engage with people. I can just look at that. And I have an idea of the utility that you serve within this conversation. That's it. That's the end. So the part about the platform is really important, which is why when this person says, like, in my opinion, what people really mean is this person on my team in terms of getting the majority of my goals or maybe my primary goal accomplished? Right now, that is defeating MAGA. Right now, that is defeating Trump. That is right now, that is the thing. But that's not the only thing ever. And if there was a if there was a Republican who was the same as Trump and just wanted to be the new Trump, so now they're trying to stop Donald Trump and MAGA, and they ran as a Democrat, that doesn't mean I'm supporting them, right? So this is why the platform part of it was the major part. But I keep thinking back and thinking, did I go way off? Was I way off? Like, was I way off track in that conversation? Did I miss it horribly? Because when I read the comments, I like at the end of the conversation, from what I got from like Mantis and Pisco and other people, I was wondering, did I go way off track in the beginning of that conversation and just totally miss like what we were talking about? But then I didn't get any comments saying that. And so it was not said specifically at the start of my recollection, but I took it that Tom was talking about content creators from the people being discussed. I think that is my best recollection. The coalition doesn't call the candidate a genocidal maniac. I do. Okay, I do. So last night, one of the things that I was saying is that I think Destiny's done like a really poor job at describing this a bunch of times. That is one of the things that I think is like really dumb about his argument, is when he says this person isn't part of the coalition. Crystal Ball's not part of the coalition. They're like, why isn't Crystal Ball part of the coalition? He says, she said that they committed a genocide. She said they're supporting a genocide, dude. Nobody wants to vote for somebody who's supporting a genocide. Who would vote for that person? Literally the majority of Democrats. Not only have I been fighting with leftists this entire time saying, where they're like, well, I draw the line at genocide. I'm like, okay, well, you're fucking stupid. You're an idiot. Shut the fuck up. Like, it's stupid to turn around and say, oh, well, I'm not voting for it. It's a genocide. That's dumb. Okay? Destiny justifying this fucking logic is really annoying. 1. 2, as he said, 70% of Democrat voters believe that Israel is committing a genocide. Democrat politicians are voting to continue providing aid to Israel. Therefore, by far the majority of Democrat voters believe that America is taking part in a genocide, that Democrats are taking part in a genocide. So, but they still voted for Kamala Harris. They're still voting for Democrats. They're still voting. So this idea that like, well, if you say it's a genocide, then yeah, you can't. Nah, bullshit. Bullshit. Fuck that shit. That is not the case. People are still going to vote for the lesser of two evils. Even if they're both genocidal, we'll get the lesser genocidal maniac. You were clear about what you meant, but clearly Pisco had something else in mind. Well, so there was a point where he said, wait, no, but this is about Democrats. And I was like, wait, what? He's like, yes, this has to do with like politicians. Like, I had no idea what he was talking about. I had literally no idea what he was talking about when he said that. I was so fucking confused. I was so confused. Then like 5 minutes later, I think, is when I was like, oh wait, no, yes, it's about like stopping MAGA, getting Democrats elected. Yes. When he said it's about Democrats, it's about politicians, I kept thinking, why is the whole conversation surrounding Hassan if it's about politicians? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? This doesn't make any sense to me. So I was very confused when he said that shit. You did confuse me when you couldn't just say, yeah, it's about the party. Wait, but you also initially said it wasn't about Democrats. Wait, you said that too. I didn't know what the fuck he was talking about when he said it was about the party. I didn't know what he meant by that. If he said like it's about electoralism, yes, correct. It's about electoralism. But when he says it's about the party, no, I said it is. I'm almost positive you didn't. I could be wrong. Maybe I'm wrong, but I could have sworn you didn't. But the same with like he said at one point, he was like, so is Mom Donnie in the coalition? And both me and Mantis, I know this time, both of us said no. And then later, he was like, wait, so is Mom Donnie in the coalition? And both of us were like, well, yeah. But like, at this point, we were changing terms. Whereas like, again, when I'm saying in the coalition, talking about content creators, that's it. Nobody else. Mom Donnie, not a content creator, not in the coalition. But then, when you're saying, should content creators advocate for Mom Donnie to be elected? Yes, they should. And so there was, again, like these terms being kind of used in different ways that was really fucking confusing, where we ended up changing our answers. I said it is what the fuck, but I clarified and said it's about content creators and the future of the party, which means it's still about Democrats. Okay, it's not how I remember it. I could be wrong, but I 9-hour fucking stream, boys. Let's go. We got 19 comments.
Candidate unequivocally are in the MAGA era are in the coalition.
Yeah, again, I do think personally, I think when Hutch has this conversation, he's just talking about the party.
No, but yeah, so Hutch has said on Live and Learn, because what you take to be one of the ideological cores of that the driving what the tent is, even though you might like decide that the same people are in the tent, is fundamentally based on a different principle than whatever Hutch is. You're saying that almost like Hutch's principle is irrelevant. So by definition, you're using a different concept than Hutch's.
I don't think so. I think that I'm just giving a more defined idea of it. I think it is the same overall. It's just that
the same?
it is more defined.
I thought you said
yes,
that like anti-Trumpism can't be the ideological core. How can it be the same?
Yes,
like
the
anti-Trumpism can't be the ideological core. How can it be the same?
I don't know what he's saying. I can't.
I thought you said that
yes,
the anti-Trumpism can't be the ideological.
I have no idea what he's saying.
How can it be the same?
Well, I'm saying that that is not as fleshed out as what it is that I'm saying, but that they would. I literally texted you and said you're retarded for separating. Yeah, I had literally no idea what you were talking about. Yeah, when you said it's about the Democrats, you didn't say anything about separating it. You said it's about the Democrats. What are you doing? Oh yeah, you fucked it up by separating it. With your own platform stuff. Yeah, Okay, so yeah, I disagree with that. That's what he was asking about. We were like breaking down the concept. But again, at the beginning when he starts saying like, well, I thought this was about Democrats. I had no idea what that meant. Like, it sounded like he was saying whether or not Democrats are in the coalition, not electoralism. Those are drastically different things. So I don't think I fucked it up by talking about the platform, because that is what we're talking about. That is what we're talking about. So because he keeps saying, well, it's just about whether or not they're good or bad. That's all we're saying. Are they good? Are they bad? Well, no, we're talking about their platform and whether or not it's beneficial to getting Dems elected, and like whether or not it's like part of our like long-term goals. Like, that's what it's about. Tom never reads my messages. Oh, shut up. You're texting me in the middle of a fucking conversation. Yes, I am not going. I shouldn't read your messages while they would be the same. Correct.
If there are additional criteria, that's different. It's either the same or it's different. If there's more specificity, it's different.
Okay. In the upcoming
Do you
election.
think that Hutch would agree with it?
Yes, I think
I think Hutch would say someone like Joe Manchin, so long as he supports the party, and someone like the Vanguard, so long as they support the candidate unequivocally, are in the MAGA era, are in the coalition.
Yeah, again, I do think personally. I think when Hutch has this conversation, he's just talking about the party.
No, but yeah, so Hutch has said on Live and Learn, Marxists should be in the coalition. You understand Hutch said that? So clearly you guys are working on a different concept.
Yeah,
like
see,
Joe
again,
Manchin.
he says somebody like Joe Manchin is in the coalition, and then you say, yeah, he's just talking about the party. He's not. He's talking about Hassan. Hassan's not a politician. Like, what the fuck? Like, the way that this was said just made absolutely no fucking sense. Yeah, I get it now. You're not understanding my point? Wait, what point? Hello? What point?
Well, first of all, when you just then when you was acting confused about what he was saying, do you understand it now, or are you still confused?
Yes. Yes, I understand it now. Obviously, I literally explained it before I got to this and said that this is why, like, it was confusing, and that I understood it way later, which made it sound like I was changing my answers, but it was just I didn't know what the fuck he meant by it's about Democrats.
Yeah, which really confused me, because I know exactly what he was meaning, but I think I've watched all of these conversations. I feel like you haven't. I feel like you've tuned into a couple where Hutch is talking about Hassan and Destiny's talking about Hassan. I feel like you missed the Live and Learn convos, the like hypotheticals that were posed on Hutch's stream with his callers. Like, Hutch has definitely had many conversations talking about politicians. So this conversation extended from where it began into something else, talking about like politicians being in the Democratic coalition, the Democratic Party, like, which I think is a pointless conversation, because if they're Dem politicians, they're just the conversation's over. But they're positing things like Manchin and Fetterman and, you know, the controversial ones that technically don't fulfill the criteria in some way. So yeah, like, and then they grab other people and they say, what if you get this kind of a right winger? And so the conversation has extended further than where it began. So I feel like you're like, oh no, hasn't everyone only been talking about it in this one context? But no, they're not. Now, the coalition
Hold
has
on,
been...
hold on, wait. No, hold on. I didn't say that. I said that's what started the discussion, was about Hassan, was about the Vanguard, was about these things. That's what started this. Then when Destiny was given people like AOC and others, he said, we're not talking about politicians. We're talking about content creators. We're talking about this. But I said numerous times, Hutch, I think, confuses people when he does extend this to politicians, because it no longer makes sense. Whereas Pisco, for some reason, keeps saying, like, that's arbitrary to not include politicians. It's not arbitrary. It's very different. Like, we're talking about a totally different
It's a different coalition when you move it into the politician. That's what I was saying last night. Is like, it's one thing when you're talking about platforms and influencers and content creators. The coalition is like a broader thing. It's not just the party necessarily, but it's like this like liberal, whatever it can be, whatever it is. But then if you move it to the like, when you're talking about politicians, you are asking about the Democratic Party, and it just becomes the coalition being the party. So, yeah.
Correct, which
like,
is why I would say, I think the question should be phrased like, would the coalition endorse this person? Would would it, like when you say supporting Democrats defeating MAGA, do you think this person, if they vote for this person, is that part of getting Democrats elected and defeating MAGA? That's what they're asking, and that's what I think Hutch is answering. But when they phrase it as in the coalition, yeah, I can understand how like people get confused. Trib says like he doesn't extend it to politicians. They ask him the question and he just answers it.
Yeah, I
But
agree.
yeah, my problem
Yeah.
is that he answers it like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree, because they have this whole like hypothetical thing going on where let's test it even more, and then they get this other hypothetical, and that's how it just keeps going
Yeah,
into these
Hitler
random places.
or Epstein or
Yeah,
Hassan.
and then it turns into a whole nother conversation where it's like still on a topic similar, but yeah, like the hypotheticals take it in these fucking weird ways. So yeah, Hutch gets usually it's Pisco giving him the hypothetical. So I feel like Pisco
Mhm.
changed the conversation, to be honest. But whatever.
Yes, but I do think Hutch is again, Hutch answering the question is the confusing part, and that like to me it, and I think I said this 1,000 times when reviewing Hutch on Live and Learn, talking about this. I was getting very annoyed with the fact that they kept including politicians in the conversation. Like it's not. That's literally a different thing. When we talk about the coalition, we're talking about people that we see as on our side to get Democrats elected. If you're pointing at Democrats, they're not the same thing. They're the ones who get elected. They're at a different point in this process. So while they are part of a Democratic coalition, sure, but these are not arbitrary lines that we're just drawing. No, we're talking about, do we see this person's platform as something that is beneficial for defeating MAGA and helping us? That's the question. Like,
yeah,
they don't have a platform. They don't have a YouTube channel.
yeah. Also, Freddie asked if Hutch replied. I tagged him, but he didn't. I don't think he responded. But Destiny did. He said he agrees with Tom's tweet. So. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
See you later, Stinky.
All right. Fuck, I'm trying to. All right. Coalition, an alliance, especially a temporary one, of people, factions, parties, or nations. 2, a combination into one body, a union. 3, a long-term cooperative alliance among a small number of male lions, especially to gain access to females' territory. I'm using it in the third one. So yeah, I think shared goals are pretty core to the concept of a coalition. Yeah, this is what I was saying. And this is why I was saying that I think when he's saying like, oh, you're talking about the platforms and shared long-term goals and blah, blah, blah. Hutch has never talked about those things. I understand. I'm being more specific than Hutch is. It doesn't, but we're not talking about a different thing. I think that like when you guys pose a question with a politician in it, he's just answering it with the assumption that that makes sense, but it doesn't. So this person said, I think it's crazy that his entire criteria is made to exclude Hassan, and even that, if he were even 1% honest, Hassan would fit that. You can dislike Hassan, he's an idiot, but we can stop. Can we stop lying about him? My entire criteria is made to exclude Hassan? You are on some other fucking planet. You are on another planet. If you think making basic simplistic criteria about defeating Donald Trump and MAGA and getting Democrats elected, that when we're talking about political content creators, that should be the most basic expectation. That, like, and again, that Hassan and MAGA are not confused about this. Hassan and MAGA are not confused about this. This is the most infuriating part about this. They are not confused about the fact that other people have to fit what it is that they want to get done in order for them to feel like they are on the same team. They are not confused about this. Why are these people acting like it's so confusing? When they say, like, this is the problem, is that the tent has been big for a long time, and that there's always been this big tent that accepts everybody left of center, but as soon as somebody like right of center, like, you know, anti-MAGA, anti-Trump, Lincoln Project Republicans, never MAGA, never Trumpers, like, as soon as like so now it's like, whoa, wait, no, I will count those motherfuckers 1 billion times before I count somebody else who says, hey, yeah, the other person who says, I'm voting for you guys because you guys are just the lesser evil, but I'm hoping eventually I'll get a coalition of people who are able to take back over the Republican Party and take it back to normalcy. Hell yeah, me too. Our goals are aligned. I'm 100% with you. But then when I look over to the other side and I see these people over here who are like, oh no, we want to take over the Democrat Party and bring it over to where we want things. No, I'm not in coalition with those people. I am in coalition with the other side who wants to bring the Republican Party back to normalcy, get rid of Trump, get rid of MAGA, and thinks the Democrats are the lesser evil. 100%. We are on the same page there. So I like, this is the problem. This is the problem. It's like the norm has been to include people who are antithetical to our long-term goals. That is the issue. And this is the problem, that it is so foreign to people to say, if somebody is not aligned with our long-term goals, we should not feel as though we're on the same team as them. What? That just sounds like you're making up criteria to exclude Hassan. You're just picking and choosing now based on anything that'll exclude Hassan. Another issue is when to forgive and accept people in. Again, I hate that part of, like, fucking shit. Bad Meets Weevil said, 1, that they are a proponent of Democratic Party rule in local, state, and federal government. 2, do not equate Democratic policies with Republican policies or claim Dems are controlled opposition. 3, preference for liberalism over authoritarianism. You're just talking about politicians now. Oh no, he's not. Okay, sorry. Okay, I get it. Why are people that are not part of any coalition judging who is deserving of joining it? All of you just want to get on DNC paychecks to shill for Dems? Wait, if we want to shill for Dems, why are you saying not part of any coalition? All of you just want to get on DNC paychecks and shill for Dems, too raw, too real style. It's pathetic. This is not sports teams cheerleading. Well, it is for everybody else. Again, it is for literally everybody else. Everybody else is playing team sports. That's the problem. To answer your last question, that means you don't need to actively fight against them. Yes, thank you, Pisco. We know you're autistic. It must be exhausting being you. My on criteria is no tankies. This is some autistic cope. Autism. Okay. Well, I would say he has 21 likes. I have 64. So I win. I don't understand the binary need of in or out to be the bar of ally/enemy. People much more see in the coalition as similar to someone you'd hire for your team, but there could be people you'd contract for a specific want. Would Pisco work with a never Trumper for party gain? This is, I do think when I was putting number 3 on there, I do think the part of the conversation should have been, because we did put this in a binary in the conversation, is whether or not we're talking about moral or ideological. Obviously morals are ideological to some extent, but it should have been like morals as far as your ideology goes. Like, we're talking about your politics, we're talking about whether or not you have like immoral political beliefs, right? We're talking about not like whether or not you like raped somebody a long time ago or some shit, like, even though that might exclude somebody. It's more about like, do you think rape should be legal? Like, they might want to defeat MAGA, they might want to get Dems elected, they might want, but they want rape to be legal. Like, I should have made it, yeah, clear that I'm talking about like moral in terms of political beliefs. I am an independent who is on team left until MAGA is destroyed. I mean, that's been me for years. I started calling myself a Democrat after the last election with Kamala Harris. I had called myself an independent for a long time, said that I was just like a centrist, moderate independent, and then was really annoyed when she lost and felt like there is a very clear cult-like mentality from MAGA that is just so beneficial to Donald Trump that throughout the entire election cycle, it is so infuriating that he could say literally anything like they're eating the cats and dogs, and they would back him up on it. They would follow him on that. They would all get in line and say, yes, they are eating the cats and dogs. It was infuriating. And so sitting there afterwards, while the confetti is falling on Donald Trump, it felt like the team sports are so much stronger for MAGA. The team sports are so clear. When I do like vertical streams or streams on TikTok, when MAGA comes into the chat, the first thing they say, MAGA 2024. They fucking spam that shit. Trump 2024. They are making it clear this is their identity. They identify with this. This is their fucking life. They are letting you know first thing they're gonna say. They're not gonna say anything else. The first thing they would always say, MAGA 2024. They're annoying as fuck. Yes, it's annoying, but it is beneficial for politics. It is so helpful for politics. And so I'm sitting there afterwards thinking, the shape of the Republican Party right now, I will never fucking vote for this. I will never vote for this. And Democrats right now are very much in line with like what it is that I want generally. There's differences here and there, but generally Democrats are very close to what I want. So it has been like a taboo to call yourself a liberal, and it's like even like progressives and like everybody, they rather call themselves independents and, you know, never a liberal but a progressive or a leftist or something like that. And so it's so harmful to Democrats. It's so harmful to liberals. It's so harmful. And so I thought, if I'm sitting here thinking about how much clearer our identity needs to be, how much clearer our politics and our team needs to be, I can't be saying that while calling myself an independent. I can't say this while saying I'm not on any team. I can't do that. I need to make it clear I am on this team and I am very much against that team. I cannot sit there criticizing everybody else for not doing it while I am not doing it. So I'm a fucking Democrat. I am a fucking liberal. I am that.
This is going to be the biggest story of this week. This just broke right now. Apparently, the Department of Justice just issued out an indictment against a guy by the name of Gannon Ken Van Dyke, who's a U.S. Army Special Forces soldier stationed at Fort Bragg, who was involved in the January 3rd, 2026 capture of Nicolas Maduro during Operation Absolute Resolve. He was arrested and indicted by the Department of Justice for allegedly using classified non-public details about the raid's timing in order to place bets on Polymarket, where he ended up profiting $400,000 plus in.
No way. No way. No way. It's not surprising that somebody would do that. The surprising part is that they indicted him. Who the fuck indicted this guy in the Trump administration? Who indicted him? Everybody in the Trump administration has been doing this shit. Why him? Why that guy? It's been happening all over the place. Why did he get in trouble for it?
Gains. So on January 2nd, just hours before the operation, he wagered $33,000 across contracts, including whether Maduro would be removed from power by January 31st and related U.S. actions in Venezuela. The main bet paid out a massive odds once the president announced the successful raid, and he gained $400K. But obviously, he's not going to get that $400K. He's probably going to have more than $400K in bills after he's got to pay for all this stuff that he's got to deal with. So the charges right now are up to 60 years in prison, in federal prison, if convicted on all, with 3 counts of violating the Commodity Exchange Act, using confidential government info for trading, wire fraud, unlawful monetary transactions. Additional allegations were that he tried to cover his tracks by deleting his Polymarket account and altering linked crypto exchange details after suspicious trading was flagged. Polymarket itself referred the trades to the Department of Justice and cooperated, and this appears to be one of the very first major U.S. prosecutions for insider trading on a prediction market. Like I said, mark my words, this is going to be the biggest story of the week, unless something crazy happens, because
this is posted on April 23rd. 2 days later, he is the only person I've heard talk about this. Have you guys heard a bunch of people talking about this? I only watch, like, you know, CNN, like clips on stream, shit like that. Has anybody else heard people talking about this? I didn't. I went through content suggestions every day before stream. I didn't see it in there. I'm pretty sure we talked about it in chat. Trump will pardon them. You're like the 4th person to say that. Again, who charged him? If Trump's DOJ charged him, why the fuck would they charge him if Trump's just going to turn around and get him? And why is he the one that they went after this has happened at least 4 or 5 times now? What was his name again? Gannon Ken Van Dyke. Polymarket owned by Trump's? No. But the kind of like the Trump kids have a lot of money invested in Polymarket and others, and they also Don Jr. is a, what do you call it? He gives them advice on things. I can't think of the term to use. I'm getting tired here. We're getting late in the stream. Southern District of New York. I was just about to say, it's got to be like District of New York or some shit. Or some shite. American soldier arrested over Polymarket wagers tied to Maduro's capture. I was really confused when they said, like, you know, Ken Van Dyke, and they're showing a picture of Maduro. I'm like, that dude looks a lot like Maduro, bro. That's crazy. The case highlights the swelling concern around the threat of insider trading on prediction market platforms like Polymarket. Federal authorities have arrested an American soldier who allegedly used confidential information to place a series of wagers on the capture of then Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro through the prediction market platform Polymarket. Gannon Ken Van Dyke, a 38-year-old soldier in the U.S. Army who was involved in the planning of Maduro's capture, allegedly placed more than a dozen wagers in the Polymarket tied to the operation, the Justice Department said on Thursday. He was charged with unlawfully using confidential government information for personal gains, among other charges. Van Dyke bets totaled $33,000 and ultimately paid out more than $400,000, according to prosecutors. Yes, he's an advisor for Polymarket. The case underscores the swelling concerns in Washington about the threat of insider trading on prediction market platforms like Polymarket and its chief rivals, Kalshi. Yeah, he's also an advisor for Kalshi. Is for both. Once niche financial exchanges, the prediction markets have broken out of obscurity over the last year with broad menu of wagers on everything from U.S. elections, sports, and even the weather. But their rise alongside a number of presently well-timed wagers around geopolitical events such as Maduro's capture and the war in Iran has ignited broad concerns among policymakers about the companies and their regulations. The Maduro trades on Polymarket earlier this year, which generated a flurry of headlines, were among the first to draw Congress's attention. Shortly thereafter, U.S. attorneys for the Southern District of New York, Jay Clayton, said he expected to see cases brought on the issue of insider trading in the prediction markets. Prediction markets are not a haven for using misappropriated or confidential or classified information for personal gain, said Clayton, the former Securities and Exchange Commission chair, whose office brought the charges against Van Dyke in a statement. The defendant allegedly violated the trust placed in him by the United States government by using classified information about a sensitive military operation to place bets on the timing and outcome of that very operation, all to turn a profit. That is clear insider trading and is illegal under federal law. I wonder if they'll even give him the money. Like the last guy was talking about the fact that like he'll end up spending all of that money plus more on his legal counsel, but it may be that he doesn't even get the money and then still has to spend a lot of money on the lawyers. Wall Street regulators at the Commodity Futures Trading Commission also filed charges against Van Dyke, alleging that he engaged in insider trading using classified non-public information. CFTC Chair Michael Selig said in a statement that Van Dyke was trusted with confidential information about U.S. operations and yet took action that endangered U.S. national security and put the lives of American service members in harm's way. Van Dyke's trades occurred through Polymarket's unregulated international platform, which runs on cryptocurrency technology and is supposed to be closed off to U.S. users. According to the complaint, Van Dyke, who is a master surgeon and stationed at Fort Bragg in North Carolina, used a virtual private network to trade on the platform. Virtual private networks, or VPNs, can allow users to conceal their location online and have been used by many prediction market traders over the years to circumvent such blockades. Polymarket was forced to wall off its international exchange from Americans after settling charges with the CFTC in 2022 that alleged the company was illegally operating in the U.S. It has since pushed to open up a second platform regulated by the CFTC and hereby open to the U.S. users, but the product remains in testing. The company has nonetheless proven to be a prediction market darling to financial and political heavyweights. The New York Stock Exchange's parent company, okay, I don't care about them telling me what Polymarket is. Polymarket. U.S. soldier charged with using classified information to profit from prediction market bets. Gannon, Ken Van Dyke, our men and women in uniform, are trusted with classified information in order to accomplish their mission as safely and effectively as possible, and are prohibited from using this highly sensitive information for personal financial gain. Widespread access to prediction markets is a relatively new phenomenon, but federal laws protecting national security information fully apply. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche. Ooh. Pam Bondi wouldn't have said that. What the fuck? Well, shit. I was looking for bets on Polymarket on whether or not they thought Trump was going to give him a pardon. I guess you got to wait for him to be convicted before placing the bets. Will Trump pardon Ghislaine Maxwell by end of 2026? Yeah, apparently there are. That is the top parting bet right now is whether or not he's going to pardon Ghislaine Maxwell.
House Oversight Chair Republican James Comer is running scared. How do we know? Well, I got a memorandum over here, dated April 17th, 2026. It's from House Oversight. And what did it say? Well, it says that Comer and the Republicans on House Oversight, they don't want to do full committee hearings, the traditional ones that you see depicted on C-SPAN and on the news. Why? Because they don't want bipartisan subpoenas to be voted on. They don't want Democrats to do motions to actually have transparency because, gosh forbid, House Oversight does its job, which is oversight over things like the Department of Justice. And look, we have seen a level of success with Congressman Robert Garcia and Congresswoman Summer Lee, among others, on the House Democrats' side, right? On oversight. They have accomplished amazing things on oversight, in large part, A, because they're motivated and they're pursuing the truth, and B, because they've figured out that there are some Republicans that truly believe that the entirety of the Epstein files should be released and that people should have to answer questions about criminal conduct like raping of children. Let's get into the memo because it's worth talking about. How House Oversight Republicans have suspended the use of traditional committee hearings in favor of conducting what they're calling roundtables. These are informal, off-the-record meetings, these roundtables. They are informal sessions with no rules, no accountability, no protections for the minority, i.e. the Democrats, and no opportunity to consider motions to issue subpoenas. These roundtables are designed to look and feel like a regular committee hearing because the members of that committee will be seated on the dais and the witnesses will be testifying as if they would for a hearing. But here's the thing. The witnesses are not required to be under oath when they're testifying at these roundtables. Republicans.
I give up posting every news story content suggestions since they're so often not used. Sometimes I go through them, but they're like really long, and I go find like shorter versions of them, or like sometimes they'll like lead me in a direction that finds something related to the story, but that is like the part of the story that I want to talk about. But I did see, so you posted a video from a woman that I've already seen numerous times on TikTok where she's talking about the 62 million men. And she's one of the women who came out with the story about the 62 million men and then deleted it. Then came out with another video and is like, oh, people are being so pedantic about the 62 million. I probably would have done that too. But, and then goes on to talk about why you shouldn't do it and why she would never do something like that and blah, blah, blah. And then starts to break down like, oh, so well, it's still a really big number, so gotcha. When nobody was really arguing about whether or not it was a big number, it can still be a big number. It's just not like what you were saying, either way. And then, now I believe she came out with another video saying that like, oh, well, we did the math, and it turns out that it's actually really high in the millions, and so you guys were all so defensive, but in reality we were pretty close anyways. And it's like, it doesn't matter. Like we've talked about this a bunch of times on here. They're like, if somebody doesn't know what they're talking about and they just say something and then it turns out they just happen to have gotten the same answer as what is correct, I don't consider that person to be correct after using flawed information. Like they didn't use the correct logical thought process. And so did you watch the one that I posted? No, I like I said, I've seen a bunch of her TikTok videos on this. I find her kind of obnoxious, but I've like gone over a bunch of her videos in the past anyways, just because they did like talk about things that I wanted to cover. But on this story, she has contradicted herself numerous times, she has been in full, like, overly defensive cope mode about it, and has been just driving me absolutely fucking bonkers with, like, every time she posts another video, everybody, like, disproves her pretty quickly, and then she comes out with another video to try to find a way to justify the last one, which is torn apart. So then she comes out with another one to try and justify the last one, and it's literally like just a long line of like trying to find ways to set. But anyways, like she's saying that the numbers are really big, and that like it's so we technically ended up being correct, and it's you're not, though. Like, you were still wrong. You were still wrong in how you came to this conclusion, even if it turned out to be 62 million in the end. Even if you were still wrong. Yes, that's what I'm responding to right now, Allie. That's what her video is about.
Are blocking the opportunity for motions to be presented during the traditional full committee hearings in order to do things like secure testimony, to get documents, right? To be able to have witnesses forced to show up to be held accountable for what is happening in our federal government.
Nothing you said matters. Every single
Welcome
thing,
back, Greg.
No, everything you said does not matter. Because it doesn't. Because everything you mentioned are the consequences.
But you didn't watch it. Are you telling me that what it is that I just said that she's going to say in that video, you're saying that's not what she says in the video? If you tell me that's not what she says, I'll go watch it. But I'm going to be really annoyed if she ends up just saying exactly what it is that I'm saying she's saying.
You can go ahead and scoff. How did we get here? Pull back. How did we get here? An open border that let millions in, and you guys didn't give two
Alex
F's
Creddy
about. Okay,
snuck right through that border.
All right. We had dozens
Alex
of deaths
Preddy.
where you didn't say shit. Jocelyn Nungary, Laken Riley, Rachel Morin, Molly Tibbetts. I'm going to just do it because this is just, I can't believe that we're still talking about this stuff. Here's 3 pages.
Don't
of
I
women
know it, Bake.
who have been murdered by illegal aliens in the last like 7 or 8 years. The 7 or 8 years that we've been here talking about this and mocked over it. When we showed the embassy, showed the border being overrun and people laughed at us. And now you're here.
She brings up different stats. I know, that's what I said, that they bring up different stats to go over like how pervasive this is in reality, and that there's other websites that do similar things, and that the 62 million number is not actually all that inaccurate if we include a much broader view of it. I just laid all of this out and saying, yes, I know, like she goes over different numbers, and that like it's to just try to justify the original.
Here, it's like you're the maid trying to clean up a mess, and somebody there is staring at you going, oh, you got to clean it up better. No, you made the mess. This is the Democrat Party's mess that we're trying to clean up. And you're saying, wow, these ICE agents are using terrible language. We don't care. I'm bored by this. I'm absolutely bored by this. I'm bored by the Nazi stuff. I'm bored by the concerned people in the media. They were not concerned when innocent women were raped and murdered. They didn't care about the 50 who died when they were incarcerated under Obama. They didn't care about the 27 or 30 that were shot under Obama. But now they care now. You deserve no attention on this. You deserve no credibility on this. It's actually comical because here's my feeling.
Yeah, it's a common thing, like in sports, where somebody does the wrong thing and they still like score a touchdown or make a basket or whatever, and they make an awesome play, and then they're walking back to the bench after like the crowd is going fucking wild and everybody's patting them on the back, and they're walking to the bench thinking, coach is gonna fucking kill me, dude. Coach is about to fucking kill me, bro. I just fucked up so bad. Like, you did the, like, everybody is so excited. It's gonna be all over SportsCenter. It's gonna be a top play of all time, and like, you did a fucking awesome job. But your coaches are about to rip you a fucking new one for doing it at all because you did the wrong thing. Like, It doesn't matter if it just so happened to work out. That's not what you're supposed to do. That was still wrong. That the majority of the time, that will bring you to the wrong conclusion. You might have gotten lucky. And so, yeah.
It seems like you're ready for another one. You had good, that went for a couple of weeks. You had this guy, went for a week or so. You're going to need a third one. This is what this is about, because this is what creates the motivation for this drama that could have been prevented if you guys just listened to this.
It's, Allie, truly, I think it's only, from what I've seen, it's only on this topic. I've covered her a bunch of times in the past. It really, really, truly just seems to be on this topic. And I've seen that with a number of people. People that I thought that people that I thought highly of on this specific topic. There's a lot of people who have like a lot of trauma around shit like this. And it's like, it's very personal for them. And so they care more about like the overall message than the accuracy. And I can understand that sentiment, even if I disagree with it. But I haven't seen evidence that like this is her, like this is a continuous problem for her outside of this topic. So I'm not making like an overall judgment of her in total. I just is just on this one topic.
Sensible people. Why is it that the cities that aren't sanctuary aren't having any violence? Why is it that the rate of violence in what's the name of the city? Minneapolis is 5 to 7 times higher than cities that are 3 or 4 times larger? Why is that? You guys are always feigning this performative ignorance that you don't understand things. You never explain your own ignorance. Why is there so much violence in Minneapolis and not in Texas? Well, see, there are different people. There are people who, when they hear an awful crime, when Wally Tibbetts is murdered, they think of their wife, they think of their kids, they think of their sister, they think of their mother. What do Democrats think about? There's a step before they even think about their family. They think, how does it affect?
Did you just compare a city to a fucking state? Am I crazy?
My public persona. How does it affect my potential politically? How do I deal with this so that I get instant gratification and empathy? We don't think like that. We don't care. You can call me a monster that's saying all these people get deported. I don't care. I don't care about any of this performance anymore, Jessica. It's done. And you know what? Neither does Trump. People are voted for the law. They want the law. If you want to cry about murders and rapists, do it on your own time. Nothing you
U.S. states by violent crime rate. So Texas is in the orange, which means they're around here, 405. A little bit darker than that. Probably around 500 around here. I'm in Georgia, which is in the lighter yellow. Florida's in the lighter yellow.
Conservatives are dumb and they come to the wrong conclusion, and they come to a very self-serving conclusion, which is that anyone who isn't, Daily Wire or Matt Walsh or what have you, anyone who isn't in a movement conservative is somehow a puppet, and the people pulling the strings are graduates of Yale University, the military industrial.
So this is Richard Spencer, the leader of the alt-right, one of the biggest purveyors of the Unite the Right movement in the protests, here talking about how fucking stupid it is that the Trump administration is sitting here trying to pretend like they were all paid actors. So you can see, like, as this guy's sitting here, he's watching Richard Spencer have a conversation with, is it Gavin McInnes, who didn't really get along with Richard Spencer for a long time. But while they're talking, this guy stops and highlights where it says, remember those white supremacists, in quotations, white supremacists in Charlottesville in 2017? Turns out they were paid actors. The Southern Poverty Law Center, which is a total scam, paid them to give Democrats a talking point for years. So this is just like, I said this when it happened. That like the people from the Unite the Right rally, those people are going to come out and say this is bullshit. Richard Spencer, the guy who organized it, they are going to come out and say this is bullshit. So you're not going to get away with this. Like, there's no fucking way that people are going to buy this shit. But yeah, here's Richard Spencer talking about how fucking stupid it is that they're sitting here trying to pretend that they were just all paid actors.
Is somehow a puppet, and the people pulling the strings are, you know, graduates of Yale University, the military industrial complex, or the SPLC, the deep state, etc. And it's all fake and a sham. The fact is, this indictment does not even suggest that. And it's just a very self-serving thing for conservatives to now say, oh, I knew it was a hoax or something. Charlottesville, I mean, again, it's a complicated matter. Charlottesville was not a hoax.
You think we're playing by conventional rules? You think Donald Trump's in the White House because he's a conventional politician? Your conventional politician is Glenn Youngkin, and look what he's done. Defeat after defeat. Now it's a crushing. Now they turned over the whole frickin' state to him. It'll take us a decade to dig out of this. A decade of those grassroots going door to door. And thank God you've got patriots down in the cradle of our revolution on the 250th anniversary. Those people that fought in the revolution would be proud of the people that went door to door, and they would be disgusted and revolted by the scum of this consulting class that is stealing money. And until it's totally transparent, nobody should give another penny. And you got them up there whining, oh, we're going to lose the Senate. You're going to lose you're damn right you're going to lose the Senate because you've given nothing for people to work for. Complete, total group of scumbags. Cornyn, Lindsey Graham, John Thune, the whole lot of them. You think people are going to go door to door for that? Do you think they're going to go door to door in a hot, sweltering summer to make voter contact for that?
From the Lincoln Project. This is normally when I say the Lincoln Project-esque Republicans a lot. This is what I'm talking about. Lincoln Project is a organization from the right that started after Donald Trump was elected as the anti-Trump Republicans, as the never Trump Republicans. That is the Lincoln Project. So if you ever hear me use this term, you know, Lincoln Project Republicans or something like that, this is what I'm referring to. Steve Bannon's advice for 2026, nobody should give another penny to the GOP. Cornyn, Lindsey Graham, John Thune, they are all on his list. MAGA isn't just split, it's devouring itself. Goes on to say, anyways, we continue to wake up every single day and fight MAGA and anyone in power who has enabled them, and will continue. Consider supporting our mission here. I mean, I don't know, like, I don't know that John Thune or Lindsey Graham are considered MAGA, but if you voted for Trump because he's not a politician, I hope your next colonoscopy is done by a plumber. Bro, we literally just had the last guy on who was saying this shit. The last guy who was just saying like this sort of thing. He was saying like, yeah, they voted for him because he's not a politician. Like, yeah, that's fucking stupid. Yeah, that's moronic, bro. But yeah, this is exactly the point. I will never get past the number of people who listen to this slob and buy into his shtick. I just can't get my head around it. This account doesn't exist. What? Aaron Burnett from CNN doesn't. What? What the fuck? Oh, now it works. It's the same fucking link. I've clicked on it like 5 times and now. Okay.
Tonight, Trump's secret White House
I thought for a second she got banned from Twitter or something.
ballroom contract revealed. This agreement is between the White House, the National Park Service, and the Trust for the National Mall. Okay, you're looking at it. You weren't able to see it not long ago. But what is in this agreement allows donors to the $400 million Trump project to remain anonymous. And it also exempts the White House from key conflict of interest safeguards and limits scrutiny by Congress. Now, the White House repeatedly defends the project, saying donations from major companies that we know of, like Amazon and Google, mean that, well, taxpayers aren't footing the bill for the $400 million project. Trump posts, I'm honored to be the first president to finally get this much-needed project underway with zero cost to the American taxpayer. The White House ballroom is being privately funded by many generous patriots, great American companies, and yours truly. Well, this is Trump's ballroom, and anybody who wants to curry favor with the president to get a deal approved or, who knows, something to go away that they don't want to deal with as a company, they know all of this full well. It is a project he's been obsessed with.
We're building a world-class ballroom. We're going to be adding a magnificent ballroom. I believe it's going to be the most beautiful ballroom. We're going to have the finest ballroom, I believe, anywhere in the world. You're going to have the greatest ballroom anywhere in the world, and you're going to love it.
Now, the stunning details of this contract are only seeing the light of day thanks to a lawsuit demanding transparency. And John Gollinger's out front. He's an attorney, democracy advocate with Public Citizen, the group that filed the lawsuit to get this contract, and you won. So here we are, looking at it. It says, just, you go through, it's got all the details here. On page 3, joint responsibilities of the parties, number 8, preserve the anonymity and privacy of any donor who wishes to remain anonymous. So we know the ones that Trump made a big stink about, but there's others who could have put a lot of money in, and who knows what they were hoping to get in exchange for that we wouldn't know because of this. I mean, how unprecedented is it to have something like this where anonymity would be given to donors to a presidential project?
Yeah, I mean, first I would say reading this document shows why they wanted to hide it. It's a sham and it's a scam. The National Park Service does have a procedure and a template that looks almost like this for other such agreements to do other such things with DC buildings, but they don't have a single word about anonymity. This document says anonymous or anonymity on almost every page, 10 times, in a 14-page document.
14 pages, 10 times we use the word anonymous.
That's right. So
Stunning.
Clearly hiding the money is the central part of the scheme. And the question, of course, is why? So you mentioned we know of 24 companies and some other donors that the president calls great American patriots for putting money to this project. So first, of course, many of them have contracts with the government, conflicts because they want enforcement actions dropped. And almost none of them have actually said how much they gave, despite being asked by multiple members of Congress. So if they're great American patriots, why don't they tell the American people how much they gave to this project, for starters, and really why they did it, whether they did it in conversation with a lobbyist or with the president's fundraiser.
We don't know any of that information.
We don't know any of that information other than what good reporting and some watchdogging has uncovered. Most of that information remains secret. This document is a roadmap to find out a heck of a lot more.
So, okay, the White House, obviously, they told the Washington Post, it's standard practice to not post an agreement like this because national security is involved, right? We're talking about, a building involving the White House. And they said they keep emphasizing their post was.
I can understand you're not allowed to post like the blueprints or whatever, the entire like makeup of how what it's going to look like if it has like hidden doors and for Secret Service and for guns or for buttons, and shit like that. I could understand that, but the funding of it isn't.
President Trump is working 24/7 to make America great again. They end with at no taxpayer expense. What do you say to that part when he says, oh, this is, people should be celebrating this, that companies are paying for it? And by the way, he said he himself is also paying for it.
Sure, two things. Number one, taxpayers are paying for all of it because the companies that gave the money to this project, though just the ones we know about, we did a report that found that they have $279 billion in government contracts in the last 5 years. So those companies pretty likely are going to get a lot more money from the American taxpayers than they're putting into this project. So whether it's through being ripped off in the marketplace or inflated government contracts that we pay for, the American people are going to pay for this. Another thing is that the president has increasingly said that the part under the ballroom is a part of the project in response to the other litigation that's tried to stop the project, right?
Right, well,
and
he's
so
saying that's the national security, so you can't get involved in
part. So if that's true, I would like to know from the president and his people whether these dollars from private donors are paying for this underground bunker or whether the American people are paying for this underground bunker, because that's not at all clear.
That is not, which is...
I don't, like, obviously you're allowed to, like, make renovations. You're allowed to change the White House. You're allowed to add wings, which is normally what happens. It's very, very rare that they tear down a wing. I don't know if that's ever happened, that they tear down a wing and then build a different one. I don't think that's ever happened before. I think generally they add on wings or they renovate them, but I think this is the first time, like, people get, oh, they've done construction a ton of times. Nobody ever complained. Sure, they tore down a wing and then added a different one. That's very different. But like, it is, again, like, I think it's hard to explain it, especially if you're talking to somebody who's MAGA. Like, when it comes to something like this, there's just not a lot of trust there. There's not, like, it's Trump. This is why it's a problem. It's fucking Trump. The motherfucker who's putting his name all over, like, all these government buildings and putting himself on chairs of organizations and, memorials and peace committees and all, we don't trust him. We don't trust him to do this shit. We don't trust how he'll do shit. We don't trust him. The problem is mostly him, and then especially when he says that, yeah, like, there's private donors and private companies who are paying for this shit. What are you doing for that money? Why? Why does Palantir want to build a ballroom? Why the fuck do they care about building a ballroom for the White House? Like, what is happening that they would want to give you the money? That's weird. All right, real quick. I got two options for you guys. I want people to actually vote. All right, don't be fucking lazy. Okay, so get ready to type on your keyboard. I'm giving you two options here. Right, one. People have asked me to watch the ContraPoints interview. I had planned on watching this yesterday and we didn't get to it. So, do you want to watch Natalie Wynn, ContraPoints, doing an interview on Doom Scroll? That's one. Or two, do you want to watch a debate between Jovan and Euro and Travel, or whatever his name is? Do you want to watch a debate, or do you want to watch an interview? One for ContraPoints, two for the debate. What about Conduit's new video on Matt Walsh? That's what about? What's the debate on? I'm not sure.
Excellent. Okay, we'll fade into me. Give me a second. I'll here. Welcome, everybody. This is Duologues, produced by The Line. I was going to say on the line, but we are actually simul streaming out to Euro's channel as well. This is going to be a debate between myself and Javon, Euro, and Dustly, who are representing the MAGA side. The way this one is going to work does require a little bit of audience participation. So we have a call-in system that you can call at 619-DEBATES. That's 619-332-2837. Think of this as a town hall-style debate where you will be able to call in and pose the question, and you can either pose
Oh, okay. So so there isn't a single topic. There's a bunch of different topics. We're split right now. We're 50-50, so we need a tiebreaker. 2? Okay. There it is.
Yes. Zelda, do you hear me
Hello?
now? For MAGA begins now.
Oh, it begins now. Who goes first, me or him?
You guys decide.
You can go first, Dustley.
His cameras are fucked up the whole time.
Yeah, I believe there's more than enough. There's 47 years of justification to be there in Iran. And I grew up, I'm quite a bit older than you other gentlemen here in the show.
Bro, that sounds like Hutch the gamer with Peanut.
If there's one regret I have, it would be George W. I really believe that what's going on in Iran should have been done a long time ago. And it should have been done over Iraq even. We never found WMDs in Iraq, but we did find 60% enriched uranium in Iran, and you can't trust them. It's a known fact that they use the fog of war. They use one truth to anchor down 4 lies. So I don't trust.
What can you do with 60% uranium other than build a bomb? What else do you do with that? You can't build a nuclear facility. And also, this war has been going on for 47 years. If you just use ChatGPT or any of sources you want to use out there.
This war has been going on for 47 years. This guy is such a fucking joke, dude. Where is this guy's channel? I'm trying to find. Trying to find the channel that hosted this. It says vertical MAGA versus leftist debate, Euro and travel plus Dustly versus Jovan plus Jimmy, dual logs. Okay, I spelt it wrong. Like dialogues. DUELOGUES. DUELOG.
Excellent.
There we
Okay, we'll fade into me. Give me a second. I'll when it is y'all's turn, I don't see any reason why we're gonna have to use any kind of music. For MAGA begins now.
Oh, it begins now. Who goes first, me or him?
You guys decide.
You can go first, Dustley.
Yeah, I believe there's more than enough. There's 47 years of justification to be there in Iran. And I grew up, I'm quite a bit older than you other gentlemen here in the show. If there's one regret I have, it would be George W. I really believe that what's going on in Iran should have been done a long time ago. And it should have been done over Iraq even. We never found WMDs in Iraq, but we did find 60% enriched uranium.
Okay, we'll test this out for a little bit, and if it's not going well, we'll switch.
In Iran, and you can't trust them. It's a known fact that they use the fog of war. They use one truth to anchor down 4 lies. So I don't trust.
What can you do with 60% uranium other than build a bomb? What else do you do with that? You can't build a nuclear facility. And also, this war has been going on for 47 years. If you just use ChatGPT or any of sources you want to use out there, you can see Iran has over 100 conflicts with the United States of America. We really have to go through the whole history. That's really the justification in 90 seconds. I don't really have enough time to explain all that, but I guess it's the best way I can sum it up. Is it 90 seconds for each of us or both of us?
No. It's the both of you. So now now would be our 30 seconds to ask clarifiers. I would ask to be more specific, unless truly you believe the justification for the war in Iran is reaching 60% uranium. I know that you also mentioned not being able to trust them. Do you believe not being able to trust a country is also justification to go to war? Javon, do you have anything? Hang on, Javon, do you have anything you want to add to that?
Just show proof that they were actually building weapons of mass destruction.
Yeah.
Well, it's been recently on TV that one of the Iranian nuclear scientists literally came on TV and said, yes, we were trying to build a bomb. This guy escaped out of Iran into Turkey, and I don't know where he's fleeing now, but he got out of there and he left. That's evidence right there. Plus satellite imagery and technology, X-ray, all the satellite stuff we have. We can literally see the date on a penny from the space with the satellite. So I'm pretty sure we know what's underground and what weaponry they have. And also the uranium thing isn't even really the #1 reason. I mean, it's definitely up there. I wouldn't put one above another. But as far as radical Islam, I'm not saying all.
Yeah, they chanted death to America. That's why. They chanted death to America, guys. So that's the main reason. That's the #1 reason. They said they chanted death to America, okay? We have to go to war if they say that.
All Muslims are bad, because there's plenty of good Muslim people out there. But around the global terrorism in all countries around the world, they make up 87% of the global terror attacks is from radical Islamists, Muslim terrorists. And it's not just the Shia or the Shiite, I believe that's what they're both called. It's both of them. If you do the studies, one does a little bit more than the other, but both sects of being Islam.
What did he say?
Terrorists. And it's not just the Shia or the Shiite, I believe that's what they're both called.
The Shia or the Shiite? Okay.
It's both of them. If you do the studies, one does a little bit more than the other, but both sects of being Islam.
The Sunni or Shia, which people often say Shiite. Shiite.
Subsects. They clarify the different types of Islam. They both do terror attacks. But Dusty, what do you have to add to it? Anything?
No, not at the moment.
And also, if you look up Operation Praying Mantis, they try to bomb one of our ships with a what do you call those underwater things? I can't think of a
Mantis. You involved in this shit?
Yeah, sea mine. And they try to bomb one of our ships in Operation Praying Mantis. They sunk our whole ship. We got our revenge back, but we've been going back and forth for years.
Javon, you're welcome to go start.
Beautiful. Great. Let's just talk about uranium very quickly. We did a threat assessment in 2025. This was done by Donald Trump's own administration, by his Office of the National Intelligence, by Tulsi Gabbard. She found that there was quite literally, and I'll read the exact quote, in the 2025 threat assessment: we continue to assess that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon and that Khamenei has not reauthorized the nuclear weapons program. He suspended it in 2023, and he claims that they're building a WMD. There's zero evidence for it that's been presented by any organization. The Arms Control Association said they're not building it, and the International Atomic Energy Agency said they're not building it. To respond to the other things you said, the Iranian nuclear scientist you're talking about, he made that quote in 2022 and was talking about the 90s when they started their nuclear weapons program. He wasn't talking about today. He said he was talking about when they started it, so that doesn't show anything. We can talk about, you said, well, they have satellites and we can see all this, but you didn't actually give any evidence for them building it, so that's really nothing. Then we want to talk about radical Islam. If we wanted to get rid of radicalism, we wouldn't have put Khamenei's son in charge, who is infinitely more radical than he is, and may actually want to build nukes to attack us. Khamenei didn't want to because he thought.
Well, just to be clear, we did not put him in charge. I know Donald Trump says like that I have to have a decision on who the new leader is and blah blah blah. That motherfucker's just talking out of his ass. They had decided who the new leader was before Trump even said that, and then Trump pretended like that guy wasn't alive so that he could act like, yeah, like there was more to do. But now that it seems as though he is alive, obviously he didn't have any part in picking that guy.
Thought nukes were against Iran, so he didn't want those. And then to finish up, we talk about terror attacks. The United States is one of the biggest worldwide perpetrators of terror attacks in the globe. So that would be my response to all that.
90 seconds.
Well, as far as radical Islam and us trading radical Islam, if you actually look at the Crusades, one of the reasons that happened was because of 500 years of Islamic terror. in Europe. So that's one of the reasons that the Crusades happened. And now we're going to sit here and say that I like how you didn't even give a rebuttal for the fact that 87% of the global terror attacks is from Islam. You just made excuses of us attacking them. Long before we ever attacked any Islamic country, they've been doing, damage in Europe and around the world. And this is part of their religion. This is part of, what they believe in. And as far as the nuclear stuff, there's literally images out there of their nuclear facility being decimated before and after. And as far as that Iranian scientist, I don't know if that was in the 70s or not. I'd have to check the sources for everything as far as that. But if that was in the 70s, so basically you're admitting at one point or another an Iranian scientist admitted to building nuclear stuff for bombs. So basically you're admitting they used to have a thing where
FYI, nuclear is not a word. Just, I know that everybody who's not an American knows this, but for Americans, there is no word nuclear. George Bush made this word up. It is a Bushism. He couldn't say nuclear, so he would say nuclear. I say it sometimes. It's fun. It's a fun word to say, but there is no nuclear.
they're building nukes to get us. And I don't know what you mean about Islam being against.
It sounds like something that like a surfer dude would say, bro, nuclear.
Nukes. I don't understand that part where he said he didn't want to build it because of his faith or he didn't believe in it. I mean, he's not the only one that he's a dictator, but there's still other people that pull strings in Iran. If you have money, we all know that's, political power in most countries. Go ahead, Dusty. What do you have to add?
If they were against
Well, then why doesn't Trump just pay them to not have the bomb anymore?
nukes, then why couldn't they agree to the terms of the ceasefire, to the treaty?
The terms were not for them to not have nukes. That was not the treaty. The treaty did not say don't have nukes. The treaty said stop chanting death to America. It hurts our feelings.
Cool. That's us. All right, so we got to very quickly go through a few things. First of all, they had an agreement. If we didn't want to be in this situation, we would have stuck with the agreement. The agreement was working. It was the Iran nuclear deal. It was exceptional.
Also, that 87. I just want to mention that 87% number is made up. The Global Terrorism Database, which collects all points of global terror in the globe, doesn't even near put Iranian terror at 87%. So that's just a made up number unless you can provide us an actual source for that.
There is also going to now need to be an education, not even on the Iran war, but for people watching something called gish galloping, and I knew it was going to happen, where a person lists off a bunch, and Javon very expertly did.
Yeah, they I was gonna say this earlier. The left seems like they're addressing one point at a time, and Euro and Travel is just spitting off rapid fire, just as many points as he can.
Dispatched with like 8 points sequentially, but he missed one. And so then the focus is on, wow, and you didn't even rebut that. A gish gallop is where you don't actually support your actual points. You introduce several points, but not the actual significant contributing factors. So I'm going to waste some of our own time to suggest as
kind of a gish gallop is where you bring up a bunch of different points in a row to where it's too hard for the other person to rebut anything you said because you brought up like 10 different points, and so when they respond, if they're a logical person or any good at debate, they're likely going to still be focusing on one point at a time, which puts them at a disadvantage because now you're rapid firing off 10 points at a time that are and one of the 10 is being rebutted each time. So you just kind of sound like you're winning because nothing's being challenged that you're saying.
as we go forward, and perhaps in the second round when we're asking questions more of each other, we'll come back to nukes in Iran. I'm going to suggest that if we're going to hone in, you actually go with something that is the evidence and not just list off a bullet point and then give very good supporting evidence for that thing, as opposed to trying to rapid fire a list and then go, okay, whichever one they don't remember to respond
Give me
to,
the last
that's
5
going to be
seconds
the
real
one.
quick.
Go ahead.
Real quick. Also to mention, yes, Iran was building nukes. That was before the nuclear deal in 2003. or 6 or whenever it was on another date.
Exceptional.
As far as the terror rates, I wasn't talking about the Iranians.
Great.
I was talking about the global terror rates.
If you want to come back to this topic at the end of the show,
the topic's over. Okay,
the
sorry.
topic is over. That is the one topic ended. Now, if the two of you will look into your screening window, you will see that list at the bottom. You'll be able to choose a topic that you would like us to take. It looks like right now, all of the callers have only called in either with questions that could be for both of us or questions that could be for MAGA. We do still need some calls that are directed specifically toward the leftist team. I suppose if you guys want to pick from the both sides or something, you know.
I mean, they could pick one of their MAGA calls and give it to us, couldn't they?
Yeah, that'd be fine.
There's no rule against that. You make the rules here.
That's true. If you just want to tell me the name of which caller you'd like us to bring on.
I'll let Dusty choose. Dusty, you pick.
It looks like
Pick the caller.
Yoshi actually hung up. And
Let's go with Yoshi.
Yoshi actually hung up. Unfortunately,
Just
that's what it
said
says.
Yoshi
Yoshi
hung
actually
up.
hung up. So I do see are both Sam and Jonathan. Sam and Jonathan are both still there.
If you can see one before me, Graham, just call out so it's quicker because I'm reading them.
No, that's all on you.
Okay, here we go. James.
Okay. I think James will have to sort of adjust the question since it's going to start with us on responding. So we're going to bring on James in Florida. And James, if you will keep in mind that the leftists are actually going to respond to your question initially, you may want to reframe it because they pulled it from their own pool here. Go ahead, James.
Okay, I can reframe it from, I guess, as best steel manning them. Why is it that you guys are so buddy-buddy with the immigrants?
Why are the leftists buddy with the? So as far as if we were to just frame this for both people, how do you feel about benefits? How do you feel about the effect of immigration on society? Would that work well enough for both of us to work on addressing?
Yeah, I mean, we're going both sides, not against you. Got it. Yeah, that works fine as far as framing it, especially, again, obviously you guys are going to get into the data, so go for it.
Thank you, James. All right, so we will begin our 90-second timer. My answers are pretty simple. The problem with illegal immigration, the illegal side of illegal immigration, is the laws that have actually made it so difficult to immigrate here. It should be terribly easy to immigrate here. You should only have to prove that you're essentially not a felon and you have something to do here. And we have been our best version of ourselves when we have had more like an open borders policy because it is our strength. Javon, what would you add to it?
Yeah, I would say we just see immense positives from immigration, even if we're counting undocumented immigrants. We see a higher GDP, and we see our GDP go lower anytime we handle mass deportation. We saw the same thing under Obama. We saw a lowering of our GDP. We know that they bring in $100 billion per year in tax revenue, and they don't use nearly half the services that they do, unless you're counting like their kids going to school, which I would never count because those kids are American. So like, I don't see the point of removing them. I would rather give them a pathway to citizenship that just benefits us more. It increases our tax revenue even more. It increases our GDP even more. And it like bolsters our economy in like tens of different ways.
So we'll move to the next phase. You get 30 seconds to try and push us on some track or essentially ask us a specific so that if you want to try and challenge us further, if there's something you want us to address, and then the rebuttal rounds will begin after we get the 90. So go ahead.
Are you there, Graham? I think my partner froze.
He's gone. Like
he went to sleep.
Oh.
So reset their clarifying time, unless you want to.
If GDP was a gauge of how well we live, India would be on top and have the best quality of life across the globe. I believe they have one of the highest GDPs. And that is not the case.
I feel like you're trying to do a rebuttal instead of the clarifying question. So kind of like how, this would be a section where you are essentially taking up to 30 seconds to be like, no, caller's asking about this. We would like you to give your position on blank. The rebuttal rounds will begin, but this is, as you'll see on the screen, the clarifying question round.
Okay, I don't know where I would clarify at. I'm ready for a rebuttal. I don't know.
Okay, if he wants to just move to the rebut.
Yeah, that's fine. Well, I mean, are we trying to figure out what the fuck is happening?
We should probably
with Euro?
wait for Euro. Yeah, we probably should wait him back.
I'm doing this for Graham. You know, I mean, don't get me wrong, I'd come on your show, but I'm kind of loyal to my buddy Graham here, so I'm doing this for him.
Yeah, I got no idea where he is.
He just loaded back in.
Okay.
He's in the Zoom call. Yeah.
Apologies, technical difficulties.
Okay, can we get back to horizontal?
Oh, yeah. Should be. Is it not for you guys? Hold on. Okay, there you go.
All right. Do you want to take the 30-second round and ask a clarifying question or give a point on which you want us to respond to?
Before that, was there anything you didn't hear me or Jimmy say in our?
No, I heard everything. Don't I get 90 seconds to respond?
Right now, you get 30 seconds to ask a clarifying question to try and direct where we're going.
Okay.
So rebuttals will come up. Yeah.
Okay. So my clarifying question is to start now. My clarifying question would be, why do you think that all immigrants' children that are here illegally are the ones that are, going to school? How do you know if they're illegally in school or illegally in school? And also, their children obviously count because that's part of the weight on the taxpayer system. Even if they are here illegally, that's not what I'm debating. I'm just saying, their children are here, and that's a cost to us.
I wouldn't care.
And also, they are a net negative. They are a net negative. Do I still have time? They are a net negative.
So I'm going to restore our time since you started coming in.
$9,000 a person.
Hey, you're going past your time.
Sorry, I can't see the time. I didn't see the time.
Well, it's in the link that we sent you. The big one with the face. It's the thing at the top. It's the thing in the middle of the screen.
We lost him again.
Just open one of them. And,
He's on a phone. He can't open numerous links. He's on a phone. I don't know why this isn't obvious to them. He can't, he's not even capable of participating in this type of debate because he's on a phone. I've invited this guy to come on the panels in the past, and he just, he wouldn't do it. So it's, he acted like he's just not interested in panels. So it's weird to see him attempting to do a fucking panel now.
Okay, he's back.
Yeah, when I swiped off it did that.
We're gonna go ahead.
Just to clarify, those children who are here legally, they deserve school. I don't care what their parents are here, right? If they are legal American citizens, then we are duty bound to offer them education like we do for every other American citizen. If you want to have a conversation about whether or not I don't care. They are legally citizens. The constitutional right still exists. You can't just say, well, I don't like that they're citizens, so let's take away their rights.
No, that's not what they said. He was saying that if a parent comes here with their children, those children are not necessarily here legally. You guys are just assuming they're here legally. Jovan is again acting like the child was born here. Therefore, he just threw in that all illegal immigrants' children are legal, but that's not true. That's a ridiculous thing to just presuppose.
They're legal citizens. Every state gives every citizen education. And if we want to say, how do we know who's legal or not?
You mean resident versus citizen in that scenario?
No. I'm talking about when you look at the budget numbers on the drain on our economy, the largest bit of that, which is almost I think 80 billion is what they count over the country, comes from educational cost for children of illegal immigrants. And again, those children are primarily here legally. Right? It's going to be legal citizen children, children who are legal citizens.
Right.
So unless you change the laws, you can't deny those children these rights. And in order to change the law, they're going to have to do a lot better than they have and get the Constitution amended.
Yeah, and I wouldn't deny them the rights anyway. They're here, their kids are here, they're contributing to society. Also, we're not limited by what you can't fathom. I think this was a bit of an argument from ignorance. I've got to go fast, but how are they measuring? How are they? Just because you can't guess how they are doesn't mean they are. And they are measuring. There is actually ways they're figuring those things out. 90 seconds to rebut.
But you're going to sit here and tell me that you know the data points, and then you're going to say we don't really know the data points? I mean, what sense does that make? And it doesn't matter what article you research, unless it includes legal immigrants and illegal alien immigrants, they're going to be a net negative. Even if you exclude school, even if 80 billion was excluded, the number you gave, they'd still be a net negative, because even the leftist sources say that they're a net negative by $150 billion. And myself, I'm an immigrant. I've lived in 3 other countries outside the United States.
That is not true. There's I don't know of any source that says that there's a net negative except for one. And that's the one that they're talking about right now. That says that, based on, school and shit like that, this is what makes them a net negative. It's not the immigrants in and of themselves, but it's their, children and the resources that their kids use and shit like that makes them a negative. That That is the only fucking article that says this shit.
So as far as the immigration process being difficult, we have one of the easiest
I
immigration
accidentally
processes
wrapped this guy
in the
up.
world. And I literally, one of my friends is an immigration attorney, and I spoke to him about this yesterday. And his son is living in like the UK or somewhere. Like, we have one of the easiest immigration processes around the world. And as far as them being a net negative, even legal immigrants are a net negative, which I support legal immigrants. I'm myself an immigrant, but they are a net negative. There's studies that do show about 5 to 15 years, they become a net positive to the taxpayer system and to the society. The average American is a net negative for the country because if they have one child, that costs $18,000 a year. So they're a net negative, but they're a born citizen, so they deserve to be here. The 14th Amendment doesn't have to be appealed. It just has to be read as it is, which it talks about slavery. We could get into that, but I need more time. But Dusty, do you have anything to say?
The 14th Amendment does not apply to anyone who is subject to foreign
migration
powers.
destroys countries. Look at every
it was
country
also
with mass
written to
migration.
slaves and
Well, you guys are competing to talk over yourselves during our time. So once again, restoring since that came back in.
I just want to real quick. I want to touch from the bottom.
I will give me the 5 seconds to say that isn't what I said. You said you're going to say this. I was saying just because you don't know the data doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Go ahead, Javon.
Yeah, Pilar Veto. Supreme Court has already restated that the 14th Amendment grounds children of illegal immigrants the right to education. Again, this is already legal precedent. It's already been decided at the Supreme Court level. It was decided at the Supreme Court level. Exactly. So I can bring up other cases, but Pilar Veto is the only one that I need to bring up. If you want to get that changed, if you want to say they shouldn't have access to education, you have to do it now at the Supreme Court level or get a constitutional amendment passed. Yeah. Neither of which has happened, so you can't deny them education.
Yeah, Pilar Veto is the one that I brought up the other day where I was talking to somebody and he was saying, well, there's only one case that has ever ruled that, this thing on the 14th Amendment. He's like, and that's the Kim Wong art case. And I was like, no, this has been like reestablished tons of times. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. He's like, name one other case. It's like Pilar Veto. But he's like, no, that one doesn't count. Like, no, it does. That's literally what it's fucking about. That is the case.
You said a whole bunch of other stuff that you had no sources for, so I don't.
By the way, you got to figure out what net means, because if you say they're a net negative for 10 to 15 years before they become a net positive, that would mean they're a net positive. That would be the implication of the word net. So I would advise using those words more correctly.
Yeah, you said leftist sources affirm this, but no, every source actually affirms they take less than they use. Every single one. The only one that doesn't was the CBO report from the Congressional Budget Office, because it added in education cost of their children. The second you take that away, because again, those children have a right to it per the Supreme Court, they are not a net negative. They actually are a positive.
And the final thing would be, again, the biggest issue is actually the obstruction.
Well, yes, and they add in a bunch of things from their children, like the fact that their children might use welfare or X, Y, and Z, which again, the children don't actually end up using welfare at high rates. Like second and third rate immigrants are some of the highest rates of going to college. You're telling me these people with college educations are on fucking welfare? Bullshit, dude. Bull fucking shit. You're just trying to find ways to cope about this and pretend like all these immigrants are somehow a burden on the United States, but it's just not the case.
And how long it takes and how much they try to stop people.
Over your time. Now you're going into my time. See, now you're taking time into my time. Reset it.
I just restored it.
Okay, so before you said all the sources, what sources are you using? Even Cato Institute has certain articles talking about how they cost $180 billion a year. I mean, I'm not going to say that's a leftist source. And also,
costing a certain amount is not the same as a net. This is so frustrating, dude. This is literally, I don't know if you guys were here earlier when we were talking about the people who were commenting on the, the post that I made about the coalition and being a net benefit, their platform being a net benefit to Democrats. This person kept bringing up one area where Hassan might be a benefit, and they kept saying he would be more beneficial than you in this area. So how can you say that you're in the coalition? He's not. That's not what a net benefit is. A net benefit is not just looking at a positive and then saying, therefore, they are a net benefit. That's not what a net benefit is. A net benefit is saying the positives outweigh the negatives. That's a net benefit. It's so fucking annoying. Like listening to people talk about like, oh, the net benefit. Like when you're talking about like a net profit, like you're talking about the costs outweigh the the profits outweigh the costs. That is what net profit is. Like you're including all of your costs and all of your profits and then coming to a plus or minus in the end.
Also, as far as them getting education, they should get education if they're here, but they shouldn't be here. They should have never gotten here in the first place. They should have been deported. Mass migration in any country does not work. Look at the UK, look at Spain, look at France. I've been to all these places before, and mass migration has destroyed the country, destroyed the culture, and every single thing about it. And not to mention, I don't know what articles you're reading. I don't even know what source you gave, but look at Homeland Security. They did a whole thing about it. They said it costs $450 billion a year, illegal alien immigrants in our country.
Yeah, see, he's just saying how much it costs. He doesn't know what a net profit is, a net benefit. Oh my goodness.
And that is like more than a lot of foreign wars cost. And that's just every year. But if you minus the taxes, it's at least $90 billion a year that cost us minimum. But I think it's upwards of $600 billion a year. And yes, immigrants, they are net positive overall after 5 to 10 years when the life starts being put in order and whatnot.
My goodness.
But at first they're a net
Oh
negative.
my goodness. He doesn't know what net benefit is. Holy crap, he does not know what a net benefit is. This is so annoying, dude.
That's why mass migration doesn't work. Open borders have never worked throughout history. Do you have anything to add to that, Dustley?
Open borders has never worked throughout history. The majority of American history is spent with open borders. The majority of America's history had open borders. So when I'm not an open borders person, but I'm not stupid enough to say something like it hasn't worked. I don't even know what that means. It hasn't worked throughout history. It's never worked. Well, what does it mean to work? What does it mean for open borders to work? Like, what is the goal that you're trying to achieve that says this does not work? It's so, like, it doesn't mean anything. It's such a meaningless fucking statement.
The only thing that I would add is it doesn't have anything to do with school. It has to do with employment and jobs. And if we have more jobs than we have people, it forces employers to compete for employees. And that doesn't happen when you're having slave wages. And as we know, people love their slave wages.
Excellent. That is the end of that round. Again, we can come back to immigration during the remainder of the second hour. Well, it's going to get the most topic.
Yeah, this is a horrible format. It is very fucking annoying.
In the most amount of time, or in the
having to sit and listen to Euro and Babel sit there and just say absolutely nothing, when in a normal debate you would be stopping him over and over because he just keeps repeating the same thing that has already been corrected like 4 times now, and he keeps not understanding what net benefit means.
The best
amount of time. I've been writing stuff down. We can eventually come back to some stuff in the last half, right?
Yeah, and we can in future ones we can add like an open discussion section to.
Are we on time right now, or is it just like free time? I'm just wondering.
Well, we're as you might notice, we're not actually debating right now. We're talking about.
No, I know. I was just wondering how.
Right now, I'm looking at the list to pick a question for you guys next. Right now, unfortunately, I guess I don't know if your MAGA guys, maybe they just need reminded the phone number? Because I assume you have MAGA people, your fans who would have questions for us, but so far they're not calling in. We have plenty of questions for you. But the phone number is 619.
But the vertical format, all of our cameras, as far as I can see on the vertical on Euro screen, none of us are visible. I think it might be the same for the vertical on the line stream. Like you can't see any of our faces.
Oh, we would have needed to know that way before. Let me fix that real quick.
Yeah, you can't see any of our faces on the vertical.
That's why I switched off the verticals, because horrible. The cameras are not anywhere close to being visible.
My arcade machine and everybody's
the middle.
shoulder.
You can see me. I'm the only one looking at it.
I wish
I didn't notice till just now.
Yeah,
I wasn't looking at you guys.
This would have been excellent to know.
I was just looking at myself.
Let me go and check. Okay, I have to very briefly take down mine first, just the vertical, and fix that. Aha, this was not shit. Okay, save and start, and then I can go to 3. You do not
People
have
are
your
messaging
vertical.
me. They don't see the number, by the way. That's another reason you're not getting a lot of calls. People can't see the number.
You didn't put it in the description. 619-332. Do you have mods over there? Because what we're doing is we're having our mods spam it in our live chat. 619-332-2837. That is 619 debates. If you all need it, we're going to. You do not have your stream set to auto stop, do you? If you do, turn that off real quick.
He doesn't
I've
know
got to
what that
stop your
means.
stream to fix the frame.
Yeah, and you never hit the right stream key either, I don't think.
It's live on your. You have some other one that's live on.
Yeah, it's live on my other one. Yeah, it's live on my other one. So.
Oh, we are still on the Elon one?
Yeah, we're on the Elon one. I'll just change the title since you never changed it.
Well, I can't change it.
You can't change the stream key?
No, I changed the stream key. I told you, it's the one that ends in war. You just
the title or the stream key? What the fuck?
Gave me I think you changed the stream key on the Elon one and went out. I'm looking at it right now. I have your most updated stream key. So I just need you to make sure that auto stop is not turned on so that when I...
Okay, auto stop. Where do I go for auto stop?
It's in the main, when you're in the live streaming thing, it has those tabs. Stream settings is the first one, and it's under that.
Stream settings.
Yep. And then under like where the title and stuff is, you'll see little switches you can turn on and off. Enable auto stop needs to be turned off.
I see stream health.
No, stream settings is the right button to be on, not stream health.
Okay, I see enable DVR. Is that it?
No, enable auto stop should be right above enable DVR. Unless we're, are we just?
No, it doesn't say that. It doesn't say that on mine.
All right, well, I'm gonna stop and change it and hope that for the best. Maybe we just.
He's on. Oh my goodness, he's just on the wrong tab. He just needs to switch fucking tabs.
Switch to the correct one, and you send me the right stream key for the other one. But I'm switching that frame.
And I think you don't have the number.
Because not isn't it link. And send this one out. Even that looks would be the brow. Their pan. Code.
No, every single time it's just giving me a stream preview.
Well, it just is. If you have to change titles or thumbs, we'll just do that.
That's fun. Okay, it says stream key created. Did it paste it for me?
There should be a copy icon in that top right window he was just showing you. So that one was a leftist round.
Who won the round we just did, the tech issue round? Who won that one?
I'm feeling
you
pretty
guys
okay.
won by default. I had tech issues, so
yeah. Probably caused by an immigrant. We will.
True.
Is that automatically?
Probably caused by whoever mainly runs the IT industry.
The Jews.
So that was not subtle. All right. Do you know which question you would like to give to our guys here, Javon?
This is the free round? This is the free for all, or this is
no. This is us picking your question, and you guys will go first. We'll do a clarifier. Go first. I quite like Val.
Oh, I like Brittany.
Brittany. Okay, yeah. We can do Brittany. All right, we're gonna bring on Brittany. Brittany, if you will give your question to our MAGA team here, go ahead, Brittany.
Hey, thanks, Jimmy. Hi, MAGA. So this one's for Desley specifically, but anyone in MAGA, I guess, can answer it. I see you have that Make Elections Secure Again hat. So I'm wondering if you could tell me the last time we had an insecure election and what evidence you have that that election was insecure.
I don't have any notes handy at the moment. Okay. I'm winging this. This is everything is last minute. But we have evidence that is coming out weekly on voter fraud, whether it is small or whether it is great. I find it funny that Democrats look to place voter ID in other countries, but when it comes here, they fraud.
Why the fuck aren't you answering the question? Why are you saying what's funny about what Democrats do right now? You're supposed to be giving her, like, answers. Oh, we have stuff coming out weekly. Also, that's the evidence. That was the evidence. We have stuff coming out weekly. Like what?
Problems with it. You have to have a driver's license to drive. You have to have in most cases, you have to have a gun permit to carry. You have to have a license to fish. Why not a license to vote? If there's nobody's cheating, it's not an issue. It's a non-issue. But we should have We should have security. You should have to prove who you are to vote. Would you have anything you'd like to add, Graham?
No, I 100% agree. USAID funded Haitian voter ID, but they didn't want to fund our voter ID.
So neither one of them answered the question. I knew if he went left, he was gonna fucking die. I thought there's no shot this guy's gonna go left and kill himself. And then he did. He went left and killed himself when he had a wide open... What a fucking...
And if there's no fraud and everything is fine and dandy, why can't we have the Save America Act? I'm just wondering if they're not...
What is the evidence that the election was stolen? Well, why can't we have voter ID? It's funny, you know, Democrats gave Haitians voter ID. Where the... Both of you? Both of you. The question is, what's your evidence? And you're just, oh, I find it funny.
Not cheating and there's no fraud and it doesn't exist, even though Kash Patel announced 2 days ago that there is voter fraud and he's about to do indictments. He's just waiting for it to come back from the court. I mean, if there's nothing going on, why can't we investigate it? I'm not saying that there
oh
is
my
enough
goodness
to sway an election, but I do, you know, think it's definitely possible, and I do think they cheated in the, you know, the 2020
So no
election.
evidence. We know. The question was, what evidence do you have?
So for your 30 seconds of clarification, your question was what evidence you have of being insecure. To the rebuttal of this was last minute. I'm sorry Euro didn't tell you. This has been planned for a month. I would have thought anybody would have been. And he told me you were the stats and figures guy bringing the evidence. So I would like to return to that. Certainly when we get to the rebuttals, we'll be happy to engage you in your points about voter IDs. I am hoping also at some point Euro lets you know you're not talking to two Democrats. Apparently you weren't briefed on at all what you were doing here tonight.
Well, is it up? Is it us?
Yes.
Well, as far as that, I just gave you a source. Kash Patel, the FBI director, 2 days ago said that there's indictments coming. Fulton County, Georgia. He told me about that one himself, but I never said he was the facts and statistics guy. I said the other guy was that I wanted to come on. But we couldn't work out a time for that, and I thought this would be a good one anyway. But as far as you know, there's evidence. The Fulton County, 300,000 uncertified votes. There was 1,000 illegal alien immigrants caught voting in Ohio. There was 30 illegal alien immigrants arrested in Texas for voting. I mean, there's definitely something there. And like I said before, if it's no scam, if there's no fraudulent stuff going on, there's no scams going on, they're not, you know, doing fraudulent behavior, then why can't we just pass the Save America Act? I think we should talk about that. Do you have anything to add to that, Dustley?
No, I really don't at the moment. I know there's something I'd like to say, but it's just not coming. It's just not coming to mind at the moment.
Well, you know, there's definitely fraudulent activity going on. Like I said before, I just want to hear what you guys have to say about the Save America Act. And if you're going to say the same thing about marriage certificates, yeah, if you don't have a marriage certificate connecting your first and last name, then you're not going to be able to do anything. You can't get welfare.
Great. All right. This is easy. And I won't even need most of the time for it. Basically, what you just heard is there isn't actually evidence for voter fraud, but Kash Patel says it's coming. Yes. We've been hearing the it's coming forever. I've got a big press conference. We're about to do a big press conference covering it. The numbers these people tend to pull come out of their ass. And even when their own people, like the cyber ninjas, go to the most fraudulent area with the most voter fraud ever, and they do the audit, what did they find? That actually, when you fix it, it actually put it back a little bit the other way, that it actually turned out votes for Biden went uncounted and there weren't a bunch of mystery votes. as far as the Save America Act goes, that's certainly something we can talk about. I have no problem with some type of identification law as long as the burden is on the government to get the ID to every single person, thus that every person who wants to vote, the government has gone out of their way to make it easy to get that ID to vote. However, to the whole thing about what about fishing, what about that, you have a right to vote. You don't have a constitutional right to fish. And with a constitutional right, it should be as easy as possible. Anything you'd like to add at the end of that, Javon?
Yeah, the Heritage Foundation's been tracking undocumented voting since the 80s, and they've only found 68 total cases since 1980 of undocumented immigrants voting at all, period, in America. And of those, only 10 involved illegal immigrants. So doesn't seem like an actual issue.
The Democratic Heritage Foundation, of course.
Well, one is too much. One is too much. One is too much. And as far as getting an ID, I don't know if you can't afford a $10 or $20 ID. I don't know what to tell you. Maybe we can make that debate. I'm not saying I'm for the government providing. In some states, the government does provide IDs. I think it's
charge
pretty
at
affordable
all.
and cheap. I would have to see the.
No, you can't charge at all. These people, they have no fucking idea like what our laws are and what our constitution is. And they always do like so much virtue signaling about the law and about the constitution, but they literally have no fucking clue what it is. They have no idea what our laws are or what our constitutions say. This is so stupid.
The cost and really think about that. I haven't really developed a strong position on that as far as that goes, but no illegal alien immigrants should be voting at all. And as far as votes for Joe Biden, I don't know what study or case that is. And I already told you that Fulton County, Georgia admitted to fraudulently certifying their votes. Am I lying? You haven't even talked about that. 320,000 votes that were proven fraudulently certified. It didn't go through the 3-step process for vote certification. That's definitely some fraudulent activity. And also, Kash Patel, you know how an indictment works? It doesn't just happen like this. You guys complain we live in a dictatorship, but when...
Do you know how an indictment works, guys? Come on. Come on, dude. What? You don't even know how an indictment works? It's only been 6 years, dude. Give them some time. This happened in 2020. It's only 2026. You expect them to just snap their fingers and it be done? Chill, dude. So unrealistic.
When someone goes through the process, you say, we were promised this, we were promised that. No, an indictment is a slow process. We live in a constitutional republic, so as far as just going through a
Constitution,
process, it's not just going to happen overnight.
Constitution,
We'll see if something
eh?
happens. But I believe there's plenty.
It's not just gonna happen overnight, guys. These people are fucking cartoon characters.
Of evidence already is involving voter fraud. And if one illegal alien immigrant votes, they shouldn't be voting. And why are they giving driver's license out to illegal alien immigrants? If they weren't giving so many damn driver's licenses out to illegal alien immigrants and they were not wrecking the road, the truck drivers are crashing all over the place. And then they use that same ID to vote. It's ridiculous.
Okay, no, let me
just galloped right by my house.
Yeah, hardcore. Just to start from the bottom up, Fulton County, Georgia didn't admit to 300,000 fraudulent votes. They didn't admit to any of it. They said there were some slight procedural errors, including like unsigned tabulator tapes. That's it. They made no, that isn't them admitting to fraudulent voter frauds. That isn't admitting to them messing up the process. That is none of that. That is you clamoring on to something. Secondly, no, there should not be a poll tax. We have a constitutional amendment, and it doesn't seem like you guys like the Constitution. The constitutional amendment, the 24th Amendment states no poll tax. The Supreme Court has reaffirmed time and time again that voter ID would be considered a poll tax. I'm not against voter ID. It would need to be completely free and given to everyone to avoid breaking the Constitution. If you don't like the constitutional amendment,
a poll tax, meaning they can't charge you to vote. They cannot make you pay to vote.
You got to get it changed, which seems like going to be a repeating thing here. But the Save America Act is unconstitutional for that reason.
It is interesting, though, because the thing he wants to call fraud in Fulton County, were you to say on that basis some procedural errors, which is all it was, we need to throw those out. That would actually be committing voter fraud, because nobody has claimed that those 300-odd thousand were illegally cast votes, just that the procedure of counting them, that there were procedural errors. And so you would literally be throwing away people's constitutional right to vote because you don't like it. You don't like that they voted. And that would be, again, unconstitutional. Sorry, what?
You're being nuanced about it. I'm sorry, but I see the problem.
Tear me up.
Everyone's born with a birth certificate, so how is it a poll tax?
Was I just criticized for being nuanced about it? I'll let it go. Yeah, keep going.
How is requiring them to get a new ID
They don't
that they would
have
have
to
to
get a new
pay
ID.
for?
They can use the birth
Yes, they
certificate.
would.
They
Yes,
can use
they
the birth
would.
certificate.
It
Why?
costs
Why don't
money
they
to
have the
get your
birth
birth certificate. It costs money if you
Why
don't
don't you
I
have
didn't
a birth
I was a
certificate?
citizen. I didn't have my birth certificate on my hand. I had to go get a new one. That
Why?
costs
Because your
money.
mama lost your birth certificate? I'm confused.
Are
That's
we?
the only
Is
outcome
it
of
ad
the
hom?
problem.
Is it ad hom center here
No, it's
today?
not ad
Like
hoc.
you can
I'm
lose
asking
your
a question. What
birth
happens
certificate
when
in a
someone loses your
move.
birth certificate?
Wait,
People might
Euro,
lose it in a move.
Euro,
That's
do
what-
you
like,
believe?
what?
Euro, do you believe that a person who has lost their birth certificate should not have a right to get it for free if voting counts on it?
I don't
Do you
know
believe
if it costs money or not.
it does
It
cost money? I
does.
just had to do
Some
it last
places
year.
it's free to get in.
He didn't ask if it costs money. He asked if they should be able to get it for free. Holy shit, this guy doesn't answer a single fucking question. What the fuck? Is it like, is all of his viewers lefties? Like, are all of Euro's viewers lefties? It's all just like hate viewers, just people who are there to just like watch him and make fun of him. I feel like it has to be.
An ID in some states, you can look it up.
I just did it last year, and it did cost
Well,
money
you're in a
because I
red
had to order
state,
it.
so
I ordered it from a red state.
If the bill requires that you spend money in order to be able to vote, then it is unconstitutional per the 24th Amendment. Period.
Well, what about the
There's
gas
no
in your car? You have to spend money to drive there.
Period.
Nope, that's not what the burden
That's a
is. The
poll
Supreme
tax.
Court's already
That's a
done
burden.
this.
That's a financial
No, it's not. The
burden.
Supreme Court's
Dustin,
already
we can't
done
hear
Gas
you.
this.
prices. That's a burden.
It's not.
Either way, I never said I was against giving out free IDs. I said I would put it in consideration. So that's not even my main talking point.
And mine was, I'd put the burden on, I'd start fining states. If they don't have at least above an X percentage, what that number would be, of number of citizens have IDs to vote, I'd start fining them and I'd issue them penalties, which would make voting mandatory in this country. You don't actually have to fill it out. You don't actually have to put a vote on. But the easiest way to make sure that everybody who wants to vote gets a vote is to have everybody turn in a ballot. It can be blank, but you turn in a ballot, it's your ballot, and it verifies that you were confirmed. I'm all for
I don't even think you should
all
have to
kinds of
register
ways
to
that would
vote.
remove every bit of fraud you could ever worry about.
I
no
say
such
when you're born, like, all right, I don't think citizens should
I lost my mouse again. I literally didn't know where it was and just started swinging it all over the place.
register to vote. They already register you for a social security number. They know your birth date. Make it automatic. The second you turn 18, you can legally vote. Then there's no issues there.
I miss when right-wing debaters were smart like redneck. Yeah, true. True.
But if you require, again, I'm not opposed to a voter ID. If the government just mails everybody out a voter ID when they turn 18, cool. I have no issues with this. Go ahead and pass it. My issue is the government cannot place a burden on voting via any sort of financial thing. That is a poll tax. The Supreme Court, again, has gone through this at the 24th Amendment. Get it changed if you don't like it. You don't have the 60% to do it, but get it changed.
There's no such thing as a voter ID. Like, there's no card that's voter ID. There's real ID, but there's no voter ID.
We know
in the
that.
Save
We
America
know there's
Act,
not.
you can use your birth certificate, you can use your passport, you can use
Or
your
you could
license.
invent
All of which costs money.
You
The
can't use your
passport
license
costs
anymore, I don't
how
think,
much?
Wait, isn't that what the Save America Act is? The Save America Act is that they want to create a voter ID. That's literally what it is. That it is an ID just for fucking voting.
Do you know how much a passport costs?
Yeah, I have my passport. I've traveled to over 20 countries before. It costs about
Okay, how much does a
$150.
passport?
He's Euro and
Is that
travel.
financial
required?
burden? You know it's your
Yes.
constitutional right to travel, right?
Yes.
That's technically part of your
Yes,
constitutional rights.
that's
Is that a violation?
a burden.
Do you think that's a violation? Because our
The
Constitution says
the
that we have the
Constitution
right
doesn't
to
guarantee you the
travel.
right to free travel. No, it doesn't.
Uh,
It guarantees you a right to freedom of movement.
I'm gonna
Meaning
need
if
that-
you
I'm gonna
want
need
to
that
go somewhere, the
article.
government can't stop
I
you.
can pull up Chat GPT real quick and it'll tell me or not.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Maybe pull up Grok. Tell us which
I could have
article
debated
guarantees
ChatGPT.
you the,
This is
the right, the
actually
constitutional
I'm
right.
just curious because I've heard this before. I've never read it out of the Constitution, but I've heard this before.
Euro, I'd give a shit. I'd give a shit. If genuinely you can prove we have a I don't think you can, that we have a constitutional right to travel internationally and that has to be done with a passport, yeah, give those out for free fucking too. If it's a constitutional right, I also think whatever ID we need to get a gun should
Oh, it
be
does.
free because we
It
have a
does say right here.
constitutional right to get guns.
It says you have the
All
right
I
to
did-
movement. It says you have the
It
right to
says
freedom
there
of
is a
movement.
Are you gonna let me read it? I'm just gonna read you what it says.
What article is it?
It's gonna tell me all that if you let me read it all.
It doesn't tell you right at the top what article
No,
you're
it
reading?
just gives me an AI summary.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I'll read you right from the
Cash
article.
Patel says the answer's coming.
Did they just like drop the timers and are just debating now, or what? What the fuck happened?
Soon though, guys.
Yeah, I'll read you the article. Hold on.
Well, it's not
Give
an
me 1
article;
second.
it's an AI.
No,
article.
I'm gonna give you the article in the Constitution.
Okay,
Please
which
take one
article?
of it.
Article and section.
Hold on. ChatGPT is horrible. Let me pull up Gemini. Yeah.
I'd go with Grok.
Cool. I know it's a funny little meme. Hi, Grok. What is it called?
Why don't you just
Mecca? I'm not gonna say the last part because I don't know if you can say it on here. I don't want to cause problems, but you know the name they called it Mecca. Something else.
I have no idea what you're talking about, nor am I that.
I have no
Remember,
idea
it
what he's
had.
saying.
I'm just gonna say Mecca Adolf. That's what they would call Grok.
Oh, Mecha Hitler was what you were trying to say.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Elon Musk, who recently
Are we
was.
debate maxing right now?
I guess we got to move to the next question soon. I like having the open session
me
at the
30
end, but we got to
seconds.
probably start putting timers on it. Let's say at the end of each call or at the end of each one, we do open format for how many minutes, you think?
Let's see.
5.
Up to 5 minutes. So
Yes.
And you guys don't
I
have the
win.
regular complaints about the Save America Act. I heard all these Democrats saying all this stuff about it, and you guys didn't make any.
No,
or
of course
you're
I have.
Democrat.
Of course
I'm
I
saying
complain.
left-
No, they are literally the same. Those are the same exact criticisms that everybody has against the Save America Act. Is he gonna say like Democrats say it's racist or some shit? Is that what he's about to fucking say? Is this fucking idiot about to say that people say that it's racist or some shit? Who? Who the fuck said that? Who the fuck said that? He says, oh, well, we're not Democrats. I keep telling you, we're not Democrats. Yes, whatever. Nobody ever fucking said that it's racist. Nobody said that shit.
about
in
it.
general, all the anti-Trump people, but all the cost of the ID.
The goal of the Save America Act is to get less people to vote, not more. So any Republican who is supporting it isn't supporting it because they support the constitutional right. They're supporting it because they want to win more. But as far as like the voter ID of it goes, I'm fine with it as long as you're guaranteeing it the way a constitutional right is meant to be guaranteed. And that
I also
is
think
for free.
I think it's a non-issue. It's already illegal to vote in this country if you're not a citizen here. It's already illegal to federally vote.
And
we find, and the ones that have done, we found them and prosecuted them, and their votes are null and void.
The 14th Amendment and sorry to interrupt you. The 14th Amendment and also
the 14th Amendment guarantees the right to interstate travel, to travel between
it talks
states.
about state, but there was a Supreme Court case, Kent versus Dulles, for international travel, and it got upheld in the Supreme Court that it does include international travel.
But it doesn't include
That's
the right.
no, not that it's a right to do it without being charged though. Like they can still make you go through the process of getting a passport and shit like that. But even on top of that, like you don't get a passport to leave the United States. You get a passport to go into a country. Like they're not charging you to leave the US. You're like paying for plane tickets, you're paying for other shit, but your passport is not a tax on you traveling.
Right to a passport. It just says the government can't stop you from international traveling.
Yes.
Yeah, isn't that stopping you?
But not in all
That's the same
cases.
argument you're making.
No,
They're not
no.
stopping you, it's just
The
the cost.
24th
Oh my
Amendment, dude. The 24th Amendment specifically says you can't do a poll tax. Not that the government. It literally says you can't charge money for people to vote. It doesn't say that about any other constitutional right. That's the only one where it says the government can't charge you money.
A right to vote, just like you're not charging a right to vote when you drive down the
You
street.
would be. Again, the Supreme Court has upheld that
But then you gotta say
requiring
that they gotta
payment
provide
for an
free
ID.
buses.
No,
Oh my
because you can walk
goodness,
there, right?
Well, what if it's 5 miles away? Then you can't walk there.
It doesn't. You still can. I can walk. I'm fat as shit, and I can walk 5 miles.
You have to take off work. I know a lot of places give paid days off and whatnot. And there's
Every
like
place is like legally supposed to let you take off to vote.
Is there a timer? Who's on the timer? Is it me or him, or is it
That
just
was
like
that was open.
We were in
Jimmy
the
gave us an
open.
open.
We were letting everybody. Letting everybody screech. All right, we're gonna move to the next one. You guys can take a look at your list and choose one of the questions that you want to be directed at Javon and I. You guys only have one in the leftist column, but you're welcome to take one from the both column. I'll go see if any of these calls have hung up while you are looking. Okay, I don't actually see brother of the road.
Do you see the last call? Who the caller is on the last? That's so funny.
Is that the same one though?
It's gotta be.
Okay, I don't actually see brother of the road on here. I don't know if you MAGA guys who want to challenge Javon and myself. The number is 619-DEBATES, 619-332-2837, 619-332-2837. We've got, yeah, Sam is still there. Jonathan's still there. Scariot is still there. That might mean to be Scarlet.
Oh, I
No,
think
it's one of
a person called Scarlet that follows me. They're a Democrat, so they're gonna ask you guys probably a question. I don't have it pulled up though.
Do you have the link?
They're a Democrat, so they're likely going to ask you guys a question. What the fuck?
Link open that where you're supposed to be
yeah,
reading which calls?
Right now. Yeah.
Oh, okay. We need to remove Zelda's call.
Anything you guys want to give us?
Will Tom take calls? Yes or no? Sorry, I'm about to get off. I do take calls. Yes. In general, I take calls. But I've been on for over 8 hours at this point, so I was just waiting for the timer to run out, and then now I'm just waiting for this game to end.
They're deciding still, it sounds like.
Yeah, I'm still looking. I want to see if the last one calls back.
Well, they haven't so far. You're welcome to steal their question when we get to the round where we can challenge each other with questions. I think in the future, what we're going to end up having is a moderator who is just dedicated to picking these questions out.
Yeah.
And making the
Well,
things move faster.
that's what I asked you about.
I know. I thought we could do it without it. What'd you say?
Yeah, can you approve my other computer, by the way, for the chat, so I can open the line, the staff portal?
Can I approve your other computer for what?
The staff approval, so I can see everything.
No.
So only one computer?
What are you talking about? You just need to follow the link. You don't need in our staff portal at all.
I clicked the link. It says that it says you have to give approval.
Did you try to sign into something? I think you
I just tried to sign into it on a different computer, and it says I need staff approval to see your app thing.
The most recent link in the group chat with me, you, and Dustly is the link that you needed to click.
Maybe I clicked the wrong one. Let me try again. Okay, yeah, I got it now. Cool.
Thank you. I thought you were just asking if you could be in my staff portal. Like, fuck no.
That's what it says.
This guy's voice sounds really familiar.
Yeah, can I be in your staff portal now? I want to be a leftist. I've changed my ways. I'm socialist now.
I think.
So I get to pick one, right?
I think we're gonna pass on that. Yeah, pick one of those questions to designate toward us.
Oh, towards you guys. Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
Unfortunately, brother did drop off, so you've pretty much got the both.
Why
or
are
you
there
can
so
once
many
again,
fucking
like
little
Dusty did
guys
with the one before, if you want, you can send us one of your own questions, and we'll try to rephrase it to be more neutral or some shit.
I think the Scarlet one's interesting.
Okay, cool.
What do you think about that, Dustly?
I already pulled. Is it Scarlet or Scariot?
Scariot. I'm not a fucking Democrat.
Okay. Well, Scariot, you are on the line, and you are going to pose your question right now. We'll both engage, but you'll be posing it to Javon and Jimmy.
Okay. I'm asking this question for Yoshi since he had to hang up. So ballerinas and football players make permanent changes to their bodies by playing their sports at young ages. Why then should trans teenagers be barred from HRT?
This is stupid. This is fucking stupid. That's a really stupid fucking question. The changes that you make to your body through that, one, are like natural causes that are happening one way or the other. Two, like it's not like a medical intervention. And then two, they're not permanent. Like ballerinas, obviously they can have like issues that are permanent issues, but those are considered injuries and shit like that. You're not like trying to have permanent injuries. And ballerinas might be a little bit different based on like their feet, but I'm pretty sure those can heal. All right, there we go. All right, I'm heading out. I'll be back on tomorrow. Do me a favor, hang out for just a minute, leave a comment on the stream. Super helpful to getting more viewers and getting more people to comment as well. Like more people that do go and comment on stream, the more people that who watch later will also comment, and comments beget comments beget comments. So appreciate you guys, if you actually comment something relevant to stream, not if you just say Tom's bald. But outside of that, do me a favor, check the description and see if you want to join any of my socials. We got Discord, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok. I post all sorts of content on all of these different platforms, and specific content goes to specific platforms a lot of times. So make sure you go check out that content. I will be back on tomorrow. Also, go to my TikTok and like my fucking videos. The TikTok is totally fucking me over right now. It's driving me crazy. They are literally pushing me to 0 people. 0. I have numerous videos where I have like 20 views. 100% of the views came from the Discord link. Came from like an announcement in Discord telling people that I posted a new video on TikTok. So go to the TikTok, check out the videos. Till then, appreciate you. Love you. See you next time. Later, fools.